The story begins in a tundra, more specifically inside a snow-covered cave. A completely wounded man, missing half of his left arm, was being interrogated by two hooded men who demanded to know where the ancient relic was. Even in this state, the man only asked if they would reveal this information if they were him. One of them was furious, while the other decided that they should hire the squad first. Using a magic communication crystal, he confirmed the coordinates with the rest of the group and commented that the man was really persistent for still being conscious in the cold, even without an arm. They asked why the Phantom of the North was after that relic. They said that they had already suffered a lot because of him and that now they were going to have fun torturing him. A short-haired man approached with a sword and said that they would only stop when he begged for mercy or revealed the truth. It was then that it became clear that this man had lost not just one arm, but both. The two enemies decided to toss a coin to see who would start the torture. At that moment, the man bit his own arm to fit it back into his body and reconnect it. It was revealed that he was the first failed awakened of House Draker, called Zeke Draker. He was born into one of the great Dragon Slayer families, but with a body incapable of using aura, and was rejected and expelled for failing to awaken. Treated like dirt ever since, he did everything he could to survive and become stronger. He remembered a phrase someone once said, "If all you seek is strength, in the end there will be nothing left." Zeke thought that this kind of phrase is only uttered by those who already have power. The coin fell into the hooded man's hand, but before he could decide anything, his head was lopped off by Zeke himself. Zeke then launched himself at the other enemy, breaking his blade in half with a single blow and finishing him off with a deep cut to the chest. He thought that, in that world, the weak would always be trampled by the strong. That was the only truth of the place. Just then, Zeke heard a noise coming from the cave and quickly reconnected the second arm. Soon the entire platoon emerged, and everyone was shocked to see that he had managed to reattach his arms. They commented that he was an irregular, but that he would still die if they cut off his head. Thus began a great confrontation between him and all the invaders, even though he was seriously wounded. With swords stuck in his back and spitting blood, heck you see, Zeke managed to emerge victorious from that fight. He was on the brink of death, and even without achieving his revenge, he managed to steal the Emperor's ancient relic. As much as that wasn't enough, it was still an achievement. He apologized to Alicia, and the moment a drop of her blood fell on the relic, she reacted with an explosion of power. A system was activated, telling him that his willpower had awakened that power. He explained that the soul of the Elder Dragon enters the body of those who persist, and asked if he agreed with this. Zeke thought he was hallucinating and hearing voices because he was dying, so he mentally told himself to do whatever he wanted. The system accepted this as a positive response and activated an irreversible promise. Within 5 seconds, he was sent back in time. Now Zeke was in the body of a child trying to process everything that had happened. He thought it was really hard to believe, but he still felt the pain of the knives in his back. Even so, the place was familiar. It was the Drakers' domestic training institution, the cradle of the Dragon Slayers. It is explained that the Draker family is one of the 3 great transcendent families. They descend from the hero Terrakhan Draker, the man who saved the continent by slaying the evil dragon Bahamut during the war 1,000 years ago. Because of this, his descendants founded House Draker. Perhaps because of this direct inheritance, all members of this bloodline were born with the blessing of the aura. With it, they were able to awaken easily and become successful knights. Except for Zeke, everything seemed calm until suddenly he heard something and thought it might have been something in his head. But he heard the system talking to him again, saying that the soul of the awakened one had been confirmed and was now 100% aligned with the Elder Dragon, informing him that he had gained authority over part of the system. Zeke wondered if this was a consequence of the artifact having been activated, so he opened his status window and saw that his name was Zeke Draker, with the Healer class, a rare class, and with the title of the one who has received the blessing of the Elder Dragon. He had the skills Dark and Keen Senses, Resilient Mind, and Vigor Recovery, in addition to the standard skills and draconic skills he could still unlock. Zeke realized that he could navigate these magical windows with ease, and also noticed that he had received the corresponding class skills, remembering something his master had once told him, explaining that people in the ancient world were categorized into classes, and that each class had a specialization called a class skill. Since he was a healer, his natural skill was healing, and Zeke thought that after he had awakened, his master had trained him to the limit, but thanks to the healing skill, he had never died. According to the system window, even at that age, he already possessed the healing ability, so he decided to test whether the window was correct. It was explained that, in his past life, he only became a healer around the age of 20. At that moment, he concentrated his power and realized that there was something different about his body, because even though he was so young, he already had his redder. He then understood that, although he had returned to the past with a child's body and no training, he still retained all his memories and abilities, which gave him an immense advantage. Before he could do anything, he knew he had to understand everything that was at his disposal. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, asking if they could come in and saying that it was pointless pretending they weren't there, as they already knew he was. Zeke thought he hadn't read everything yet and didn't know how to hide the status windows, so he got desperate. The door opened, and in walked his butler, Decker, who asked if Zeke was ready yet and what he was thinking. Zeke asked ready for what, while thinking that Decker apparently wasn't looking at the system windows. Decker asked if he was being serious, and Zeke remembered how scary the butler was in his youth, and that even though he had the mind of a 30-year-old, he couldn't get rid of that deep-rooted fear, until the system automatically activated the resilient mind skill and the fear disappeared. The resilient mind skill meant that the user wasn't easily shaken, and Zeke found it very convenient that it activated on its own. Decker went on to say that he had warned him the day before about an important event and asked if Zeke was paying attention, to which he replied yes, but then he remembered something and asked if the butler was talking about the assessment called Pancratio. It was explained that all Drakers went through a training system called the Cradle, which started at the age of 7 and lasted for 5 years, where the children went through rigorous basic training. The instructors evaluated the new students each year through fencing competitions and also the Pancratio, which was a fight with no rules. The Pancratio combatants were chosen by the instructors, but on some occasions, the students themselves chose their opponents as long as there was mutual consent. As there were no rules, there were cases in which people were seriously injured or even died. But this competition was what determined the class in which the students would be placed within the academy, so it wasn't as if these children had the option of not taking part. Later, in an arena, an instructor stood in front of all the students and said that, as everyone knew, it was Pancratio Day, and everyone was aware that this was the last part of the assessment. Everyone agreed. That main instructor was called Panmark, and he asked everyone to get ready for the fight to begin. It seemed that there were quite a few people in the place, except that while Zeke was there, everyone was talking behind his back saying that he was a waste, a piece of trash, even though he was from the main Draker lineage. Later, the fights finally began, and when Panmark started the first duel, one of the students went in first, but the other dodged easily, landed a hook on his opponent, and knocked him down with a single blow. Zeke thought the fight was already decided, because that's what happens when someone doesn't have a defensive posture. The winner of the fight was Aaron, and Zeke remembered that he used to be afraid of him when he was younger, but now he saw that these guys were nothing compared to him. Elsewhere in the audience, there was someone who was ready to put an end to Zeke's race, and later, it was his turn to face that boy. Zeke recognized his opponent as Leon, who began by teasing him, saying that he had come back and didn't seem to have learned anything in the last year, ordering Zeke to beg for his life if he wanted to get out alive. Zeke thought that every year his opponent was Leon, and last time he had actually asked for mercy. He was convinced that Leon did something behind the curtains to ensure that this always happened, and he wondered how someone so despicable could be his cousin. Zeke remembered that, in his past life, he had never had the chance to meet his 4 direct line brothers, but he had more than a dozen cousins who loved to humiliate him. Leon said that Zeke should at least show respect, since he had the courage to go back that year. Or maybe it was just because he was dumb and didn't learn his lesson. At that moment, Zeke activated his resilient mind ability and thought that he wouldn't fall for these cheap insults. When Leon called him inferior, Zeke replied that it wouldn't be nice if he kept calling him that. Leon asked what he would do, and at that moment, Zeke activated his critical hit ability, unleashing a direct hook that knocked Leon down instantly. This ability dealt double damage, and Leon fell screaming with a lot of blood coming out of his face. Zeke thought he just wanted to hit him, but the skill had automatically activated again. The instructor, startled, asked what he was doing, since he had attacked before the fight had even started. Zeke replied that in a war there is no counting, and whoever attacks first has the advantage. The instructor was terrified by the bloodlust he felt emanating from him, but Leon, still bleeding, said he was fine and ready for combat, promising not to give in to that piece of garbage. Zeke replied that Leon was really stubborn and wouldn't learn his lesson. The instructor officially started the fight, and Leon went in blindly. At first, he realized that Zeke's blows didn't have any impact, and thought that by maintaining a defensive posture, he wasn't a threat. However, when Zeke counterattacked, Leon dodged and found the move predictable. He grabbed Zeke and tried to knock him down, saying he was going to finish him off right then and there, only for Zeke to land a knee right in his face, completely disarming him. Leon wondered what had happened, and even the instructor was incredulous. He thought that when Leon Leon grabbed Zeke's leg, the fight was already decided, but the knee was precise. It took his opponent's breath away, and he dropped his guard, and the blow was completely neutralized. The instructor was impressed by the precision of a 12-year-old boy, and began to wonder if this was really the Zeke he knew. Leon, realizing that he wouldn't be able to beat him this way, tried to create some distance, but Zeke kicked his leg and knocked him down. When Leon tried to get up to land a direct punch on Zeke's face, he thought he could control his strength this time, and activated his heightened senses ability, which temporarily increased all his senses and instincts. With that, he easily dodged the attack and, with more control over his body, grabbed Leon's arm and threw him hard against the ground, cracking the arena with the impact and raising a large cloud of dust. To finish, Zeke used the precise thrust, a blow that hit Leon directly in the weak spot, breaking one of his ribs. Zeke said that even an idiot like Leon should learn that lesson, so he started punching him in the face incessantly, leaving both the instructor and the audience completely terrified by the scene. And Zeke said that now Leon would really learn, leaving him there, all bloody on the floor of the arena. Zeke said that his head felt a lot lighter after sweating a bit, and that he could now clearly recognize every person there, telling everyone to stop staring at him and come to him if they had anything to say. At that moment, someone from the audience stood up and declared that he would choose Zeke Draker as his opponent in the Pancratium, saying that he really had something to say to him. And Zeke recognized that it was Jaqen Vard, another one of his cousins, and replied that that was fine, but fighting him alone would be too boring. So he ordered Liam Stone, Jaqen's butler, to join the fight, saying that it would be fairer that way. Jaqen asked if he was being insulted, and Zeke obligingly confirmed it, calling him an imbecile. And Jaqen thought that now he was definitely going to kill Zeke. When the three of them arrived at the arena, the instructor warned Zeke not to do anything until he gave permission, and Zeke thought it was curious to see that boy there again. The future king of mercenaries, Liam Stone. In Zeke's past life, Liam had joined Jaqen as a servant, but because he was from a very distant branch of the family, he was left out of his education and begged to be accepted into Valhalla's top academy, but ended up joining the knightly order of a small nation called Baranon, which later fell, and so Liam became a mercenary. With his vast experience on the battlefield, Liam eventually became a Red Knight, united the three largest mercenary groups, and became known as the King of Mercenaries. While the Empire hired the Stone Mercenaries, Liam took part in the Continental Wars, and Zeke, along with the people of the North, faced Liam as an enemy, but thought that this time it would be different. When the fight began, Jaqen launched a direct blow at Zeke, but was impressed when he saw that the punch was easily parried. Zeke told them both to attack at the same time, and Jaqen wondered if he really thought he would fall for these tricks. But when he tried to kick, he had the blow blocked easily, stepped back in pain, and heard Zeke say that he should pay more attention before attacking. Jaqen's leg was visibly wounded, and Zeke commented that he was too easily distracted, coming up with the critical hit. But the moment Jaqen raised his guard, Zeke wondered if he wasn't too scared to realize the attack, because instead of punching, he kicked his already injured shin again. Taking advantage of this opening, Zeke punched Jaqen straight in the chest, causing him to spit out a large amount of blood. Zeke declared that he had already said that Jaqen alone wasn't enough, so Jaqen shouted for Liam's help, saying that together they would finish the bastard off. Zeke wondered if Liam was also 12, as he looked much stronger and older, and when Liam prepared his attack, Zeke thought he wouldn't be able to block, so he decided to take the lead in the fight. He began to attack Liam's block with speed, activating his quick strike skill, hitting several parts of his opponent's body at once. This E-rank skill created a barrage of consecutive attacks against the enemy, and the audience was shocked by this, thinking that Zeke's performance was simply insane. Zeke thought that both the instructor and the audience must be confused and curious, but this technique was something he had learned in the North, and even though his young body couldn't take it yet, the biggest problem at the moment was Liam's monstrous physique, which didn't counterattack or dodge, just blocked everything with resistance. Zeke felt that his body was reaching its limit, but decided to test how powerful Liam's body was, so he went for a big final blow, only for Liam to dodge easily at the last second. Zeke thought that Liam couldn't even see the ether with his own eyes. He only had an insane sense, which was why Liam managed to grab Zeke's arm with ease and was already preparing to throw him. But Zeke managed to escape at the last moment and landed a knee to the back of Liam's head. He activated his instincts again to apply a counter maneuver, doing a leg lock around Liam's neck, and thought that it didn't matter how strong someone's body was. If there was no oxygen, there was no point. But even though he was almost suffocating, Liam still managed to fight back, repeatedly hitting Zeke hard enough to make him spit blood, and Zeke thought it would become a contest to see who could last the longest in that situation. After exchanging many blows, Liam began to lose consciousness, even showing extreme fury and the audience watched with horrified expressions while one of the instructors looked on. Finally, a body fell, revealing that it was Liam who had been knocked out, and someone in the audience, who seemed to have expected this outcome, commented that it would be an honor to defeat Zeke Draker. Returning to the dormitory, Decker commented that he had heard that Zeke had hurt himself badly and asked if he was all right, to which Zeke replied that he was now. Decker, however, asked to check his pulse, and Zeke understood that he actually wanted to check his aura to see if he had woken up. So Zeke held out his palm, and Decker thanked him and used his own aura to do the analysis. And Zeke wondered if Decker was, in fact, a blue knight. Zeke thought that normally, when checking someone's aura, you would touch the person's inner energy center, but Decker was infusing his own aura into his body to get a better feel, which would only be possible for someone of a high level. It was explained that not all knights are equal, as they are classified according to their martial skills and their aura manipulation. The white knight was considered a novice, and most of the children in the cradle were at this level. The yellow knight represented the first level of awakened, when the internal energy center was opened. By freely controlling their aura, the person became a purple knight, able to imbue their sword with their own aura. And above that came the blue knight, who was able to form a blade entirely made of aura. Then there was the level of the red knights, who completely crossed the line and reached transcendence. Like the legendary mercenary king Liam or Zeke himself in his past life, there were also the black knights, who were complete monsters, and only a few existed on the entire continent. Zeke wondered how someone as skilled as Decker had become his babysitter, but soon thought it didn't matter since Decker wouldn't be able to detect ether, something that only 2 people in the whole world could use. Even so, when Decker had finished checking his wrist, he asked if Zeke was hiding something, to which Zeke replied with another question, asking if he was hiding something too, and then laughed saying he was joking. Decker asked why Zeke had changed so much recently, and Zeke replied that this question was wrong, because the right question would be why it had taken him so long to change. And he said that many things would change from now on, and everything would go to the right place. All Decker had to do was follow him. Decker replied that he understood his young master and said that he had already prepared the training room. Zeke thanked him, saying that Decker was great as always and told him he could rest. He then thought that if Decker had been sent to keep an eye on him, he would need to keep him close to prevent any information from leaking out. But the problem was knowing who had given that order, probably one of his brothers. When he got to the training room, he wondered if this was his personal space and decided that the first thing he would do would be to check his system. Everything seemed normal, except for his quick strike skill, which was now at the proficient level, and Zeke thought that this was the only change for the time being. He began to wonder if the repeated use of a skill caused it to evolve, and thought that perhaps that was the case. He believed that skills were being activated naturally based on his actions, and perhaps if he learned something new during his training, a new skill might also emerge. He began to wonder what the difference was between a common skill and a class skill, since they seem very similar, and there was also the factor of draconic skills that he could develop later on. Zeke knew that he needed points to unlock his abilities, but at the moment he had exactly 0 karma points, so he went to check how to get them and discovered that he needed to kill monsters to do so. He thought there were several dungeons with monsters scattered around the continent, but to enter one of them, you had to be at least a purple knight, which he wasn't yet. Even so, what intrigued him most now is why he had returned to the past, and he thought it might have something to do with the ancient relic he had obtained in that moment before his death. After pondering it for a while, he decided that it didn't matter for the time being, because what he really needed to do right now was train to become stronger. With great effort, he picked up a sword, feeling his whole body tremble, and told himself that it didn't matter whether he used the system or the power inherited from the Drakers, he would find a way to strengthen himself. It was explained that in that world, there were 2 main types of power, the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Knights strengthened their bodies and weapons with aura, while mages manipulated mana through magic circles. These 2 powers were at opposite ends of the energy spectrum, which meant that someone who awakened one of them could not awaken the other. However, Zeke was unlucky enough not to awaken either of them. Because of this, he was abandoned by his home, and during his days wandering the streets, he met his master, who taught him many things, the most useful being healing and the ether room. With ether, which was an energy created and developed by his master, Zeke managed to master it completely and was now the only ether user in the world besides his own master. After 2 hours of training, he was completely exhausted and his hands were bloody, but he activated his healing ability and quickly solved the problem. Zeke thought that this ability was extremely rare and that he had never heard of it until he met his master. He knew that if he used healing in front of certain people, he could be treated as an irregular, so he didn't use it during the battle against Liam. But as soon as he returned to his room, he needed needed to heal, otherwise he would face serious consequences. After recovering his body, Zeke said he would train some more, and at sunset he commented to himself that it was time for dinner, wondering what he would say to Decker, since he had practically destroyed the training room. A week later, in the cafeteria of the Cradle, some people commented on him, saying that he was completely different, perhaps even involved in black magic, and some even thanked him, saying that he represented the weak who finally had someone to look up to. At a nearby table, where several cadets were eating, one person was quietly listening to all these conversations. It was Reina Tarun, and next to her was Leon, still all bruised up. Owen, sitting at the table, told Leon that he'd better eat even if he didn't have an appetite, as he'd need a lot of energy to recover, and Leon, irritated, asked if he was mocking him. Owen replied that it was just friendly advice, but commented that perhaps Leon's inferiority complex was really too great. Leon was furious, stood up abruptly, and even dropped a piece of meat on the floor, which made Reina visibly angry, and even Leon noticed the look on her face. The people at the table fell silent, and then asked what they were going to do now, since the main topic was still Zeke Draker. One of the people commented that Zeke may have been impressive in the Pancratio, but he doubted very much that he would do well in fencing duels, since he could barely hold a sword. Leon agreed, saying that he was so weak that he had to have a custom sword made, as the basic ones were too heavy for him, and added that his victory at the Pancratio must have been luck. But when he mentioned luck, Reina got up from the table, and everyone fell silent. Leon was flustered by the look on her face, and Reina declared that if they really believed it was luck, then they didn't deserve to be part of House Draker. It was explained that in sword duels, unlike Pancratio, participants were obliged to use weapons, specifically swords, and that incidents in these duels were often even more serious than in free fights. It was in this type of combat that the difference in ability between the cadets was most evident. A month after the final exams, the Rite of Blessing would begin, which was the moment when the Drakers awakened their aura. Once in the arena where the duels would take place, the instructor asked Zeke to step forward. As he began to approach, everyone began to comment on the huge sword he was carrying, wondering what that ridiculously large weapon was and whether Zeke really believed that using a large sword would make him stronger. Until Zeke's opponent catches his eye, and it's Reina, who approaches the arena and declares that she has chosen him as her opponent. Zeke replies that he's fine with it and accepts the challenge, at which point Reina notices that he's wielding a claymore, that giant sword, quite easily, and thinks that now that she's facing him head-on, she can say for sure that this Zeke is different from the one of the past. Even so, Reina thinks she can't let herself be intimidated, because even before the duel begins, she needs to keep her confidence up. Zeke thinks he'll do as he's always done, but admits that dueling against the Electric Knight makes him a little nervous, because Reina Tarun, known as the Lightning Knight, made her name in the Continental Wars and was considered one of the greatest of the Draker generation, mainly because she awakened her aura even before the Blessing Rite, although she never used it in the Cradle, because she said she wanted to hone her physical skills first. Then the instructor starts the fight, and Reina is the first to attack. Even though she realizes that Zeke's defense is much better than before, she manages to surprise him from behind, and although he blocks, he ends up being thrown away. However, her giant sword absorbs most of the impact, and Zeke thinks that Reina is even stronger than he thought. When she gets close again and reduces the distance between them, some cadets in the audience start commenting that she should end the fight right away and stop playing around, as she seemed to be taking it easy on Zeke. Just then, Zeke manages to break down her posture and thinks that with his current skills, he can clearly sense every gap and opening in his opponent's body. But even so, Reina's movements are so fast that they surpass even his predictions, putting an end to any attempt at a direct attack. Soon, new openings appeared, and he thought that it looked a lot like a training duel, the kind he was already very familiar with. So he continued exchanging sword blows with Reina, and the floor of the arena was already littered with marks and scratches from the blades in that first fight alone. Reina was beginning to show fatigue, but Zeke was still standing firm, and he wondered if that was all she had to offer in the Cradle, because as skillful as her sword was and her fundamentals were solid, she seemed to be holding back. Zeke thought he would help her break through this shell, so he took up a stance with his sword lowered, ready to approach quickly. Reina recognized the type of posture and thought she knew exactly what he was going to try, so she prepared to block. Only to her surprise, Zeke advanced with much greater speed than she had expected and narrowly managed to dodge a blow that even broke part of the floor. Reina realized that she was only able to dodge because there was some distance between them, and that if the next attack came closer, she wouldn't have time to react. To avoid this, she stepped back a long way, but didn't notice that Zeke had hit the ground with his sword, throwing a stone directly at her face. This distracted Reina for a moment, and Zeke took advantage of the opening to getting close with a direct blow to her neck. Reina thought it was over for her, but in that instant she managed to disarm Zeke, throwing his sword away, and the audience commented, as was expected of Reina, that she didn't even need to use aura. However, the instructor saw what the others didn't. because just as Zeke's attack was about to reach her, she used enough aura in her hand to deflect it, even though she had promised not to use it until she got to the academy. This meant that Zeke managed to force her to break her promise and activate her aura. Zeke asked what she was doing, approached her with a punch, and said it wasn't over yet, landing a direct blow to her neck that made her spit blood and fall to her knees, visibly weakened. The whole audience started swearing at him, saying that it was a sword fight and that Reina should win, calling Zeke a disgrace to the cradle. Zeke ignored the comments and asked Reina directly if she wanted to continue. Reina thought she hadn't really lost yet, but she recognized that she had been hit because she had let her guard down, and that if Zeke had been using a dagger instead of his fist, she would have been dead. Then she accepted defeat and declared that she had lost the fight, causing everyone around her to fall completely silent. At this point, it is explained that Zeke Draker, the one who until a few days ago was called Garbage, managed to beat one of the cradle's greatest students, Reina Tarun. And meanwhile, in a very distant place in a burning castle, several knights were carrying bodies and throwing them into a gutter. Near the castle, in one of the towers, a person asked another how he could drink tea in such a situation, and was then told that a letter had arrived saying that Zeke Draker had defeated Reina. The man drinking tea replied that William was always very serious and asked how long they had until the rite of blessing, and William replied that they had until the next full moon. The man then stood up and said that it was time to visit his family, as he was curious to know what kind of awakening the youngest would have. It was explained that even after causing a shock throughout the cradle with his victory, Zeke simply went back to training as if nothing had happened, and a month later, on the day of the blessing rite, he was there, wrapping up yet another training session. He thought that he didn't really know how he had become a Red Knight in his past life with that body, and he recognized that his abilities, had evolved a lot since then, but he still had 0 karma points. He reflected on how the system worked, believing that as he went from beginner to expert and then to expert, when he rose in rank, skill returned to beginner level, only now classified as rank D. He also realized that during the duel with Reina, he had gained a new skill called Light Steps. He was interrupted by a noise at the door and asked what Decker wanted. The butler informed him that they would be leaving in 2 hours, and Zeke replied that it would be fine, that he would be ready, and asked him to prepare everything. Later on their way, he was in a carriage and commented to himself that it had been a long time since he had set foot on the family's main estate. This estate belonged to the Draker family and was located within the Duchy of Troy, although the main residence of the lineage was located in the heart of the continent, in the Fortress of the Four Seasons. The rite of blessing had to be performed on the main estate, precisely where the legend of the Dragon Slayer began. Stepping down from the carriage, Zeke finally arrived at the Draker family's main estate, also known as the Dragon's Nest. All the cadets entered the main residence together, and Zeke realized, perhaps for the first time, that all the people who were there as spectators were famous figures, whom he used to hear about in the newspapers. He was sure that his own family had sent informants to observe him, and he knew that if he failed to wake up, these people would certainly not ignore him. Just then, he began to feel something strange and wondered what that bastard was doing there. Then an important figure approached and asked him what had brought him there during the blessing rite, to which he replied that it was no big deal, just curiosity, and commented that his beloved younger brother was present. It was the second son of the Draker family, known as the Blade of the Lion, Abel Draker, who spotted Zeke and said his name out loud. Zeke thought that this was the legendary butcher knight Abel, and tried to remain calm, as there was nothing he could do about it. In his past life, Abel didn't attend his rite of blessing, so his actions were clearly changing the future, and that made him nervous, because now he didn't know what to expect. At that moment, it was announced that the rite of blessing would begin, and the first to be called was Aaron, probably in alphabetical order. Aaron prepared himself and dipped his hand into a basin of water, where there was a needle at the bottom, and as soon as it was pierced, his blood came into contact with the water, causing a powerful magic to start emanating. The magic spread throughout his body, creating an intense magical storm that shone throughout the arena. It was explained that during the rite of blessing, all Drakers awaken the aura sealed within them when they reach the age of graduation from the cradle, around 12 years old, which put the descendants of the Drakers far ahead of other knights in the world, who usually only awaken at the age of 20. After Aaron, the instructor called the next name, and it was said that even within the Drakers themselves, there are rare cases in which, in addition to the aura, an ancestral trait called mana inhibition also awakens, linked directly to the legacy of the ancient dragon slayers. Just then, something starts to happen inside the hall, and everyone starts to see red lights shining around them. It is explained that those who have mana inhibition end up becoming at least as strong as yellow knights, although some have revealed potential equivalent to red knights or even black knights, going through the so-called pure blood awakening. The instructor asked them to bring their special gloves and explains that because of the mana inhibition, everyone who awakens in this way needs to wear them in order to live an ordinary life. Otherwise, their uncontrolled aura would affect their body and the surrounding environment. Reina then puts on her gloves and is told that when someone is able to prove that they are a pureblood, they officially receive the Draker surname, as well as the family's unparalleled support in terms of countless privileges and resources. Everyone present is impressed by this, and many comment that, of course, Reina would be capable of such a feat. The next person to be called up is Zeke, who thinks that he didn't expect to have to face that cursed statue again, as he remembers how horrible that moment had been in his past life. Even though the rite of blessing had been the only thing that had driven him to pass through the cradle, he had received a shameful title that day. But now it was different. Not only could he heal himself, he was also able to manipulate his ether, and throughout his time in the cradle, he neither gave up nor surrendered. Zeke thought that this time the statue needed to take pity on him, so he dipped his hand into the water and stuck the needle in. The statue began to shake, but suddenly stopped, and everyone began to wonder what had happened, as this had never happened before. Zeke, furious, took his hand out of the water and muttered that he knew he had gotten too confident because of that asshole behind him. The murmuring began, and everyone in the audience started talking behind his back, saying that he was a disgrace and had failed to wake up. Zeke thought that people hadn't changed and that it didn't make much difference to him because it had happened before. At this point, the system apologized to Zeke, saying that due to a delay in processing, the response message had arrived with a delay. Zeke didn't understand immediately, but the system explained that information had been found missing from the identification terminal, and that now that this data had been entered, his class had been officially recognized. The terminal confirmed that he had the rare healer class, and Zeke thought it was serious, until he looked back and saw a bright red light illuminating the hall. The entire audience recognized that light as a sign of a pureblood awakening, while Zeke saw several system windows that no one else could see. The system then reported that a connection had been made to the terminal, and that the blessing of the Elder Dragon had been activated. The light then changed from red to gold, and Abel, who was watching everything, remained silent, just observing. The system went on to explain that the fighting blood had been awakened, and that, because of his rare and exceptional talents, a new unique class had been created exclusively for him, called Immortal. The crowd was confused at the sight of that golden light, something no one there had ever witnessed before, and Zeke thought he knew exactly what was going on, but decided not to say anything, as raising suspicions could be dangerous. People began to comment on whether the statue was defective or whether there had been some mistake in the rite, but then Abel clapped his hands to attract attention and asked why everyone was so serious, saying that they had two pure bloods in one rite, which was cause for celebration. The people looked at each other and agreed, clapping even though they were visibly nervous in his presence. Abel then asked why they were still standing around and said that he would get the special gloves for Zeke, who thought that those gloves were really heavy. The next name was called, and Abel seemed genuinely pleased with what had just happened to Zeke, but he knew that his brother's intentions ran much deeper than they seemed. Even so, he felt terrible knowing that he would have to rely on Abel's help in some way. The instructor then announced that the blessing rite was over and invited everyone to enjoy the feast that was to follow, but Zeke didn't think any feast would interest him, as he just wanted to continue his training. However, someone caught his eye, and Zeke was surprised to see that it was Abel, who asked where he thought he was going so soon, since the party hadn't even started, and congratulated his little brother on his pureblood awakening. Abel held out his hand for a shake, and Zeke thought he would play his little game for the time being, but at that moment he remembered everything that had happened in his past life and hesitated, refusing to shake Abel's hand. Abel remarked that that was really strange coming from Zeke, but Zeke thought that, even if his life depended on it, he would never shake hands with that scum. Abel then said that Zeke really was no good, and that he would have to be content with just seeing his face, but he patted his brother on the shoulder and said that it was good to see him again before walking away quietly. Zeke thought that yes, they would see each other again. Later, at the party, everyone was impressed by the fact that there had been two pureblood awakenings in a single rite, but they began to wonder where Zeke was, since he hadn't shown up. The truth was that he was already in his room, had taken off his glove and coat, and commented to himself that he thought he was going to suffocate in those clothes, but he still recognized that the room was well appointed. It was explained that all purebloods have the ability to inhibit mana, a condition that proves that their body has a natural resistance to mana, as it is directly opposed to the essence of dragons, the source of all mana in the world. However, since the vast majority of technologies, tools, and even lighting systems rely on mana as fuel, a pureblood needs to wear special gloves to live normally. Zeke thought that if he really was a pureblood, he would have a lot of problems, but But then he decided to open his status window. There he saw that he had acquired 2 new skills called Mana Reflection and Muscle Mass Buff, as well as now having 100 karma points available to unlock draconic abilities. He commented that this was very different from before, but noticed something strange as he didn't have mana inhibition, but mana reflection. Curious, he sat down to read the description of the new skill. The mana reflection skill created a distortion field that canceled out any surrounding mana, but Zeke understood that this was an active skill, not a passive one, which was why the lamps hadn't failed completely during the rite. What's more, his previous class of healer had now been replaced by a unique class called Immortal, and Zeke wondered about it all. He thought that all the regular cadets got a blue aura, only Reyna had awakened a pure-blooded red aura, but hers was initially red and then turned golden. He remembered that the system had said that information was missing for the classification, and that the terminal, represented by the bronze statue, had received the information and only then began to emit red light. Now he understood what had really happened because he realized that the terminal doesn't actually determine the user's aura, but rather their class. If the statue emits red light, it means that the user has obtained a rare class, and if the light is golden, then it is a unique class. This made sense, as both the concept of classes and the use of those statues were very old practices, and it was only natural that they should be related to each other. He thought that, since everyone only saw the red light and didn't understand how the statue really worked, no one realized that he hadn't actually awakened an aura yet, but only a special class. Even so, he now had 100 karma points, and he wondered how he had gotten them, but decided not to worry about it for the moment, as he was going to use them to unlock his draconic abilities. He then accessed the list of available skills and saw several options, including Dragon Eyes, Dragon Knight, and Devour. Zeke pondered whether to choose the eyes or the power of the dragon, until he noticed the description of the Devour skill, which only said that it allowed the user to eat and digest a large amount of matter, which he found unconvincing. He then decided to choose skills that really seemed useful, and chose Dragon Eyes and Dragon Power, although he knew that the latter could be dangerous to use in there. Activating his Dragon Eyes, he stood up and noticed that, despite the promising description, nothing seemed to have changed immediately. He went out onto the balcony, opened the door, looked out over the garden, and commented that it didn't even make sense, as he could now see the whole garden as if it were right in front of him. He realized that his range of vision had been drastically extended, and commented that this could be very useful. Soon after, a new system window appeared asking if he would like a detailed analysis of the object he had just observed, and Zeke wondered what that was. Then several windows began to appear in sequence, listing the material and composition of everything around him, from the table, the carpet, the candles, and even the furniture. It was at this point that he began to feel strange, a little nauseous and fatigued, and he wondered if this reaction was normal for a draconic ability, until the system activated Zeke's healing factor, together with vigor recovery, completely healing his body, although he commented that he didn't intend to use healing at that moment. But he noticed something different, because all his skills had changed to passive skills, and their levels had also increased. And when he looked at the description of the healing factor, he read that his body now repaired itself automatically without needing any commands. Zeke thought that this was completely stolen, because even though healing in itself was already an extremely powerful ability, in his past life he couldn't use it repeatedly, and the effects were limited. But now, with the healing factor activated, this power was infinite, and he wanted to test it immediately. He took a knife, made a cut in his own arm, and watched the blood flow out until seconds later the healing factor was activated and the wound simply disappeared. Zeke then wondered if the academy really took 5 years to complete, because he was sure it would be finished in 2. And then it was explained that the Draker Academy was the largest knighting academy on the entire continent, the kind of institution that any aspiring knight would give an arm or a leg to get into. Located within the Duchy of Troy, the region was always full of life, and the cadets were excited for the semester to begin. As he passed through them all, Zeke thought that the high-class students weren't so different from the adults, since everyone in that academy was trained and conditioned to perfection. But when he compared them to the people in the cradle, he noticed that the big families had already established themselves with a lot of authority, and he thought that the Draker family was rotten to the core. It was then explained that among the numerous branch families that supported the transcendent Draker family, 3 stood out for their influence and were known as the Great Families. The Arum, known for their strength, the Zimmons for their wisdom, and the Vardeks for their gold. Zeke thought that even the children from those other families recognized the authority of someone from a big house, but he told himself that none of that mattered to him. Later, as he approached the high-class dormitory, the famous Platinum Mansion, Zeke commented that it looked like a good place, and it was explained that this mansion was a special dormitory furnished with a training room, library, and various kinds of facilities, and was only open to high-ranking students. Even Cradle students couldn't get in easily unless they were pure-blood awakenings, as they had the special privilege of occupying an entire floor called the Platinum Floor. When he entered the mansion, one of the maids welcomed him, saying that she would guide him to his floor, and several other people were there to serve him. Zeke wondered if all this was too much, but one of the servants informed him that Mr. Decker was already waiting for him in his room. As soon as Zeke arrived, Decker welcomed him and said that there was something to deliver, and on the table there was a small chest, which contained a new pair of gloves, much more useful and lighter than the previous ones. Zeke commented that, since he had received new gloves, he also wanted a new sword, and Decker replied that that was an excellent decision, young master. Zeke then looked out of the window and saw a large mountain range, commenting that the Duchy of Troy was close to the Giants Mountains, known for their abundance of quality iron, which led to weapons made from this metal being called Trojan weapons. Decker said he would find a good blacksmith, but Zeke said it wasn't necessary, as he already had someone in mind, and gave a slight smile before asking Decker to just make an appointment with that person. Decker read the name written on the paper, Galleon Halbert, and said that he had never heard of him, but that he would contact him, and before leaving, he warned that classes would start the next day, so he asked Zeke to review the documents. Later, alone in his room, Zeke calmly analyzed everything and thought that the Platinum Floor was completely isolated, which gave him the freedom to develop his draconic abilities at will, until someone knocked on the door, and it was a maid, who apologized for entering like that, but informed him that Miss Reyna had invited Zeke to dinner. Zeke wondered why he had been invited, but said it was fine, and asked the maid to guide him. So at that moment, Zeke went up to the roof of the Platinum Mansion and wondered what exactly that place was, until he saw Reyna sitting in the center of the space, surrounded by other people, welcoming Zeke Draker with a light smile. Reyna commented that her family was a bit peculiar and apologized for this, dismissing everyone else present so that they could be alone. Zeke thanked her for her concern, and Reyna said she would like to discuss business with him after dinner. Zeke watched carefully and thought that the Lightning Knight, even sitting and relaxed, was only using her abdomen to contain the immense aura emanating from her body, and concluded that she was probably already aiming to become a purple knight. But at the same time, he noticed that her fencing had become repetitive, so he thought that Reyna was wasting her potential. After they had eaten a lot, with Reyna eating even more, she said that now was the time to talk business, and explained that she wanted Zeke to accept the Tarun family's support. But Zeke replied that perhaps she was forgetting something important, since he was also an awakened pureblood. Reyna then said that he was the one who was forgetting something about purebloods, because even though they received various benefits, such as access to the Platinum Floor, they didn't receive advantages related to growth or skill development. She explained that, even with centuries of accumulated knowledge within the academy, if you don't have a personal instructor to guide your progress, you end up falling behind, no matter how good your talent. Reyna added that this is why supportive families are necessary, because even Abel Draker, also a pureblood like them, was only able to become the youngest to achieve the title of White Knight and later Black Knight, because of the support he received from his mother's family, the influential Zimmons family. Reyna said that although the Turin Patriarch didn't reveal the reason, she knew that Zeke wasn't receiving any kind of support from his maternal family. She said she would repeat it just one more time, asking Zeke Draker to accept the support of the Tarun family. Zeke refused outright, which left Reyna confused, asking if he really thought it was a bad deal, and he replied that it wasn't because of that, but because he didn't need anything more than what he had already received. In return for dinner, Zeke said he would give her some very important advice and a warning, saying that her sword had a lot of power, but that she needed to be more aware of the men around her. He told her to listen carefully because her greatest strength wasn't raw power, but the fluidity that came from a light and flexible body, which didn't receive attacks head-on, but let the blows pass sideways, and then responded with a single, precise, and delicate blow, and that if she managed to master this principle, she would grow much more than she had so far. After that, Zeke got up, thanked her for dinner, and left, leaving Reyna pounding her fist on the table in frustration. She thought that the Tarun family had always focused on strength, and that in the end, she was just following an old tradition without thinking it through, even though she was aware of everything that was going on. Zeke had really seen through that, and she thought that, even though she had been called a genius during her childhood, the person who had given her the best advice of her life was Zeke Draker, and she wondered who that boy really was. Meanwhile, Zeke, walking back through the halls of the mansion, thought that his class ability abilities had changed to a completely insane level, and that he had trained all night without feeling any fatigue, because he now possessed a class ability called infinite energy. He reflected that, in his past life, he thought that place was hell itself, but now, as a pure-blooded, awakened person, he had everything he needed, from power to money, even if he didn't care much about it deep down. However, he was interrupted when some people approached, calling out to him, and he realized that it was Owen, who was accompanied by his troop. Owen Siemens, the third son of the powerful Siemens family, was known for always being involved in internal plots at the academy and had been responsible for scheming the bullying episodes against Zeke. But for some reason, he was now showing himself to be friendly. Owen asked if Zeke had received the letter inviting him to a dinner, and Zeke thought it was the letter that had mysteriously appeared on his desk. Owen asked why he hadn't replied, and Zeke replied that he wasn't very funny and asked why he should bother replying. Until someone approached, a very large and muscular man, and said that Zeke should be more respectful to his master. But Zeke asked who that guy was and laughed, as he had never seen him before. The guy thought it was funny that Zeke didn't recognize him, commented that the cradle really didn't have much outside information. But Zeke, having no patience for conversation, just turned away and said he didn't have time for that. However, at that very moment, the man tried to attack him, but Zeke was able to defend himself quickly and move away nimbly, noticing that this guy was able to use a basic form of aura manipulation, which indicated that he was a high-level student. The guy then introduced himself as Durbin Roswell, saying that he would teach Zeke some manners for talking like that to his young master, and said that he was called Durbin the Mighty. Zeke laughed and commented that a cadet already having a pseudonym was really funny, so he quickly approached and said that the guy was a joke, landing a straight punch right in Durbin's stomach, who spat blood and was thrown away, falling completely defeated to the ground. Zeke asked what Durbin the Mighty's next move would be and told Owen to run and collect his subordinate. Owen, without reacting, just passed by Zeke's side, whispering in his ear that he certainly liked to bask in his own glory, calling him Zeke Draker before walking away. Zeke replied to himself that they were all a joke. It was then explained that the Draker Academy was divided into two large classes. The normal class, for those who didn't show extraordinary talents and which demanded extreme effort from the students from early in the morning until late at night, and the special class, where students were free to choose their subjects, with the exception of the compulsory ones, this being the place where the Academy's elites gathered, and where Zeke also belonged. Sitting in the classroom, Zeke was bored and commented that he had expected this, as everyone in the room was a former student of the cradle, until a teacher entered asking for silence and announced that, to encourage the freshmen in the special class, someone very special was coming to pay a visit. He explained that this person had not only been a commander during the Imperial War, but was also the hero responsible for preventing the invasion of the Empire, and then asked everyone to welcome the Dean of the Academy, the war hero Howard Draker. It was explained that Howard Draker was known as a genius of tactics and fencing, but Zeke on the inside thought differently. To him, Howard was nothing more than a traitorous rat who in his past life had given information to his enemies to try to survive, only to end up lucky because the enemy got screwed anyway. Zeke didn't think that man was a real hero, but rather responsible for him losing the only place he could have stayed, since, because of him, Zeke ended up being caught by traffickers and sold as a slave to the Southern Cartel. And that's why he was now sure that he would make this man pay. Later, after the dean's speech, another instructor took the lead and said that he believed the dean's words had touched the hearts of everyone there. But now it was time to go to the arena, as they would have a practical lesson. Zeke was surprised to see that even the special class had direct combat lessons, aimed at learning the basics of how to kill dragons, and commented to himself that in his past life, just because he couldn't use aura, it had taken him 2 years to learn something that others could master in 3 months, and he felt that it wouldn't end well. Soon the teacher introduced himself to the freshmen. It was the Knight of the Rose, Andre Draker, who said he would teach them the basics of dragon fighting. Everyone was impressed that he was so young and already wearing that uniform, and yet he was an instructor. Zeke then thought about him, remembering that Andre, although not a pureblood, graduated early from the academy and also from Valhalla, being recognized as a kind of genius who only appeared once every century, and thought that the level of the special class really was differentiated. He also remembered that Andre was known for his uncompromising personality, and quickly told everyone to shut up so that he could start the lesson. As soon as everyone was silent, Andre ordered them to draw their swords, and, seeing Zeke, became curious and asked what kind of sword he was using. Zeke drew his claymore with speed and skill and replied that it was the sword he used, asking if there was a problem with that. Andre, Andre, visibly irritated by Zeke's tone, ordered him to get up into the arena and asked if the cadet didn't know that you have to use a sword that adapts to your body. Zeke already knew it was going to happen, so he made a point of drawing his sword with great speed, with every intention of showing that he was prepared, and even commented that he was sure he could defeat even an instructor with that sword. Andre was clearly irritated by this provocation, while Zeke thought that everything would be fine if the instructor just saw his skills in action. Andre tried to intimidate him with his presence, but Zeke activated his resilient mind and was unaffected by any pressure, keeping a calm expression. Andre then said that he understood what kind of cadet Zeke was and proposed a challenge, saying that if Zeke's blade touched his body, he would be exempt from any punishment for disrespect, and he wouldn't have to attend that class either. Andre drew his sword with visible irritation and warned that he didn't intend to use aura against Zeke, which excited the cadet, since he knew the teacher's weaknesses well. However, Zeke also knew that Abel was watching him, so it would be dangerous to attract too much attention, especially inside the academy. So he thought he'd rip Andre's clothes a bit and then lose on purpose. The moment he advanced at speed, Andre was able to repel the blow with ease, and Zeke concluded that, as expected of a Blue Knight, it wouldn't be easy. He continued attacking in succession, with quick, precise blows, but they were all defended. Meanwhile, the other cadets were commenting that an official Draker Knight really was on a different level, saying that more than 30 minutes of combat had passed, and Andre's clothes hadn't even a scratch on them. Even so, the fight continued, and Andre was already beginning to tremble as he held his sword, wondering what kind of ridiculous stamina Zeke had, wondering if he would end up being defeated by a simple cadet without even having used his aura. He thought that the existence of purebloods was completely unfair, while Zeke thought that Andre's stamina was very low indeed, and suppressing his own aura during combat didn't help him either. It was then explained that the Draker's method of aura cultivation was peculiar, as it consisted of constantly activating the aura during all the activities of the day, such as eating, training, and even sleeping. And maintaining this control was equivalent to holding one's breath all the time, which obviously depleted their energy at an accelerated rate. Even so, Zeke had yet another attack repelled, and thought that losing like that didn't seem fair. So he concluded that he would have to force Andre to use aura by creating an extreme situation, something that would make him activate this power unconsciously. With that in mind, Zeke concentrated and moved quickly towards the instructor, so quickly that Andre was speechless. Zeke then used his light step skill, creating a veritable whirlwind of attacks around his opponent, and activated his critical hit to strike Andre's back. The instructor turned to react and saw the approaching blade, and was forced to use the art of dragon slaying, Chapter 1, first verse, the cutting of the heavens, managing to narrowly dodge and strike back with a powerful blow. Zeke received the attack with a smile on his face as he tried to block, but he was hit very hard and thrown away. Even so, he remained standing, and everyone was impressed to see that he was still conscious, even though his sword was completely destroyed. He commented that it hurt, but soon afterwards the healing factor was activated automatically, and while his body regenerated, Zeke thought he would now pretend to have fainted. Andre, seeing Zeke motionless, put his sword away and turned around, saying that cadet didn't need to appear in that class anymore, and asked if anyone else there wanted to go through it too. An awkward silence filled the arena, and then Andre concluded that he would take that as a no. Later in the infirmary, Zeke reflected that his performance had been perfect. Even without directly touching Andre's clothes, he had forced the instructor to use aura, even after declaring that he wouldn't, which was a clear confirmation of his abilities. Andre had to put his head down, and Zeke got some free time as a bonus. In the end, they both came out on top in that fight, but Zeke kept thinking about the last attack Andre had used. That was the most basic of Dragon Slayer moves, known as Chapter 1, Verse 1, the Heaven Slash. But even though it was only the most basic of moves, the power was still incredible. Zeke thought that he would still be able to defeat a Blue Knight, as he had infinite energy and healing. However, that still wasn't enough for him to be able to live freely. In order for him not to be restricted by anything, he needed a power that would make him never kneel to anyone again. Suddenly, a completely drunk man appeared in the infirmary and commented that he could only be Arthur's youngest son. Zeke was immediately startled, trying to understand who this guy was who spoke so intimately about the Draker patriarch, saying that Zeke's eyes were just like his father's. Zeke wondered if the man was calling the current patriarch Arthur. Zeke wondered if that man was really calling the current patriarch Arthur, as if they were old friends. Zeke noticed that the man acted as he pleased, with confidence, like someone who already knew the family well. The drunk then asked Zeke what he had done, leaned his beer bottle on the table, and commented that the boy had suffered internal damage when hit by Andre, asking how he had healed so quickly. Zeke began to wonder if he had really understood understood how his abilities worked, but at that moment, the resilient mind ability was activated. Zeke thought he wouldn't fall so easily since there was no one in that academy who knew his healing ability. He replied that he didn't know what the man was talking about. The drunk asked if he was going to continue playing mysterious, and with an aura, tried to hit Zeke in the head, who dodged. Zeke wondered if the guy was a murderer, so he grabbed the sheet and threw it in the guy's face. The man just laughed, saying that the kid had tricks. Zeke felt his instincts scream that if he didn't kill that man, he would be killed himself. So he went all out, using every skill he had. But the man raised one hand and parried the attack with ease, leaving Zeke shocked, as no one had ever parried his blows so easily. The drunk remarked that with that style of fighting, Zeke looked more like a mercenary than a knight. Zeke wondered how he knew that. The man took off the sheet, stole Zeke's sword, and asked if a Draker had really dropped his sword, and backed out of the fight. He then threw the sword up and handed it back to the boy, saying that he would do much better as a mercenary than as a knight. Zeke thought that he hadn't felt anything like that since his master in his past life, and realized that this man must be a red knight at the very least. The man then commented that Zeke was too talented to be using such a simple weapon, and asked why he was using such a basic blade. Just then, someone opened the door to the infirmary. It was Andre, who came in saying, "Ah, so here you are." Zeke wondered why Andre was there too. He saw that Andre started talking to the drunk man in the background, calling him Gardener Dexter. Zeke was shocked to realize that this man was the supposed gardener from the academy. Dexter asked how Andre knew he was there. Andre replied that he had seen him before in the training room. He then turned to Zeke and said that if he had already been treated, he could leave. However, before Zeke could open the door, Dexter called out to him and said that if he had time, he could go to the greenhouse where he worked, as he could teach him something useful. The room fell silent. Zeke refused, saying no thanks. Dexter complained about his lack of manners and commented that the boy's personality was the same as Arthur's. Zeke wondered if anyone would believe that the man was just a gardener. After all, he was strong enough to call the patriarch Arthur as if he were just an old friend. Zeke realized that this man was the same one who had only had Andre as a disciple all his life, and understood that he was facing none other than Duke Draker, the Wind Knight, one of the most powerful black knights on the continent, with enough martial strength to wipe out an entire kingdom single-handedly. Zeke was amazed to learn that this man had simply disappeared for years and was now there, hiding in the gym like some employee. Maybe Andre was there because of him. Zeke thought about the nickname Dookie Draker and the rumors that he became a black knight only because he liked the color black. Now, realizing that Duke was interested in him, Zeke didn't just want to receive some light, simple training. If he was going to learn anything from him, he wanted to learn his secret move. Later at the academy, the theoretical magic teacher called Phenon was teaching. Everyone was bored to sleep in Professor Phenon's class, and of course, no one answered his questions. But sometime later, only one person did, and it was Zeke, the only one who was awake and really interested in the lesson, which caught the teacher's attention, since, as well as answering, the boy got the answer right. The teacher was impressed with Zeke's performance, and from then on, the lesson went on just between the two of them, with the rest of the class completely oblivious to the content. Later, as the class was ending, some students began to wonder why they were learning theoretical magic inside a knight's academy, but Zeke thought that the lecture had been extremely easy to understand, and in his view, Phenon was certainly no ordinary teacher. Before leaving the room, the teacher called Zeke over, and when the boy asked if there was a problem, he said no. He just wanted to say that, because of Zeke, he felt like he had given a real lesson for the first time. He commented that if Zeke ever wanted to learn something more, he could look him up in his lab, as he was a former scholarship student at the Magic University of Delphoa, the same nation where magic originated. Zeke had already suspected that he wasn't an ordinary wizard, but now, after confirming that he was part of such a legendary university, he left the room with a smile on his face, thanking the professor and thinking that it was great to get close to a wizard, since they were good at math, creative, and much more useful companions than knights. He was sure that Phenon would be very useful in the future. As he left for campus, Zeke noticed that someone was waiting for him on a bench, and it was Duke, disguised and apparently impatient, who asked him if he had finished his lesson and why he hadn't gone to the greenhouse, because there he intended to teach something very useful. Zeke replied again that he wasn't interested, but Duke got annoyed and asked why. Zeke said he knew he was incredibly talented, but he was also busy with his own training. Duke replied, saying that he understood, but suddenly teleported behind Zeke and added that that was exactly what he thought he would say. And before Zeke could react, it was too late, as he was hit and knocked unconscious. When he woke up, Zeke realized he was in the greenhouse and wondered where exactly he was, and Duke right next to him asked if he had woken up yet, confirming that he had kidnapped him because he was very interested in him. Zeke thought that Duke wasn't even trying to hide his impatience, so he activated his light step ability and tried to run away, but Duke appeared right in front of him and said it was no use. As Zeke tried to escape, Duke easily caught up with him, and just as he was about to be hit, Duke hesitated at the last moment, which gave Zeke a chance to think of some way to set the place on fire. He then asked what had caused Duke to be so interested, and he replied that it was the wounds that Zeke had healed instantly, because that had caught his attention. Zeke thought that was what was bothering the man, and replied that if he was so curious, he should make him talk. At that moment, Duke simply disappeared again, and Zeke couldn't detect where he was, until a spinning sword approached at high speed, and he narrowly missed being hit on the head, but managed to dodge and grab the blade. He asked what Duke was trying to do, and the knight replied that he himself had asked to be forced. Duke commented that it was very easy and proposed a bet. If Zeke managed to hit any part of his clothes, he would get a wish. A long time later, still in the greenhouse, Duke was still standing there, in the center of the makeshift training ground, wondering what exactly that boy was made of, because 3 hours had passed, and even without having exceptional stamina or energy, Zeke still hadn't stopped, which made him consider the possibility that he really did have infinite energy and healing. Zeke was stumbling around, almost powerless, until his healing abilities were activated and he recovered completely, thinking that, if he wanted to, he could stay there all day. He remembered that there was still one skill he hadn't used, the power of the dragon, but he believed that against a Black Knight it wouldn't be a problem. At that moment, the two of them stared at each other intensely, and Zeke said they would continue. Duke looked at him and thought that look was no joke, so he smiled and replied that that was exactly how he liked it. Then Zeke built up the power of his ether and activated light steps again to try to hit Duke with everything he had. And Duke thought that Zeke was repeating the same attack, but compared to the speed of the girl from Tehran, it was nothing. Still, Duke admired that spirit and determination and wondered if he should use a bit of aura. But at that moment, Zeke activated dragon power, and the impact was so great that Duke had to break Zeke's sword to defend himself. Duke wondered what had just happened, but before he could think, Zeke hit the ground hard, creating a smoke screen to make it difficult to see. Duke thought that it would now be difficult to find Zeke, but that it would also be difficult for him to locate his opponent. However, at that moment, Zeke used the Dragon's Eye, which allowed him to locate exactly where Duke was, and when he went on the attack, thinking he had taken Duke by surprise, the knight disappeared from his sight. Suddenly, a great whirlwind, like a cyclone, began to form around Zeke, who wondered if this was Duke's secret move, the same one that had given him the title of Knight of the Wind. Duke appeared behind Zeke, and he could barely react, as it was as if the man's body was made of wind. Then, with a simple natural movement, Duke approached and said that it was a draw, just before landing a punch on Zeke so powerful that it caused him to spit blood and be thrown away. The system warned Zeke that he had used his abilities so many times that his fatigue had exceeded the system's limits, and that, to protect him, he would be forcibly placed in an unconscious state. Sometime later, Zeke woke up in his room and wondered if it was Duke himself who had brought him there. He stretched and muttered that he had almost won, but acknowledged that, as expected of a Black Knight, he hadn't even managed to land a single blow, even though he had tried to take Duke by surprise thousands of times. Not even his dragon eyes or dragon power were enough to beat him, and that technique Duke used at the end was surely his secret move. Zeke concluded that he had fainted because he had used his skills too much, but it was still worth it because he was able to see that move with his own eyes. He understood that the secret of that style was an art of high-speed movement, and thought that this was the same move that allowed Andre, even with his low stamina, to reach the level of Red Knight. Despite having missed the chance to learn directly, Zeke felt it was still worth it, because when he used dragon power, even a Black Knight hesitated in front of him. Then a system window opened, warning him that he had an unread message, and when he opened it, he discovered that his light step skill had evolved to rank C, transforming into the high-speed movement skill, and also that his soul had developed even further. Now, he had more options to choose from using his karma points, being able to acquire skills such as minimap, inventory, and an elementary question book. He currently had 40 karma points, and of all these skills, the one that caught his eye the most was inventory, so he decided to try it out. He activated the function and saw that he could now choose an item, store it in his inventory, and retrieve it whenever he wanted. The amount of space each item took up depended on its size and weight, and if you wanted to increase its capacity, all you had to do was invest more karma points. Zeke then wondered which item he wanted to keep, picked up his sword and tested it. It was immediately scanned from his hand, disappeared, and an icon with the sword symbol appeared in his inventory. When he got it back, it returned in exactly the same state, size, and shape, and Zeke thought that this was much better than the subspace he used in his past life. Back then, it was difficult to find the items within so much accumulated content, but now, with his inventory organized, he could even increase his capacity with karma. Zeke thought that all this was already available only with the status window at the current rank, so he wondered what would be possible at a higher rank. So he told himself that maybe it was time to change his plans. Just then, Decker appeared appeared at the door, saying that there was a message for Zeke, and it was from Dexter the gardener. From Dexter. As Zeke read the message, he smiled slightly and thought that he hadn't completely failed, because Dexter's message said, "If you want to challenge me again, come back to the greenhouse." Zeke remembered that. At that moment, Duke had said that it was a draw, and began to wonder what he meant by that, but concluded that there was still a chance to learn that secret skill. Then Decker warned him that there was one more thing. He had found the blacksmith Zeke had mentioned earlier, but the problem was that the blacksmith had refused his request. Zeke asked why, and Decker replied that the blacksmith said he no longer made weapons. The next morning, Zeke went to the smithy he knew, called Papan's Breath, and thought it was a great name for a smithy. However, when he entered, he found everything a mess, with a man lying on the reception desk. Zeke thought of the Sword of the Graham Audience, which was the masterpiece Galleon had forged for him in his past life as payment for saving his life. So he thought it only right that he should have the title of Soul Blacksmith, as he was said to read the user's soul before crafting his weapon. And he lived up to that name by creating a sword with the ability he needed most, which was to transform ether into aura. Galleon was the best blacksmith on the continent, now well ahead of Zeke, but in a sorry state. When Galleon saw the boy, he asked who he was, said he was just a child, and told him to leave because that was no place for children. Zeke thought that, although he was someone with a strange temperament, he wasn't that extreme, so he wondered what had happened to him at that moment in history. Without wasting any time, Zeke took a bucket of water and poured it over Galleon's head, then threw the bucket away and asked if he was awake now. Zeke said he wanted to know why he had rejected the commission, and Galleon, seeing the symbol the boy was carrying, asked if he was a Draker, banged his head on the counter and apologized for his discourtesy, saying he wasn't taking commissions at the moment. He wondered how someone like him, a failed bastard, could forge a sword for a Draker. Zeke began to reflect, remembering that in his past life he met Galleon Halbert when he was already the greatest blacksmith on the continent, but he never said what kind of life he led before that, and probably didn't want to share that shameful past. Zeke thought he couldn't wait 10 years for him to recover, so he had to do something. Meanwhile, Galleon was freaking out, wondering why he couldn't make weapons anymore, until Zeke called out to him, saying his full name, and Galleon apologized for being so dishonorable. Zeke, however, told him not to worry, and asked to see some of the weapons he had failed to forge. Galleon accepted, and said he would take him to the back of the smithy. Zeke thought that if time wasn't going to heal this man, he himself would guide him back to the right path. Galleon apologized for the mess he had left there, and the back door revealed a huge yard with several guns stuck in the ground. Zeke picked one of them up, and Galleon warned him to be careful, because even though they were considered flaws, they were still sharp. Zeke started looking for a specific sword, throwing away the ones he didn't want, and as he did so, he thought that the quality of the blacksmith had been maintained even when he was considered the best on the continent. Zeke then activated his draconic eyes, examined one of the swords, and realized that he already knew what was wrong. He asked Galleon if there was a problem with the brazier, and the blacksmith asked how he knew. Zeke asked if he used his own melting method, and he said that he used to mix several types of metal to create a lighter metal. At that moment, Zeke easily broke the sword, explaining that the metal was light but fragile, and that this happened when impurities were not properly eliminated during the heat treatment. Galleon Halbert thought that Zeke not only recognized the method he was using, but also precisely analyzed the failure and the cause of the failure. The surprised Galleon caught Zeke's eye, saying that perhaps it was random, but he would like to ask a question. Then, later, in a room that seemed to be the blacksmith's office, Galleon asked if Zeke could take a look at something. Then Galleon showed him a blueprint of a project, a detailed schematic, and the two of them looked at it in silence. Zeke thought it was Galleon's secret, something that was only revealed many years later. It was the blueprint for the magic brazier, an invention that, in his past life, Galleon Halbert had only shown Zeke because it had saved his life. This magic brazier allowed the user to freely adjust the melting temperature, which made his forging method much more precise and effective. Zeke said that with that brazier, Galleon's method would work perfectly, and Galleon replied that he knew Zeke would recognize that right away. Zeke asked why he hadn't started building yet, and Galleon explained that the hardest part was getting the magical energy, since it cost 10,000 gold coins to get it from the magic tower, which shocked even Zeke. He thought it made sense that it had taken Galleon 10 years to gather that kind of money, and said that the price was absurd. Then Galleon made a proposal. Since Zeke was a Draker, a pureblood, if he could get the brazier for him, Galleon would undertake to forge weapons for him free of charge, under any conditions, until the end of his life. Zeke found that complicated. It would be possible if he were the family's guardian knight, but even though he was a pureblood, it was still almost impossible to get such high financial support. However, he didn't want to give up the Sword of the Graham Glow, so when he realized that the problem was magical energy, he had an idea. Zeke took the outline of the project, said he'd accept the deal, and Galleon, surprised, asked if it was true. Zeke confirmed it, saying that he would ask a favor of a wizard he knew, and that he would send Galleon a letter when everything was settled. Before leaving, Zeke ordered Galleon to stop drinking. But at that moment, the blacksmith grabbed him tightly, thanking him repeatedly and saying that he would serve Zeke for the rest of his life. As he walked away towards the carriage, Zeke could still hear Galleon Halbert's shouts of thanks echoing in the distance. Later, he went to the Draker Academy's research buildings and wondered why the fee for the magic towers was so high, since the structure looked simple. Zeke thought Phenon might be able to help him with that, so he went to find his lab. As he walked down an alleyway, he remembered moments in the past when he would get down on his knees and beg Leon not to kill him. He would cry, beg for mercy, but Leon would still step on his head. It was like that every day. Zeke felt the oppression as if it were still there, and so he passed through the alley in anger, until in another alley nearby, Leon himself was beating someone up, venting his anger at Zeke on someone else. Leon wondered what that golden reaction was that he saw. He knew Zeke was a pureblood, but he couldn't accept that he'd been passed over. He thought it was a lie, that it was just luck, and that he had changed a lot since then. Even so, his pride wouldn't let him accept it. Leon shouted that this was impossible, and then someone appeared in the alley calling out to him, calling him freckled, and asking if he had put someone in his place. Zeke appeared with a serious expression and said he would give Leon 3 seconds to put his head down. Everyone was shocked by this. Leon, not understanding, asked what he was talking about, and he replied by saying that Zeke's arrogance, just because he had become a pureblood, would end up killing him. But Zeke told him to shut up and put his head down. Leon was in complete shock. He had thought that, just a few months ago, Zeke was just a worm under his feet. But now he was scared just to stand in front of him. He couldn't understand how Zeke dared to talk like that, and furious, he ordered everyone else to attack Zeke at the same time. Zeke, calm, told them not to blame him for what was going to happen, because they had started it. The first blow came, but Zeke dodged it with ease and hit back with a punch so hard that it sank the attacker to the ground. More people began to approach Zeke, but he quickly hit the next one, grabbed a boy and threw him at another, starting a veritable massacre without any difficulty, dodging easily and knocking them down one by one with punches, kicks, and any other move he had at his disposal. Leon was in complete despair, paralyzed, unable to understand how this was possible, wondering if that bastard was really the Zeke he knew. Zeke came closer and said that there was no reason for Leon to be so scared, as he should have known that it would only hurt at the time. Panicked, Leon drew his sword to defend himself, telling Zeke not to come any closer. Zeke then asked him if he had really drawn a sword outside the arena, and if he knew what that meant, because by doing so, Leon was subject to a death sentence. Zeke began to recite in a firm voice that, when faced with the murderous intent of Leon Conrad, who had drawn his sword outside the sacred training arena, he would, in the name of honor, slash, and that sentence would be death, without the opponent taking any responsibility for what happened next. Zeke said that Liam Stoney would be the witness in the trial, so he would proceed with the punishment. Desperate, Leon fell to his knees, started apologizing, begging for mercy, saying he didn't want to die, and asked Zeke to let him live. Zeke continued to approach, and when he saw Leon kneeling and crying, he remembered the exact moment when, in his past life, he himself had begged in the same way, saying the same words. At that moment, Zeke approached and made a precise cut on Leon's ear, saying that this time only the ear would be taken as payment. Leon screamed and cried out in pain, desperate to realize that he had lost his ear, while Zeke said that if he found that ear glued back on next time, it wouldn't be his ear that would come rolling off, but his head. Zeke then sank Leon's face hard into the ground. Liam, who had been abused by Leon, stood up, his face still bruised, and asked why Zeke had helped him. Zeke replied that it wasn't him he was helping, but himself, as if he were making amends for the past. He wondered for a moment if Galleon had infected him with that soft heart, because he had almost said something embarrassing out loud. A few moments later, Zeke was already in Professor Phenon's lab, carefully analyzing the project. Phenon was straightforward and said that yes, it was possible. Zeke got excited and said he wanted to leave the project with him, but Phenon insisted that he listen to the explanation first. He explained that, as Zeke had said, the overall composition was indeed simple, but the problem lay in the core, responsible for generating energy. This core was considered to be the heart of the brazier, and although small, it required an enormous amount of energy, as well as needing a mechanism to adjust the output without delay, something extremely delicate and unprecedented on record. Zeke asked if it was still possible, and Phenon confirmed that yes, there were 2 options. The first would be to adjust the design personally and develop a new core, but this process would take at least a decade. Zeke, surprised, asked if it was really 10 years, and Phenon confirmed it. He then presented the second option, which was to avoid creating a new core and instead use an alternative material. This option would save a lot of time, but it required a high-compression mana stone, an artifact that, even with modern technology, could not be reproduced. Zeke, surprised, asked if it wasn't an ancient relic, and Phenon replied that yes, as well as being rare, it was extremely difficult to find, even among the ruins. And to get one that would support the project, it would cost around 3,000 gold pieces. Zeke thought that if it was discovered that he couldn't use an aura, he could be expelled from the academy, but even so, 10 years was too long, and 3,000 gold was also a very high price. He began to ponder whether he would have to give up the Radiant Sword, also known as the Gram, and it was explained that most people believed he was an aura user because of what happened at the Rite of Blessing. But in fact, it was just a reaction caused between his ether and the healing ability. The fact was that Zeke didn't yet possess an aura, and it was also explained that ether was considered an extremely difficult power for humans to control, except when used through the special ability called Soul Spirit, which the master had taught him. Zeke couldn't use any skill that required aura, and even with the skill he had, he could only strengthen and move his own body better. Compared to ether, aura was easier to control and much more versatile, which was exactly why he needed his Gram Sword so much. He wondered how he would get a highly compressed mana stone, until Phenon commented that the person who had come up with that design was a true genius, as the design was extremely efficient, and even in the age of golden relics, would be difficult to manufacture. Zeke thought it was true, and wondered how he hadn't thought of it before. So he got up and told Phenon to take care of the project, as he would be back soon. Phenon, surprised, asked if he really wanted it to take him 10 years to do it, but Zeke replied that of course not, because it would bring him a highly compressed mana stone. The context of the Golden Age was then explained, which began after the War of Liberation, a struggle waged by humanity to escape the domination of the dragons. This era began when the evil dragon Bahamut was defeated by Tarakan Draker, which granted humanity an entire century of peace. During this time, ancient relics discovered within the dragon's lair, remnants of the Hero King's era, completely revolutionized magic to the point of surpassing modern standards. Among these relics was the highly compressed mana stone, capable of single-handedly sustaining the magical consumption of an entire village, and is considered an artifact of the Hero King's era. Later, in the Draker Academy's central library, it was explained that even though it was rarely used, it was still preserved because it was believed to have been founded by Tarakan himself. During an expansion of the records room, several relics from the Golden Age were discovered, which led to the direct involvement of the Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana, although in the original timeline, this only happened 10 years later. At that moment, Zeke was in the records room, thinking that no one had yet discovered what he was about to find. He told himself that he could search all day and still find nothing, until he decided to activate his draconic eye, making the search much easier. It was then that he noticed a strange detail, a tile that was clearly different from the others. He approached it, gave it a few taps, and confirmed that it was hollow, then used the Soul Spirit skill to cut the tile. Zeke thought that this was the only application of the technique he had learned from his master, and as the ether molds itself to the user's will, he was able to apply the cutting property to different situations. However, this skill had its drawbacks, as it required an absurd amount of ether, and he became extremely tired after using it. Nevertheless, he cut the tile, climbed down quickly, and closed the entrance soon after. Down there, he lit a torch and was surprised by the depth and breadth of the place. As he walked along, he heard a strange noise, and as he hid, he wondered who else could have discovered the place, if not him. Peering in, he saw two skeletons, one holding a shovel and the other a pickaxe, which indicated that they had not been created by a lich, but normal people who had died there and been revived by dark magic. Zeke understood the situation and, in the next second, killed the two skeletons with ease, the second of them with a particularly stylish move. Soon afterwards, a system window appeared, informing him that he had earned 2 karma points for defeating the 2 enemies. He remembered that he earned karma by killing monsters, something he had completely forgotten, and thought that this was a great opportunity to earn points. So he started walking around the place, defeating skeleton after skeleton, earning a point with each fight. After eliminating 20 of them, he had already accumulated 40 karma points. He thought he wanted to spend these points on something really useful. The beginner's book cost 45 points, the minimap cost 20, and the Devour skill cost 50. As he could only buy one thing at the moment, he decided on the minimap. The system confirmed the purchase and activated the skill. Suddenly, Zeke was able to visualize the entire length of that underground location and said that it was similar to the magic map. He noticed a different symbol and asked the system what it was. The system replied that the map had been converted from 2D to 3D, and a complete and detailed hologram of the underground structure appeared before him. Zeke said that was exactly what he was talking about because it was incredible. He then asked why one of the rooms on the map was a different color. The system responded by asking him if he would like to trace a path to the marked location, informing him that this was the warehouse. Zeke, curious, thought that this mini-map was really amazing and agreed to make the route. The map then projected the exact route to the warehouse for him in great detail. Zeke commented that it was wonderful and that with this feature, he would never get lost again. Later, he finally arrived at his destination and wondered how he would get through the doors, because he knew that simply pulling them open wouldn't help. When he left his hand resting on the surface for a while, the door reacted with a slight magical glow, revealing that a security spell had been activated. Zeke understood that that spell was probably the reason for the Archmage Nirvana's involvement 10 years later, and thought that if he hadn't been wearing those special gloves, he might have lost his hand at that moment. He concluded that he wouldn't be able to get through that spell on his own, so he asked the system how to open the door. The system replied that it would connect Zeke to the security system. The system tried to deactivate the spell, but was unsuccessful, so it started the manual activation process. Zeke wondered if the system had actually answered him directly, and the system confirmed it, asking if Administrator Zeke Draker had any more questions. Zeke was surprised to realize that he could actually talk to the system, so he asked why he had gone back in time. The system replied that it couldn't give him that information. Zeke asked what the system administrator was, and again, the answer was that that question couldn't be answered, as well as who had created the system. Zeke mentally complained that the system wasn't answering any important questions, so he just told it to open the door. The system confirmed the administrator's request, and at that instant, the door to the Dragon Slayer's tomb depot opened, making a loud, heavy noise. Zeke, on seeing the gigantic interior of the place, commented that everything was really impressive and wondered if all those objects in front of him were treasure chests. It was explained that treasure chests, as their name implied, were containers that held relics and items of great value, and that it was extremely rare to find even one of them containing a single relic. However, at that moment, Zeke opened one of the chests and was astonished, wondering if it really contained that many rewards. He said he would take it all for himself and set aside 4 highly compressed mana stones to give to Fenon. He started using points to expand his inventory, managing to store everything efficiently, and said that he would return to this place regularly until the day of his graduation. After picking up several relics, he decided that was enough for now. But then he felt a strange pressure in the room. It was a dark, oppressive presence, and Zeke realized that something was wrong. Leaning against a wall, he felt a magical energy run through his hand, and suddenly he was surrounded by magic circles that trapped him and teleported him to another location. When he regained consciousness, he asked the system where he was now, and the system informed him that he was in the house of the Dragon Slayer. Zeke said that he had never read anything about it in the old records, especially about a room full of coffins, and he found it very strange. He opened the mini-map again and realized that he wasn't that far from the previous location, but there was no path connecting the two, which made him think that he might be in a secret area where no one had ever set foot. He decided he wouldn't ignore that place and removed the lid of one of the coffins, finding a suit of armor there. The system informed him that this was a Dragon Slayer's exclusive equipment, and Zeke lifted the armor, which looked a little worn, but was still in excellent condition for something so old. Zeke said that, sure enough, that armor came from the Golden Age, until he noticed a special fit. He told himself that he wouldn't let this opportunity pass him by, so he took one of the compressed mana stones and inserted it into the Dragon Slayer's equipment. The moment the energy was activated, the armor turned on automatically, which made Zeke extremely excited. Soon after, however, the armor began to act completely unstable, spinning wildly and going from side to side as if it had a life of its own. Zeke asked what was going on, and suddenly a huge explosion occurred in the center of the room. The system informed him that there had been an overload and that an explosion was imminent, recommending that he hide. Zeke, still in the midst of the smoke, replied that it had already exploded, and the system merely apologized for the delay. With the mana stone in hand, Zeke began to wonder if those stones were really used as a source of energy for this type of equipment. He pondered what exactly needed so much energy to function, and decided that he would ask Fenon about it later. Continuing his exploration, Zeke went through all the rooms in that underground place, picking up everything he thought was important, until he reached the last room, which had only one object, a glass cube. As he approached it, the system popped up with a message that left him completely shocked. The The system informed him that the thing in front of him was the cursed heart of the Bahamut dragon, the true legacy left by Tarakan Draker. Zeke was surprised, thinking that the Tarakan hero must be crazy to keep something like that as a gift. He then understood that the strange sensation he had felt before had come precisely from there. But now that he was in front of the heart, he realized that the sensation was even more intense and different. The system alerted him that the cursed heart of Bahamut was reacting to the administrator's presence, and soon afterwards, a dark voice began to speak to Zeke, saying that it heard him, that it understood him, and that it was going to kill them all. At that moment, the system activated the mental protection called Resilient Mind, and Zeke came back to consciousness. He asked, frightened, "Kill who? Why would he do that?" And that's when he realized that his draconic eye had been infected by that evil shadow. Confused, he wondered what that curse was until the shadows turned into a whirlwind that surrounded the entire room, enveloping Zeke completely. When the heart began to emit an intense light, the system triggered an urgent mission. He had to defeat the curse on Bahamut's heart, for this was Tarakan Draker's true test. Zeke didn't even have time to react. He tried to activate his resilient mind again, but the activation failed, and he was completely taken over by that killer instinct. It was as if an entity inside him was ordering him to kill everything around him. Desperate, Zeke banged his head on the glass cube and, even under pressure, gave a smile and asked that voice in his head to stop talking, saying that it was too annoying. In a firm tone, he asked if what she wanted was freedom, and concluded that freedom had to be earned. With that, he broke the glass cube where her heart was sealed. The system immediately notified him that Bahamut's heart curse had been defeated and that he had successfully completed the urgent mission. Zeke, exhausted, thought that the situation could have been much worse. He noticed that his defensive ability had failed in the middle of the crisis, and at that moment his body was being healed automatically. But at the same time, the system reported that he had begun to absorb Bahamut's own heart. Without understanding, Zeke saw a beam of light come out of his heart and straight into his chest. The pain was immense. He wondered what was going on and soon understood that it was pure dense mana violently penetrating his body. Feeling his body being destroyed from the inside out, Zeke knew he had to do something. So he accumulated ether inside himself and activated the soul's spirit, using the ether as a seal to try to contain all that mana. He thought he could use the ether to seal that mana like a hole, locking it inside his own body. Just then, however, another explosion occurred, shaking the whole room. When the smoke cleared, a huge crater had formed, and even though he was wounded and in pain, Zeke was still standing. He muttered that he had apparently survived. In the center of his chest, what remained was a glowing mark with the symbol of a dragon. Looking around, he saw the complete destruction of the room and noticed that the heart of Bahamut had disappeared. Thinking back, he concluded that that mana really came from the original Bahamut. Looking at himself in the reflection of the broken glass, he noticed the symbol on his chest and wondered if that was Bahamut's mana seal. Soon afterwards, the system confirmed that he had successfully absorbed the heart of Bahamut, and this left him even more shocked. His body constitution had changed completely and was now classified as a divine body. And at that moment, he could only control 5% of the power he had sealed with the ether. As a reward, the system informed him that he now had the right to open the Tarakan library. Zeke, his heart still racing, wondered what the hell it was he had just received. Zeke said that he would read everything more carefully later, but that for now, he just wanted to get out of there. However, he stopped for a moment and said that, except for that particular window, he wanted to read it more. He commented that it seemed his ancestor had been very generous with him. Then the system appeared and asked if he would like to receive the gift of Tarakan's death, and informed him that this gift would now be revealed to Zeke, who was completely terrified, not knowing what to say. Later, back at the Platinum Mansion, Zeke was putting away everything that, according to him, he had picked up while taking a look at his status window. Now his title had changed. He was no longer just the one who had received the blessing of the Elder Dragon, but the direct descendant of Tarakan Draker, which granted him the authority of draconic control and the divine body, as well as several new abilities that had been unlocked. Among these abilities was the draconic ability Enchantment, which allowed Zeke to put power into his words. He commented that a lot had been added, but thought that the enchantment skill could only be used when he got stronger. It was also explained that his authority skill gave him total control over the dragon species, allowing him to summon and command them freely, obeying his every command. His constitution skill, the divine body, informed him that his body could operate at the highest level, drastically increasing both his combat learning capacity and his ether transfer rate. Zeke thought that, Even with these descriptions, nothing was entirely clear to him. But then he remembered the window related to Tarakon's gift. He asked the system to open it again and look closely at the title, Tarakon's Secret Library. The system asked him if he would like to be directed to this region, and if he did, he could mark it on the map and generate a route. Zeke accepted, and looking at the map, wondered if that place wasn't Valhalla Academy. The system then explained that Valhalla Academy was one of the most prestigious night training institutions in the world, but individuals who were not administrators could not see it, let alone enter it. Zeke thought that, for him, it was still impossible to enter Valhalla, and that initially he didn't plan to get involved with that place. But if there was anything to do with Tarakon's gift, it might be worth reconsidering. He thought that, in the end, he would have to remain part of that cursed family. At that moment, he opened the quest book for beginners, and the system informed him that the tutorial for the low-level administrator would begin soon. Once the tutorial was completed, missions would be released to stimulate his growth, and each mission would yield rewards. Zeke thought it sounded like a quest system, like those for guilds or mercenaries, but wondered what exactly this tutorial was. The system then informed him that the tutorial was about to begin. Suddenly, a hologram began to form around him, and soon Zeke found himself in a virtual space, isolated and completely dark. He wondered if he had been teleported like before, but felt that this time it wasn't the space around him that had changed, but he himself. Inside that environment, a figure appeared in front of him, revealing itself as 3 huge orcs, all ready to kill him. The system displayed a message informing him that he would have 60 minutes to defeat the monsters. Zeke understood that this tutorial was like a simulation created by the system for him to test and exploit his own resources, as if it were a practical lesson. Without wasting any time, the 3 orcs attacked at the same time, creating a huge explosion of impact. But Zeke activated the light steps and, with his continuous cuts, destroyed them with precision. He literally minced the orcs, cutting them into such small pieces that he mentally joked that all he had to do was saute them in olive oil. He thought that his claymore was much lighter than before, perhaps as a result of his divine body, and believed that, in that state, he could easily defeat a purple knight. The system announced that he had completed the tutorial, and, in an instant, the virtual environment returned to normal. Zeke commented that it was impressive and that he was already back, but he thought that the tutorial felt like an illusion, although he had felt everything as if it were real. The system informed him that for the time it had taken him to complete the mission, he had received a great reward and had earned 40 karma points. Zeke wondered if he could use these points to buy new items. Zeke commented that that catalog was huge and incredible, and thought that there were relics in there that would be worth a fortune in real life, and that he could make a lot of money reselling that kind of item. The system informed him that, yes, he could sell items directly from his inventory, but that his basic training claymore was not eligible for sale. Zeke considered the idea of selling the relics he had obtained, but realized that their value would drop a lot when he resold them, so he decided to close the window and stated that he would only use that function if it was extremely necessary. Feeling tired, Zeke commented that it had been a long day and that he would have a good night's sleep. The next day, back at the Academy's research center, Phenon asked him if he had really obtained a highly compressed mana stone and wanted to know how he did it. Zeke replied that it was a bit complicated and asked him to put it aside for now, then asked how long the project would take. To his surprise, Phenon said it was already complete. Zeke, amazed, said, "Well, already?" thinking it was impressive, but Phenon replied that the most impressive thing was that he had brought that stone. Zeke thought that Phenon was beginning to suspect him, and Phenon, in turn, thought that all the mana stones discovered on the continent were registered with ancient texts. But when he checked this stone, he saw that it had no registration number, which made it impossible to trace its original owner. Zeke thought he was certainly being suspicious, but it was simple. The stone had no registration number because he was the first to find it. Knowing how intelligent Phenon was, it was natural for him to be suspicious. Zeke approached and asked if, now that he had confirmed that the stone had no inscription number, they could leave. Phenon asked if he had known that before, and Zeke thought that the man was too talented to be stuck in a place like that. They then went together to Galleon's smithy, and there, Galleon began to activate the machine with several magic circles. The magic brazier began to emanate powerful energy, and Galleon was very impressed just to see it working. Even Phenon was clapping his hands, congratulating the group on the success of the project, before saying goodbye, saying he had to go. Galleon thanked Zeke deeply, saying that he had never imagined that he would complete the magic brazier while he was still alive, and thanked him again. But Zeke replied that it was an agreement, so there was no point in thanking him, and reminded Galleon that he shouldn't have forgotten the condition. Galleon, with a determined smile, said that he hadn't forgotten, because he was a man of his word. Zeke then said that he wanted to forge a sword out of that material, and Galleon was silent for a moment before asking if it really was dragon's tusk. The system confirmed that it was specifically the Bahamut dragon tusk, which left Galleon in shock, saying that he had never seen a tusk that size and in such good condition. He asked where Zeke had gotten it, and Zeke only replied that it was a bit complicated to explain, while thinking that it was the real gift of Terracon's death. Galleon, shaking with emotion, could hardly hold back his tears. He had created a magic brazier, and now he had the chance to forge a sword with a dragon's fang. He said that he would exceed Zeke's expectations and create this sword, even if it cost him his life. Zeke remembered that, in his previous life, Galleon had taken exactly the same oath after having his life saved by him, and thought that he was still the same. Then, with a slight smile, he said he would leave it in his hands. As he walked back to his room, he was still thinking about what kind of sword he would get this time, and he couldn't wait to find out. Lying in his room at the Platinum Mansion, Zeke commented that he had gone to a lot of trouble just to make a sword. He remembered his duel with Duke, and noticed that it had been a week since he had received his note. He thought that sooner or later something would happen, and it was at that very moment that Duke appeared in his room, asking why he hadn't come to him. Zeke began to shake completely, and Duke demanded that he tell the truth straight away. Zeke, still nervous, said that he had only followed what Duke himself had said, that he should only go there if he wanted to challenge him again, and that since he didn't intend to, he didn't go. Duke approached with a cold stare, grabbed Zeke by the collar, and ordered him to tell the truth. Then he simply threw him through the dormitory window, and Zeke, falling through the air, could only think that it was too high and that he was going to hit the ground. The moment Zeke clung to a balcony to try to escape, the Duke grabbed him by the neck and asked if he really had no intention of challenging him again, because the Duke knew that Zeke understood very well what his true intentions were with that summons, just as he also knew Zeke's intentions, who didn't even show up after reading the message he had sent, which irritated him deeply. The Duke said he would give him 5 seconds to tell the truth, and Zeke, trying to ease the tension, replied that the Duke was very funny, but the Duke continued to count down the seconds. Zeke then changed his tune and asked him if he hadn't been hiding his true identity all this time. After all, he really was Dexter the gardener. The Duke gave a little smile and threw Zeke back into the room with force, saying that he was right, because yes, he had once been a Black Knight of the Drakers, known as Duke Draker. Zeke, in a very formal way, declared that for having disrespected a family member and an honorable Black Knight, he apologized from the bottom of his heart. The Duke asked if he had already planned the whole act, and Zeke responded by asking why he said he had once been a Black Knight, as if he wasn't anymore. The Duke confirmed that he had, but said it didn't matter now. Zeke, curious, commented that he knew it was possible to go up in rank, but he didn't know it was possible to go down. The Duke sat down and asked him to stop joking around. Clearly trembling, the Duke showed that there was more to the story. Zeke respected the moment, and said that since the Duke had revealed his truth, he would tell his too. The Duke then said that Zeke already knew his identity, and that was why he had pushed him so hard to become his apprentice. Zeke replied that yes, that was exactly it. The Duke, unable to believe his face, said that it was fine, that he would accept Zeke as an apprentice. Zeke, surprised at how easy it was, thought it would be more difficult, and decided not to give himself a chance to regret it. So he formally declared that, as a cadet, he wanted to become an apprentice to Duke Draker, the Honorable Black Knight, saying everything in a speech so ceremonial and long that it left the Duke bored. The Duke said that nobody used that kind of vow these days, but Zeke said that culture was essential to a knight's virtue. The Duke, laughing, commented that Zeke was a snake, and he replied that he would take that as a compliment, but then took the opportunity to ask his new master a question. The Duke, embarrassed at being called master, and allowed him to speak. Zeke asked what had made the Duke accept him as an apprentice, since he was famous for never accepting anyone, not even geniuses, with the exception of Andre, who was known as the genius of the century. However, he had accepted Zeke without resistance, which made him wonder if his potential had surpassed Andre's. The Duke returned the question, wondering what Zeke thought of it. Zeke, teasing, asked if it was because he was the genius of the family. The Duke said that he needed to work on his confidence, and added that if it had been down to talent, he would have chosen Reina. But what made him choose Zeke was his tenacity. He explained that talent is not the only thing needed to become a Red Knight or a Black Knight, because the most talented, who never face difficulties early in life, fall easily at the first adversity. Zeke thought that this was the purest truth, since many of the most lauded geniuses, who seemed destined to reach the level of Red Knights, not only failed to reach this milestone, but also remained stuck at the level of Blue Knights. The Duke stood up and said they could stop chatting, because it was time for the first lesson. He ordered his new apprentice to follow him to the underground gym hidden inside the greenhouse. Zeke commented that he had never heard of that arena, and began to wonder what the Duke wanted to do with him there, as he had already been running around in that place for 3 hours, and the Duke still hadn't said a word. Suddenly, the Duke ordered him to stop. Zeke, exhausted, asked if he didn't need to run anymore, and the Duke replied that he wanted to ask him a question. Zeke, still panning, asked what he wanted to know, calling him Little Master. The Duke appeared behind him in the blink of an eye and said it wasn't much. He tried to grab Zeke's hands, but Zeke managed to escape and quickly backed away. The Duke, with a serious expression, asked what was wrong with checking his pulse, making Zeke suspicious. The Duke then said that he had known there was something strange about Zeke from the start, especially from the moment he healed quickly. Then during the duel inside the greenhouse and, later, when he ran 500 laps of the gym without showing a drop of aura. That's when the Duke bluntly asked if the child couldn't use aura, and the Duke, coldly and firmly, said he was there to see the bronze statue. They said that a golden light had appeared that had never been seen before. Then the Duke approached and asked why Zeke wouldn't let him analyze his wrist. Zeke analyzed the situation and thought that the Duke wasn't suspecting anything, just curious. He thought himself lucky that it was the Duke who was standing in front of him and not someone else who might actually realize that there was something wrong with him. Zeke thought there was no reason to keep lying. Like it or not, just like in the past, he was the only one in his family who hadn't managed to awaken an aura. So he began to take off his gloves and said that his master was right. He activated his mana reflection, making everything around him dark. He explained that he did have mana reflection, which proved that he was a pureblood, but then he confessed that he really couldn't use aura. Zeke believed that this truth would be enough to cover all the other lies. He apologized for not telling them earlier, because if they found out he was a Draker who couldn't use aura, he would be crushed by his own family. He was very frightened and feigned a very convincing cry. Then he put his gloves back on and lit up the whole surrounding area. He asked his master what was wrong. The Duke stared at him in silence for a moment. He thought that, although a child was still a child who had awakened but had no aura was still something very strange. He remained silent, assessing the situation. Zeke realized that even when he looked at his wrist, the Duke wasn't sure of anything. The right of blessing was an absolute for any Draker. The Duke then found within his own mind a reason to justify what he was seeing and concluded that Zeke was an irregular. Zeke thought that made sense to someone who didn't know the concept of classes. It was only natural that such a person would think that way. The Duke explained that irregulars are people with anomalous abilities, such as using aura and mana at the same time, or predicting the future. For this reason, they are not treated well. He advised Zeke not to tell anyone. Zeke asked why his master thought he was an irregular. The Duke explained that he possessed absurd endurance and regeneration. No matter how slight a wound, it would still take time to heal, but in Zeke's body, everything healed almost instantly. What's more, he had practically infinite energy. The Duke then asked the boy what he thought this energy was. He said he thought it was aura. Zeke was constantly consuming his own aura in exchange for stamina and regeneration, so much so that there was hardly anything left for him to sense or channel into the sword. Zeke found this explanation quite plausible. He asked the Duke if this meant that he would never be able to use aura or live up to his master's expectations. But the Duke replied that he needn't worry, because his wind art didn't require aura to be used. He explained that a special art is a technique developed personally by a high-ranking knight. It is usually an application or specialization of the dragon-slaying technique. In general, it is used with aura, but his wind arts were based solely on his well-trained body. Then he said he would show Zeke how it worked. He took off like a rocket. The boy tried to follow with his eyes, but the Duke seemed to simply disappear and reappear in the blink of an eye until he returned to the same spot and asked if Zeke could see. Zeke said he could follow in his footsteps. The Duke said it was fine if he didn't show it again. Zeke confirmed that it had been enough. The Duke commented that the boy's confidence was worthy of a Black Knight. Zeke prepared to try to replicate the technique. He stomped hard on the ground, leaving the imprint of his foot, and performed the same movements. He also appeared and disappeared with speed. He thought that now that he was directly imitating the Duke, he could see things he hadn't seen before. Every movement was as if he were dueling someone, creating distance, attacking, dodging, and shortening space with purpose. He realized that every step had an intention behind it. When he had finished, the Duke could hardly believe his eyes. He thought it made no sense that this boy had been blessed. A week ago, he wondered what had happened during that time, because the difference between him before and now was like heaven and earth. The Duke thought the boy was perfect. Zeke commented that that was enough to become a Black Knight. The Duke grabbed him and said he was too arrogant. Zeke asked him if he wouldn't tell anyone, and the Duke replied that only if he was very respectful to his master. Later in the Academy's dining hall, Zeke had helped himself to a feast and was thinking that it had been a month since the Duke had started training him, and his appetite was only growing, until someone approached him. It was Andre, asking if he could talk to Zeke. He said yes, because he was just eating. Andre sat down and asked how Zeke had convinced Dexter. Zeke thought that, at this point, in the story, Andre hadn't yet become the Duke's disciple, so that certainly made him anxious. Zeke replied that he hadn't done anything special. Dexter had just come to him and chosen him as an apprentice. Andre stared at him and said it was because he was a pureblood, wasn't it? At that moment, Zeke put the cutlery on the table and asked if Andre had an inferiority complex. Andre, trembling, asked if that was all he had to say. Zeke said not really. He explained that, of course, that could have been one of the reasons, but he believed that the Duke wasn't someone who would care about that alone. The fact was that he had aroused the Duke's curiosity with his own abilities. Zeke told Andre that, instead of holding on to this inferiority complex, he should strengthen himself and stop thinking that people with pure blood are better just because of that. Later, in the greenhouse's underground arena, someone was running while the Duke and Zeke watched. Zeke asked how he was doing. The Duke replied that he didn't know exactly what it was all about, but Andre had shown up begging to become his apprentice. The Duke said that he could only become an apprentice if he completed 300 laps of the arena without using an aura. The Duke commented that, despite everything, he was really trying, and his tenacity was impressive. Zeke had thought that this guy just looked like a nerd, but now he saw that he had a lot of guts. Until one day at the academy, the students were curious about what was going on. Everyone had been summoned, and the reason soon became clear. It was the day of the Patriarch's visit. A luxurious carriage was approaching, and everyone made formal preparations for its arrival. The dean of the academy instructed the students and went to the carriage to welcome her. Slowly, someone came down and said that it was good to see Howard again. Howard bowed to the Draker Patriarch, and all the students bowed their heads in respect. When the clock struck exactly noon, the Patriarch straightened his cape, put his hand on Howard's shoulder, and said that he always worked hard. Howard replied that that was nothing compared to the Patriarch. The Patriarch said that he really was someone who understood everything. That was the Patriarch of the Great Draker House, Arthur Draker. The dean suggested they go inside, but Arthur interrupted his speech. Everyone wondered if the Patriarch was approaching, until he struck a dramatic pose, opened his arms, and spoke to all the assembled dragon slayers. He said that everyone there was the future of the Drakers, and that they needed to train and train even more if their development was to be worthy of their lineage. Everyone responded with a strong, "Yes, Mr. Patriarch." Under the hot sun, Arthur then said that they could now enter. Later, in a room with his father, was Zeke, paying complete obeisance to the Patriarch of the family. Arthur chuckled and said that nobody used that kind of ancient reverence anymore. He asked his son to sit down and said that he'd heard he liked tea, so he'd prepared one for him. Zeke thanked him and sat down, wondering if even his taste in food and drink were being reported to his father. It was said that there are things that even the Emperor himself doesn't know, but there's no information that a Draker doesn't have. Zeke thought that maybe it was true. Arthur said he'd called him there because he'd heard he'd become the Duke's apprentice. Zeke thought his father was getting to the point. He confirmed that he was and said that the Duke had done him a great favor by accepting him. Arthur replied that this was true and commented that he didn't know what Zeke's goal was, but that he should keep learning from the Duke. Before he could continue, Zeke interrupted and said that his goal was to become the most powerful person on the continent. He said he wanted to be more powerful than anyone else, because only then would he be free. He sipped his tea, put the cup on the table, and said that this was his goal. The atmosphere became heavier with his father's intimidating presence. Arthur asked if Zeke wanted to overtake him too. Zeke began to feel the pressure, started to sweat and shake. He recognized that feeling. It was the astral sword, a power that intimidates all living beings around it. Only someone who had reached the pinnacle of a Black Knight's aura was capable of using it. Even so, Zeke barely resisted and replied that yes, he wanted to surpass his father. Arthur gave a small smile and deactivated the astral sword. He said it was the most interesting thing he had heard in a long time. He explained that he was there to help the academy and also to help his son, but he didn't think that would be enough. Suddenly, he placed an object on the table. It was some kind of card. Arthur explained that it was a gift for Zeke becoming the Duke's disciple. He said it was a black card, and by the look on Zeke's face, I knew he recognized it. Zeke thought it was an exclusive credit card, given only to strictly selected people. He never imagined seeing one in person. Just having one of those already granted incredible benefits. What's more, the card had no limit. Arthur said that Zeke could use it freely. Zeke bowed, thanked him, and said he would only use it when it was really necessary. He thought his father was trying to play nice, but his intention was obvious. Using that card left records, and Arthur clearly wanted to keep track of his steps. But if that was his method, rather than resorting to the Black Marshal Squad, then it meant that Arthur still didn't see Zeke as a threat. Arthur commented that he no longer wanted to take up his son's time. He said he was sure he had been very busy lately and authorized his departure. Zeke replied with a "Yes, Patriarch," and left the room in silence, walking down the corridors. Meanwhile, the Duke let out a deep sigh as he was present in the room. The Duke said that Arthur was sick. Arthur asked why he was so angry. The Duke replied that Arthur was playing father and son with a child he had abandoned and neglected for so long. Arthur said that the Duke knew he didn't have much choice as head of the house, and that what had just been said was almost a slur against his character. The Duke sat down and said that he was fine to arrest him then. Arthur replied that the Duke was the only person he could talk to without worrying. He took a small flask from his coat and asked if he wanted a drink. The Duke looked and asked if that was dragon's breath, and a red one at that. Arthur changed the subject and asked if the Duke knew that the atmosphere on the continent had been very strange lately. The Duke replied that he had no idea, as he was isolated in the academy. Arthur said that he had eyes and ears everywhere. The Duke said that Arthur was a real snake, asking things even though he already knew the answer. Arthur explained that the Emperor had gone mad with the idea of immortality and was now looking at the whole continent. The Duke asked if he really believed it was possible. Magic could make people look younger, but immortality was impossible. Arthur agreed, but said that what if what he was looking for was the relic of the ancient dragon? That made the Duke a little more curious. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, Zeke was listening to the whole conversation. He was using the ether soul manifestation for this. The Duke told Arthur that, although unlikely, it was a possibility. Arthur confirmed it and said he probably knew where the relic was. He said that the Order of the Black Knights had been sent to the northern continent in search of more clues. The Duke asked if this was information that the Empire didn't already know. Arthur replied that it was, but that it was only a matter of time before they found out too. Arthur said it was reminiscent of the past. That damn crazy Emperor, the moment he ascended the throne, started a war to unite the entire continent. Only after taking the center did the war end. The Duke commented that he imagined the Emperor wouldn't fall for that kind of dream, but apparently he wanted to be immortal. Arthur said that if the Emperor really believed that an artifact could make him immortal, the continent would once again be dragged into a sea of flames and war. That's why Arthur said he was going north himself. The Duke asked if he would leave the house empty, even though he knew that insane Emperor was out there. Arthur replied that that was exactly why he was meeting the Duke. The Duke said he was as sneaky as a fox. The two toasted their glasses. The Duke commented that Arthur always left the most irritating tasks to him. By then, Zeke was exhausted from listening to the whole conversation and fell over from using his ether so much. He thought he had used the soul manifestation for too long. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, that kind of side effect still hadn't disappeared. Zeke began to reflect on the ancient dragon. The relic of the ancient dragon was the statue he had taken before going back in time. That voice he had heard, the system he had acquired, it all made sense now. He had stolen the artifact that the Emperor wanted, an artifact that would fulfill his wish. The Empire had mobilized that entire unit to try and recover it. But at that moment, Zeke was so blinded by revenge that he didn't even realize what had happened. Even so, he now knew what the administrator's system was that had sent him to the past. That was the function of the ancient dragon artifact. But he still wondered who had created it and why they had chosen him. He sighed deeply and realized that in the end, he now had even more questions than before. After a while, the Duke left the room and commented that it had been a good drink with Arthur. Arthur replied that he was counting on him. After they parted in the corridor, Arthur stopped and stared suspiciously at a door. Meanwhile, Zeke continued to think about the artifact. Suddenly, he felt something strange. His father opened the door and began to search the room, but Zeke had already disappeared. He had jumped out of the window to avoid being seen. Later, Zeke was training in the arena when Decker approached him, apologizing and saying that there was a crazy student who wanted to meet him. He asked if he should send him away or let him in. Zeke wondered who it was. After all, he had no friends. When he was allowed in, he realized it was Liam Stone. Zeke wondered what Liam wanted. Liam said he wanted to go with him. Zeke remembered the time he saved Liam from Leon. He asked what exactly he wanted. Did he want to become his subordinate? Liam bowed his head even lower and said yes. He called Zeke my lord and said he wanted to serve him. Zeke asked about Jaqen. Liam replied that he had been abandoned by him. He said he really wanted to go to Valhalla. Zeke thought that, just like in his past life, Liam still desperately wanted to go to Valhalla. But why was he so obsessed with this place? Liam was on his knees, begging Zeke. Zeke asked him if he was stupid. He told him to ask Tarun, or the Amends, I don't know, for help. He explained that he wasn't from a supporting family, and that he couldn't help anyone get into Valhalla. Furthermore, he asked why he should believe Liam. To be honest, Liam could well be a spy sent by Jaqen himself, couldn't he? At that moment, Liam pulled out a dagger, prepared it with his power, but instead of attacking Zeke, he cut off his own ear. He said that it was natural for Zeke to doubt him, so he would prove that he would do anything. If Zeke didn't believe him, he would even cut off his own foot. Liam declared that he wanted his life to be in Zeke's hands. Zeke stared at him and remembered what he had done to Leon. He had ripped Leon's ear off, and now Liam was repeating the gesture of his own free will. Liam begged Zeke to take him with him. Zeke remembered when, in his past life, he had knelt before his master. He had also begged, saying that he wanted to become the most powerful person in the world and asked to please be trained. In the present, Zeke reflected for a moment. Then he threw a sword in Liam's direction. He didn't even try to dodge, but the sword didn't hit him. Zeke said it was simple. If Liam could land a blow on him, then fine. He'd accept the offer. Liam was very grateful for the opportunity. After a while, Liam treated his injuries and returned to the arena to face Zeke. He thought that landing just one attack would be easy, considering that he was also an aura user. But as he stared at Zeke at that moment, he began to wonder if he could really do it. Liam was nervous, shaking all over. He thought he could barely breathe at that moment. Then the two of them lunged at each other, and their blades collided with great force, but only one of them was disarmed. The sword flew away, and it was Liam who lost the weapon. Zeke looked at him and asked if that was all he had. He said he was pretty miserable. Zeke recognized Liam's determination, but made it clear that, with his mediocre skills, he would never get anywhere near Valhalla. Then he turned away without hesitation, reflecting that it was true what everyone had been saying, that Liam had only managed to get there because of the intervention of his personal assistant. Jaqen had completely sidelined him, and, with such a distant lineage, without this special help, he probably wouldn't even have made it through the gates of the cradle, especially considering that academy was known for being so ruthless that it even expelled Zeke himself in his past life, which made it perfectly natural for someone like Liam to be discarded without any mercy. What struck Zeke most at that moment was the fact that Liam, even after being humiliated, clung desperately to his leg as if his whole life depended on it. This reminded Zeke of the past life in which Liam was actually expelled from the academy and saw his order completely destroyed. Even so, he managed to reach the level of Red Knight and became famous as the mercenary king. But now, in front of him, that same boy was begging for another chance. Realizing that Liam wouldn't give up easily, Zeke decided to offer him a chance, but he imposed a cruel condition. He said that if he ordered Liam to become mute, he should cut out his own tongue. If he ordered him to go limp, he should cut off his own leg. Then he ordered him to cut off his own right arm, which left Liam in shock, not knowing if it was serious or a provocation. While he hesitated, not understanding what to do, Zeke just watched in silence. He thought that this order was the same as saying that he could no longer be a swordsman, and if he had the slightest bit of common sense, he would never do that. If he couldn't comply with this absurd first order, he'd better give up soon, so as not to become a nuisance later on. To his surprise, Liam stood up, devastated as he was, drew his sword with trembling hands, and threatened to cut off his own arm. This forced Zeke to intervene at the last second, breaking the blade with a single blow and holding Liam by the collar, as he questioned whether he had gone completely mad and had actually carried out that order. As Liam didn't reply with words, he just looked at him with watery eyes and said that missing that chance would be worse than losing his arm. Zeke, still holding him tightly, made it clear that if he repeated such madness, he would be abandoned without mercy. Liam, upon hearing this, was surprised and asked if this meant that he had been accepted, but Zeke, impatient, ordered him to pack his things quickly or he would be left behind. This made Liam agree on the spot and call him Lord and Master, ready to follow him to the end without hesitation. Later, the two of them were sitting in one of the most luxurious dormitories in the academy, enjoying a hearty meal. Liam, his ear already restored thanks to a rare potion, wondered if it was right to use such a valuable item for something so small. Zeke replied indifferently that it was just an investment in his own mercenary and there was nothing special about it. But he kept thinking about the answer Liam had given, when he had said that there was something more important than his right arm, more important even than his own life. When asked what this precious thing was, Liam explained that it was his mother. He said that a few days after being rejected by Jaqen, he learned that she had fallen seriously ill. Although she had stabilized for a while, her body was now covered in small pink spots, and she grew weaker every day. The village healers were unable to identify the illness. Upon hearing this, Zeke took out a piece of parchment and began to write down all the symptoms described by Liam, from the pink and red spots to the recurring fevers and intense weakness. By comparing this information with what he knew, he recognized that the signs matched perfectly with a devastating plague that would emerge in 5 years' time. It was known as the pink disease, a highly contagious illness with an extremely high mortality rate that would kill thousands of people across the continent. Even though there was still no cure at the time, Zeke knew that in the future a radical treatment would be discovered that would save countless lives. This made him realize that Liam's motivation was legitimate. His insistence on entering Valhalla was not just a personal dream, but a desperate attempt to save his mother's life. Students at the academy received state-of-the-art medical treatment not only for themselves, but also for their families. With access to the most advanced medicine on the continent, Zeke revealed to Liam that he had developed a simple method to create an effective remedy for his mother's illness. He said that, with the right recipe, even ordinary village healers would be able to produce it without too much difficulty. This made Liam deeply grateful, although he was still puzzled that Zeke had never said the name of the illness, and yet knew exactly what it was. Zeke silently remembered the alchemist brothers Al and Jeff, two geniuses who, 5 years in the future, would develop a powerful treatment against against pink disease. Unfortunately, the Alchemists Association would see the discovery monopolized, selling the cure for absurd prices and taking advantage of the family's desperation. The news spread so far that even he, a defeated warrior at the time, heard about the formula. Now, with this knowledge of the future, he was able to recreate the recipe with ease and offer it to the boy who had shown so much faith in him. Then he told Liam that, with this formula in hand, he no longer needed to fight to enter Valhalla or continue to serve as his subordinate, since he had already achieved what he sought so much. But Liam stood up firmly and declared that, from that moment on, his life belonged to Lord Zeke. Swearing total loyalty to the man who had saved his hope, Liam made Zeke think that receiving a vow of loyalty from someone who, in the past life, would become the feared mercenary king could be extremely advantageous for his future plans. So he accepted naturally, but made it clear that if Liam was too slow, he would be left behind. The boy immediately replied that he would follow his lord wherever necessary. Later, in the Academy's central building where the dean was based, Owen, one of the most influential cadets, showed up with an unusual proposal and suggested to Dean Howard that he increase the difficulty of the tests for that semester. He justified it by saying that the first-year students were well above average, made up mostly of children from large families, and that they already had 2 pure-blooded awakened students. If the difficulty was kept the same as the previous year, the test would become ridiculously easy for this new generation. Although the suggestion sounded arrogant, Howard recognized that it made sense and said he would consider it. As soon as Owen left, the dean remained silent, reflecting on the boy and realizing that he bore many similarities to a well-known figure from the past. Thinking about the possible problems that could arise, he concluded that it might be better to eliminate Zeke before it was too late. On the day of the semester test, during the dungeon exploration test, it was explained that the participants would have to split into pairs and be thrown into isolated dungeons, where the aim was to escape before the time limit ran out. This task was considered extremely difficult, and the selected groups had to survive using strategy, strength, and teamwork. Although the danger was controlled, there was still the risk of failure, as each dungeon had its own variation in difficulty, but none of them were fatal. The main focus of the race was to develop decision-making skills under pressure. Each duo was given a 96-hour timer as soon as they crossed the magical entrance gates. In addition, performance in battle was assessed by the monster's kill, and extra points could be earned by presenting the heads of the defeated creatures. When Zeke and Liam were about to be called up, Zeke calmly asked if his partner was nervous. When he noticed that he admitted to being a little tense, he explained that this was natural, as excess fear could cause fatal mistakes, but overconfidence also led to a fall. The ideal was to maintain a balanced tension, as this acted as an internal warning, protecting against recklessness. The two of them were then directed to their dungeon, but not along the traditional path that everyone else was following, but down a darker, narrower corridor with a heavy atmosphere that seemed distinctly dangerous. When one of the guards questioned why those cadets hadn't been sent like the others, Zeke realized that there was something strange about the situation, but decided to follow exactly as instructed, believing that it would be better to find out what was behind it inside the dungeon itself. The most important thing in the test was not just to face the monsters or accumulate points, but to get out of the dungeon before time ran out. If they didn't manage to escape within the time limit, they would fail disgracefully. Later, while they were resting in a makeshift camp inside the dungeon, Zeke told Liam that he could use some sleep. Liam, seeing that Zeke himself had set up camp and prepared the meal, insisted that his lord rest first. Zeke reassuringly said that it wasn't necessary, as he was able to stay awake for up to 4 days straight thanks to his condition. Liam, even a little embarrassed about agreeing to rest first, said that he needed to regain his strength to protect his lord when necessary. Zeke, before letting him sleep, assured him that if anything happened, he would wake him up immediately. As he kept solitary vigil in the silent camp, Zeke reflected that it had been 16 hours since they had entered the dungeon. Added to the days he had spent training without sleep before the test, he had already accumulated more than 90 hours awake. Although his infinite stamina ability prevented physical exhaustion, it didn't prevent mental fatigue. In an environment like that, where danger could arise at any moment, he knew he couldn't take any chances. He decided to stay alert, but began to hear a soft sound, like bells in the distance, and realized that sleep was beginning to overcome him. Although he tried to stay awake until Liam woke up, his eyes closed briefly. An icy cliff appeared in his thoughts, a bleak landscape, and beneath it, the dead body of someone he couldn't make out, until he suddenly woke up, certain that this was the same recurring dream he had been having recently. Again, he had heard a bell before the dream happened. A few seconds after waking up, Zeke heard a noise coming from the darkness and quickly put out the fire. so as not to attract attention. He woke Liam at the same time as informing him that something was approaching. Although he had the Dragon's Eye ability, he knew that using it whenever there was a risk would be too dangerous for his own body, so he preferred to adjust his eyes to see better in the darkness. Until he smelt a strong, unmistakable smell of sulfur, a smell he knew all too well, as it belonged to a rank 3 monster, a hellhound. Although he remembered that in his past life, during the semester test, Reyna had hunted a warg, he couldn't imagine that they would put hellhounds in that place too. But there was something even stranger. The room was too quiet, and the footsteps he heard were too heavy to come from a simple dog, since even the leaders of these creatures didn't weigh that much. He thought it might be a mutant. The next moment, Zeke was completely surprised by the sight before him as a colossal creature appeared before them. Before he could think, he had to dodge a blow that completely destroyed one of the dungeon's walls. While Liam worriedly asked if his lord was all right, Zeke analyzed the situation and concluded that the whole thing was probably the work of the Zimmons. He wondered what their plan was this time, since the monster that appeared there wasn't the expected hellhound, but a much larger creature that had devoured him and was holding a huge wooden club. Liam, recognizing the creature, confirmed that it was a troll. It was explained that trolls are classified as rank 1 monsters, dangerous enough to devour hellhounds as if they were simple snacks. In addition, the blood of a troll was a valuable raw material for advanced regeneration medicines, which made this encounter even rarer and more dangerous. Without hesitation, Liam positioned himself in front of Zeke and declared that he would cover his lord's escape. But Zeke coolly rejected the idea, saying that he would never abandon a subordinate. So he positioned himself next to Liam, standing back to back as he had complete faith in his efforts and abilities. With this strategy, they decided to use all their strength together, with Zeke starting the attack with swift slashes to the troll's upper body, while Liam aimed precisely at the tendons in his legs. Zeke, observing the boy's movements, was impressed, because even though it was Liam's first real fight, he not only managed to wound the monster, but also hit all the vital points with precision, which showed that he had studied monsters on his own in that time. Even so, that wasn't enough to stop the creature, which had an extremely high regeneration capacity. At a critical moment in the battle, Liam was almost hit by a direct blow from the club, but Zeke, acting quickly, cut the tip of the weapon in half, protecting his ally and ending the exchange with a comment that, for a first fight, Liam was doing very well. Attacking the troll's tendons had been the best possible decision, although simple cuts were not enough to defeat this type of enemy, as regeneration was too intense. It would be necessary to strike with enough force to overcome the limits of the creature's healing. When the enraged troll dropped his destroyed club and went for hand-to-hand combat, Zeke analyzed the situation and concluded that that final blow was something Liam couldn't pull off yet. So he decided that he would finish the job himself. After a few moments of intense confrontation, the troll finally fell dead in front of them, showing that, against all expectations, the two of them had together defeated what seemed to be an impossible opponent. After defeating the troll, Zeke was rewarded with 30 karma points for subduing a high-ranking creature. He quickly told Liam to take the monster's head, explaining that it would be worth a lot of points in the test evaluation. But before they could go on their way, the system appeared unexpectedly, notifying Zeke of a sudden mission called 2 birds with 1 stone. In it, he would have to hunt down 100 monsters of 10 different species within the same dungeon, with a deadline of just 72 hours to complete the challenge. If he succeeded, the reward would be double the karma points, which Zeke was excited about, as he had already killed 14 monsters belonging to 2 different species. The system also warned him that non-hostile monsters would not count towards the objective. Then the mission timer was activated, making it clear that he now had 2 simultaneous counts: 79 hours left to get out of the dungeon and 72 hours to complete the subjugation mission. Zeke, analyzing the situation, understood that killing 100 monsters wouldn't exactly be the problem. The real challenge would be to find 10 different species, because as that dungeon was originally used for testing the Draker family cadets, it was very common for it to contain no more than 4 or 5 types of creature in total. This would make the mission practically impossible under normal circumstances. However, taking into account that the dungeon seemed to have been purposely set up as a trap by the Zimmons, Zeke believed that perhaps they had purposely included the necessary 10 species. That's why he decided to take this second mission seriously, because as well as escaping the dungeon, he now also needed to complete this special challenge. Liam, carrying the troll's head on his back, was wearing a special bag that had been delivered with the stopwatch. It was a kind of magical item with expanded internal space, not as big as a real inventory, but enough to store several monster heads safely. So the two of them continued exploring the dungeon while facing various creatures, advancing from battle to battle as the hours passed quickly. There were 64, then 56, 47, 41, and 39 hours left. The bag was already completely filled with the heads of slaughtered monsters, the result of the continuous efforts of both combatants. Zeke, as he walked alongside Liam, asked him if he was getting used to real combat. Liam, still uncertain, replied that he couldn't say for sure. Zeke commented that this feeling was normal, as adapting to the battlefield took time and even the most experienced took time to deal with the constant tension. At that moment, with only 50 minutes left before they could leave the dungeon, the biggest problem arose. Although they had already killed almost all the monsters they needed, they still lacked a single species to complete the challenge of the special mission. Zeke, frustrated, reflected that even though he had hunted almost every creature in the dungeon, he had only killed representatives of 9 different species. Not even the Zimmons, who had set the trap, had thought of putting in a 10th creature to actually complete the mission. It was at that moment that a huge tremor shook the floor of the cave, and a crack appeared with extreme violence, creating a fissure so large that it threatened to swallow everything around it. Zeke, realizing the danger, ordered Liam to immediately drop the bag he was carrying, because if he insisted on holding it, he would be killed in the collapse. As soon as Liam let go of the rope, the bag fell along with part of the floor, and very nearly, he himself was broken in half. If he had held on for one more second, he would have been dragged into the crevice. Seeing the blood-stained floor, Liam panicked, thinking it was Zeke's blood, but was reassured when he said it was just monster blood, although he didn't explain exactly which monster it was. It was then that Zeke told Liam to just watch, as an immense creature appeared before them that he immediately recognized as the dreaded dungeon worm. It was an extremely rare and powerful underground monster, known to require at least one purple knight to defeat. This confirmed that the Zimmons had indeed prepared thoroughly to eliminate it in there, putting an opponent that should have been impossible to defeat on that stage of the academy. Although Liam was visibly worried about the situation, Zeke didn't hesitate to take the front line, going straight into combat against the colossal creature that emerged from the depths. But of course, Liam wouldn't stand by while Zeke tried to block the gigantic creature's attacks and deflect the worm's movements away from the camp. He knew that even Blue Knights avoided direct confrontations with this type of monster, since the worm consumed the earth as it moved. This meant that if they took too long to defeat it, the structure of the dungeon would collapse completely and bury them alive. So Liam, without hesitation, began to block the creature's rapid attacks and soon managed to land a sharp blow that tore through its body, spreading viscous blood all over the area. Zeke, taking advantage of the opening, climbed onto the worm's body and tried to cut it in half by driving his sword into the creature's entrails, but ended up being pierced by the thorns hidden under its skin. He was trapped in the creature's body and at a disadvantage until he was saved by Liam, who was climbing the worm with surprising agility. His interference reduced the monster's pressure, allowing Zeke to escape the trap and reposition himself. Liam, seeing the Lord's condition, asked if he was all right. Zeke, surprised, asked what exactly Liam had done. The boy explained that he had coated his sword with a special anesthetic he had prepared, which numbed the worm's movements. Zeke soon realized that one of the main ingredients of this anesthetic was the plant known as belladonna, which in humans only weakens the senses, but for creatures like the worm acted like a deadly poison. He was impressed by the fact that even in such a chaotic and urgent situation, Liam managed to remember the creature's exact weakness, showing quick judgment, adaptability, and courage. Zeke thought that, without a doubt, joining Liam had been one of the best decisions he had made so far. With a plan in mind, Zeke quickly slid across the worm's body while ordering Liam to strike his sword once more with the poisonous substance. The blow was executed with precision, and in that instant, Zeke activated his soul manifestation, channeling all the force accumulated in his body into a single final blow that cut the dungeon worm in half. A spray of blood and guts spread everywhere, and finally the monster fell dead before them, ending the challenge and, at the same time, completing the mission of subduing 100 monsters of 10 different species. Zeke reached a total of 780 accumulated karma points at the end of the test. Meanwhile, outside, all the other students had already finished their tests, handed in the heads they had collected, and counted the points to receive their marks. Now it was Reina's turn to be assessed, receiving 30 points for escaping the dungeon, plus 20 goblin heads, 2 robbed goblin heads, and 1 orc head for a total of 180 points. The result caused a stir among the evaluators, as this total was very close to the old record set by Abel. Many commented that the purebloods really were a level apart from the rest. The instructor commented that this was to be expected of a Turun, praising her performance for easily surpassing the required average of 130 points. Reina coolly thanked him without much expression. Soon after, it was Owen's turn to be assessed with a total of 120 points. It was a good result, as it beat the average by 70 points, but he still felt humiliated at having been outdone by Reina. Although he tried to keep his composure, inside he was filled with rage, convinced that she couldn't remain arrogant forever. At least he believed he had managed to sabotage Zeke, until to his astonishment, he heard the voice he hadn't expected to hear there. Zeke suddenly appeared carrying the colossal head of the dungeon worm alongside Liam, unceremoniously dumping it on the ground in front of all the cadets, instructors, and assessors. Everyone was shocked to see the monstrous trophy thrown in front of them. Zeke wryly remarked that it had been a long time since he'd seen sunlight, while observing Owen's expression, which was clearly not happy. He then commented that that expression of disgust suited his personality better, teasing the boy directly, and even asked if he was leaving already, as if nothing had happened. Owen, poisoned by his own wounded pride, thought that one day he would make all those damned purebloods pay. Zeke, completely ignoring his rival's discomfort, walked up to the assessor and instructor Andre, greeted him directly, and commented that it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. Andre, focused on his work, only replied that he was there to carry out his duty rigorously, and asked if it was true that the dungeon worm had swallowed the bag where all the heads collected over the last 4 days were stored. Zeke confirmed that it was, explaining that because of the crack in the ground, they had to drop everything to avoid being crushed to death. Andre, without hesitation, began to dissect the worm's corpse right there to look for the bag. Everyone around was disgusted by the scene, while Zeke, calmly observing everything, thought that even with all the difficulties, he was quite lucky to have survived that extreme challenge, even if in the end, he lost almost all the monster heads he had collected. Zeke didn't want to lose his points, so he brought the worm's head, as there was no other instructor besides Andre who could do the complicated job of dissecting the creature. After some time of work, and with his gloves already completely dirty, the instructor confirmed several monsters had been slaughtered, including gremliums, gobliums, hobgobliums, hellhounds, orcs, and even a troll. Everyone was completely amazed at the number and variety of monsters they had killed during the test. Andre commented that, considering the large amount of blood present at the site, there were certainly dozens of heads, but as there was no way of confirming exactly, he decided to count each species as a single head. Although the troll and the dungeon worm were not originally included in the report due to the difficulty of killing them, he awarded 90 points to the troll and 180 points to the worm, resulting in an impressive total of 368 points. Even the other instructors were shocked, since in their day there were no hellhounds in that dungeon. Some cadets questioned whether this was really possible and whether it was fair to consider the worm as the only test, but another cadet immediately replied that the worm's head alone was worth 180 points. However, no one wanted to face or argue directly with those two, especially after they had killed such powerful creatures as a troll and a dungeon worm. The cadets then began to understand that it was best not to get in the way of those two, especially Zeke Draker. Meanwhile, Zeke noticed that everyone was commenting on him, which was normal, as they used to mock him. But now they looked at him with admiration and even fear. He also reflected that this time, the Zimmons had gone beyond all limits, using one of the Cradle's tests to try to eliminate him directly. Zeke then wondered if this had been Owen's decision alone, but quickly concluded that it hadn't, as Owen didn't have that much power on his own. Someone from the Zimmons with greater authority had probably interfered in the situation, indicating that he was being watched a lot more than he realized. Realizing that hiding his strength was being counterproductive, Zeke decided that he would adapt better to situations like this. At that moment, Reyna approached and quickly told him that he had won that time, then left with her entourage. Zeke was confused, wondering what exactly he had won, but decided to ignore it for now and continued his training later. During his training, he realized that he had finally accumulated enough karma points to unlock the gluttony skill, which was the last skill he hadn't yet acquired. Initially, he had ignored this skill because he considered it rather useless, but now, with points left over, he decided to activate it. As soon as he unlocked the ability, Zeke noticed that the description had changed, revealing that when he was in a state of gluttony, he could eat and digest absolutely anything, converting what he ingested directly into energy. What's more, when he consumed monsters with special bloodline abilities, he would automatically absorb those abilities too. Zeke then thought that he should have activated this ability before the test, but now he was determined to put this powerful energy conversion ability to the test. Then, when Zeke touched the meat, a strange energy began to flow from it, as if it were an evil aura that slowly melted and digested all the meat. In a few moments, the meat disappeared completely into that darkness, and soon afterwards, the system told him that he had recovered some of his energy because of that absorption. Zeke quickly realized that his migraine had disappeared as if he had taken a long nap, and his mental fatigue had also decreased significantly. His whole body seemed rejuvenated, both mentally and physically, including even his ether energy, which had been partially restored. Noticing these effects, Zeke concluded that this skill was definitely worth the 50 karma points spent on it. Excited by the benefits, he began to throw more food into the shadows of gluttony, thinking that with this skill he could greatly reduce the risks of his other skills. Now he could recover his mental fatigue and, combined with the infinite stamina he already had, he could restore his physical fatigue as well. He could literally stay awake for 24 hours without feeling hungry or sleepy. As he was planning to start this new routine immediately, he noticed someone standing next to him and was irritated to see that it was Decker, as he had already made it clear that he didn't want to be disturbed during his training sessions. However, Decker quickly explained that he had a very important message to deliver, informing him that Zeke's sword was finally ready. When he heard this, Zeke was excited, as he had been looking forward to it, so he decided to go immediately to meet Galleon to get his new weapon. While waiting for Galleon to bring the sword, Zeke wondered what it would look like in this life. In the past life, Galleon had made a sword using mithril and pure steel, known as the legendary Sword of Radiance, Graham, a weapon famous and recognized only for its brilliance. This time, however, Zeke had given him a completely different material for its manufacture, using a dragon's tusk as the base. He was curious whether the end result would be similar to or completely different from the famous Graham. However, when Galleon finally brought the sword, Zeke was confused and immediately wondered what exactly it was. As he held the new sword, he realized that it looked more like a sword made of crystal than a traditional weapon. The appearance wasn't particularly pretty and it didn't seem to be sharp at all. When he asked about this, Galleon explained that the shape was deliberate and that he believed the sword would adapt perfectly to Zeke's body and fighting style. Although this explanation might confuse most people, Zeke quickly understood what the blacksmith meant, which made Galleon very happy. However, the blacksmith mentioned that the sword still didn't have a name, as he had found it very difficult to choose one, and then suggested that Zeke give the weapon a name. Zeke was surprised, since in his previous life, it had been Galleon himself who had named it Graham. It seemed that, although only the material used had changed, things were now completely different from the previous life. Appearance, function, and even the name were different. Thinking carefully about which name to choose, Zeke unexpectedly cut himself on the hand, spilling his blood as if it were some kind of sacrifice. Seeing this, Galleon became extremely worried and wanted to understand the reason for such a sudden and dangerous gesture. However, Zeke knew what he was doing. Even though he possessed an extremely powerful healing factor, it was his own ability that caused the cut, indicating that he had enough control to temporarily deactivate his regeneration, thus allowing the wound to remain open. Then, with determination, he let his draconic blood drip slowly onto the sword, performing the ancient ritual of naming weapons, which Galleon immediately recognized as an extremely rare and dangerous dwarven tradition. It was explained that in this ritual, the owner of the weapon infused his blood with energy and aura, letting it fall directly onto the weapon, and then entered the depths of his unconscious mind, where it remained for an indefinite time until he chose the definitive name. Galleon could hardly believe that this boy knew about such an ancient ritual, almost completely forgotten on that continent due to the great risks involved. Meanwhile, Zeke was immersed deep in his own consciousness, carefully thinking that he should choose a single name for his new sword, something that was truly worthy of such a special weapon. Then, as he slowly emerged from the darkness into the clear waters that reflected his mind, he came across the name Stygian Bahamut. Immediately after the decision, the system officially registered the weapon as Bahamut, the Stygian sword. Zeke couldn't believe that he had chosen the name of such an evil dragon, but he understood that this choice came directly from his subconscious, so it wasn't exactly his fault. Later, Galleon was finishing treating Zeke's wounds and commented that he was really impressed that Zeke had performed the ancient dwarven ritual. Zeke just smiled and quickly explained that he had always appreciated dwarven culture and history. At this point, Galleon asked him to wait a little longer in his store, as he had something special to give him, and Zeke quietly agreed, saying that he didn't need to rush. While he waited, Zeke looked at his wound again, noticing that it hadn't really been healed by his automatic healing factor. This meant that he had full control to suppress his own passive abilities when necessary, something that could help him a lot in the future. In this way, he could hide his most valuable abilities and avoid dangerous situations like the one with the Duke. He also felt a little guilty about hiding these abilities from Galleon, but he planned to remove the bandages and heal himself when he got home. However, at that moment, something even more important was testing the incredible abilities of his new sword, Bahamut, the Stygian sword. It was an exceptional blade, carefully forged with blue flame mana by an extraordinary blacksmith with soul vision, using the most powerful tusk of the legendary cursed light dragon, Bahamut. In addition, the sword was completely indestructible and possessed an ability called aura conversion. There was also a special sealed note in the weapon's description, the contents of which would only be revealed once Zeke had fully unlocked the sword's power. He had never heard of a weapon that grew in power along with its user, and this made him extremely excited and curious to explore its true potential. However, for Zeke, the most important feature was definitely aura conversion, something he had worked so hard for, going so far as to create complex magical circuits specifically for Galleon's work, commissioning a weapon with this special feature. In his past life, a similar ability was precisely what made the Graham sword so special, allowing it to convert mana, ether, or any other type of energy directly into aura. Wielding his his new weapon, Zeke immediately realized that for someone like him, who was born without the natural gift of manipulating aura, this ability was exactly what he needed to reach higher levels, even the level of the legendary Black Knights. Finally, Galleon returned, apologizing for the delay, saying that he had finally found the gift he was looking for, but ended up interrupting his speech when he was struck by the powerful aura emanating from Zeke's body as he held the sword. Galleon immediately realized that the aura emanating from Zeke was incredibly pure and clean. It was an energy so powerful that, without any effort, it could overcome even a purple knight. Zeke then commented that the sword created by the blacksmith was absurdly good, to which Galleon humbly replied that, with such a powerful furnace, it was no big deal. Nevertheless, he asked Zeke to take a look at something special. Galleon explained that this particular scabbard had been created personally by his own master, and upon hearing this, Zeke was surprised that he had never heard of this master, not even in his past life. The master's name was Golan Jobert, and after a few moments of reflection, Zeke finally realized who this legendary figure was. It was none other than Golan Jobert, the greatest blacksmith on the continent, and considered the most talented dwarf blacksmith in history. All his creations were famous for fitting their users perfectly, and collectors were willing to pay fortunes for any piece he made. Surprised, Zeke asked directly if Galleon really was a disciple of Golan Jobert, and on hearing this, Galleon was a little taken aback, asking if Zeke could also read the language of the dwarves. Zeke, however, replied calmly that if he really was a creation of Golan Jobert, that scabbard would not be a simple scabbard. Immediately, Galleon confirmed that this was no ordinary thing, showing a special lock that, when activated, quickly transformed the scabbard into a very resistant shield made of mithril and wyvern bones. This meant that the shield could withstand intense combat without suffering damage, and if it faced anything beyond its capacity, it would automatically return to its original sheath form to avoid destruction. Galleon said that this was still nothing compared to the gratitude he felt towards Zeke, so he decided to give the scabbard as a special gift. Upon hearing this, Zeke jokingly commented that Galleon could easily sell the object to buy a new furnace. However, the blacksmith replied that he would never sell such a precious creation to anyone. Zeke laughed and accepted the gift, recognizing that the blacksmith could get rich quickly if he sold something like that. Upon receiving the scabbard, Zeke immediately noticed that it looked much smaller than his new sword, but since it was the work of the legendary Golan Jobert, he clearly couldn't underestimate it. The moment he put the sword in the scabbard, it adapted perfectly to the size and shape of the weapon. Zeke smiled with satisfaction, as it had gone far beyond his expectations, and thanked Galleon sincerely for the incredible gift, making the blacksmith very happy that he had liked it. Later, while training again, Zeke decided to examine a pair of gauntlets made of meteoric steel. However, the system warned him that these gauntlets had no special properties, as such properties were only activated when used with a complete set of meteoric steel. These gauntlets had come from the first chest obtained during that unexpected mission inside the dungeon. At first, he thought it was just an ordinary treasure, but he noticed that it contained something much more valuable. Much curious to see if the second chest also contained something of meteoric steel, he immediately opened the new box, only to be confused when he found a torn map. At that moment, the system announced that he had found a map containing traces of the legendary hero Kaiser, known as the King of Heroes. Kaiser had been the leader of the Knights of the Clock Tower and was described in a popular biography on the continent as the founder of the brilliant kingdom of Kronos. However, that biography was so full of incredible feats and fantastic stories that no one believed them to be real, treating them as pure fiction. Now, however, Zeke had clear proof that the hero Kaiser really did exist. The system quickly made a detailed analysis of the map, marking a specific position on the minimap, located in the Giant Mountains, a territory dominated by barbarians. Even so, Zeke realized that conquering that location would be easier than he had imagined. At that moment, the system informed him that, thanks to the skills he had acquired, the tutorial was finally complete, thus revealing a new potential mission, the conquest of the secret technique of the legendary King of Heroes, Kaiser. This mission consisted of acquiring a secret technique directly from the ruins where Kaiser had left his traces. There was no time limit to complete it, and the reward promised was simply the authority to administer the system. Upon understanding the magnitude of that reward, Zeke finally understood that the tutorial had only been a preparation so that he could make the most of all the system's features. It was as if he had just stopped crawling and was finally starting to play seriously. Excited by the possibilities, he immediately decided to grab all the available rewards. Before that, he decided to spend all the karma points he had been saving so far, unlocking new skills and evolving the ones he already had as much as possible, fully preparing himself for the adventure he was about to embark on. He thought he still had a lot of points left over, but he didn't know where to spend them now. For the time being, he decided to invest only in using level 2 skills, and in the end, he had 400 points left over. So he activated his dragon scale armor and his draconic claw to test how they performed, and the first thing he would try would be the dragon claw. With just one small movement, he made huge cuts across the arena and realized that it was much better than he had expected. Now he decided to test the armor and hit Bahamut on his own arm. The armor was so powerful that the sword was thrown away. Zeke thought that even though he hadn't used his aura, the sword still flew away as if it were on the same level as full armor. Now he had the dragon's claw for attack and the dragon's armor for defense, which was quite intuitive. Later at the Draker Training Center, they were talking about the semester test coming up soon, but before that they had to practice their auras. The instructor explained some basic rules. Behind him were several training dummies, specially made so that they couldn't be scratched by physical force alone. They could only be damaged or destroyed using aura, and if the student failed to make even one scratch, he would fail the test, and the following test would be considered void, forcing the student to start again from the basics. Then he would call the students up one by one to form a line. Owen thought that the first people were the ones to suffer the most in such cases, but this was similar to the aura training he was used to at home. The Zimmons completely dominated the academy's education. Even if they were purebloods like Zeke or Reyna, they wouldn't have the same aura control as him. Next up was Owen himself, who used the resonance of the sword. The instructors were impressed, and the senior instructor mentioned that this was to be expected from his family. Owen managed to damage the training dummies very well, being so fast that they could barely keep up with him with their eyes. Soon, he had damaged all the dummies, and one instructor commented that he had done very well and that at this rate he could surpass even Mr. Abel. But Owen wasn't interested in their praise, and the instructors realized that he was a bit rude. As the queue progressed, everyone was very nervous, because they needed to cause at least a little damage so as not to have to start all over again. The instructor realized that many had more difficulty than others, but no student had failed so far. They had all managed to put at least a little aura into the sword, however little. The special class was really different, but there were certainly geniuses among them. One instructor was curious to see how Reyna would do, but she had a special request to make first. She wished to be classified according to the arts of dragon slaying. The instructor mentioned that this grading criterion was only for higher level cadets, and Reyna said she was aware of this. Owen thought that her arrogance would get her killed one day because pouring aura into her sword and being able to use dragon slaying arts were two completely different things. Just keeping aura in the sword already required a lot of concentration, but in the case of the slaying arts, fine and detailed adjustments had to be made to each movement made with the aura. Owen thought that, at best, she'd be able to land 1 or 2 blows and then she'd be in trouble because of all her arrogance. The instructor then warned Reyna that she would suffer consequences if she failed, and Reyna confirmed that she was aware of this. The instructor accepted the demonstration, so Reyna put aura into her sword, making everyone apprehensive to see what she would do. Then she simply began to make several wide, powerful slashes using the Dragon Slayer art, and not only did she manage to hit the target dolls, she completely destroyed them all. Everyone watching was extremely impressed, and Owen, as usual, was irritated by this, while Reyna stared directly at the other students. Owen initially thought that she was looking at him with the intention of provoking him, until he finally realized that, in fact, from the beginning, she hadn't been competing with him, but with Zeke, who responded to her gaze with a confident smile. Zeke realized that the field had become a mess after Reyna's attacks, and the way she was staring directly at him, he couldn't just ignore it. So he decided, even without needing to meet her expectations. He asked the instructor that he be judged using the Dragon Slayer's criteria as well, which made the instructor wonder if he was asking for it just because Reyna had done it, while also pointing out that Reyna was a pureblood. The other senior instructor then said that the conditions would be the same, asking Zeke if he accepted, and Zeke agreed. The novice instructor asked why the senior instructor had allowed this, and was told that it was normal for him not to know these details, since he had only just joined. He went on to explain that Zeke had won a bet against instructor Andre, and that Zeke was also a pureblood who had awakened with a single golden light, making him an unprecedented recruit for the academy. In the last test, he had not only broken the previous record belonging to Cerebel, but also set a new record that was practically impossible for new cadets to achieve, being recognized by everyone as Zeke Draker. At that moment, the system reported that the Bahamut sword had detected an aura conversion, transforming all the energy into pure aura. This was still difficult for Zeke's current strength, but he managed to convert a reasonable amount, enough to start his demonstration. Upon assuming the first stance, Reyna was immediately shocked to realize that Zeke was about to use the first chapter, verse 1, of the dragon slaying technique, called the sky cutting stance, thus reaching the same level as her. Despite this, Reina thought that he still wouldn't reach the level of instructor Andre, but Zeke made precise, fine, and detailed cuts, completely different from Reina's attacks, which had destroyed everything in a furious, wide-ranging style. After completing his demonstration, Zeke thought that he had concentrated well on the basic techniques of dragon slayers, and that this would probably be enough to impress Reina, until he noticed that everyone was commenting on his power, making him realize that he had ended up revealing a greater force than he had intended, exaggerating a little in his demonstration. He only wanted to match Reina's demonstration, but he ended up going beyond his intended limits, which made a novice instructor ask in surprise if a first-level cadet was really demonstrating power equivalent to that of a purple knight. At that moment, everyone began to murmur in amazement among themselves, while Owen trembled nervously. However, Reina was even more excited about the competition against Zeke. Later that day, Zeke was talking to Dean Howard, who commented that he had heard about Zeke's incredible results in the semester tests. Zeke humbly replied that it was just luck. But Dean Howard reinforced that perhaps it wasn't just luck that he was already at the level of a purple knight at just 13 years old. Howard asked Zeke what he thought about taking a test to advance a class, and Zeke wanted to confirm that this meant skipping a class. Then Howard explained that it could be more than one, depending on his performance, because it was a system reserved for outstanding cadets like him. Zeke thought that the old man had fallen for the bait faster than he expected, which was fair enough since he had revealed so much of his power, so he agreed to take the advanced test, even though he thought the dean was planning something behind it and decided to join in, just to see where it went. Meanwhile, Howard sat alone in his office and talked about Reina and Zeke Draker, two purebloods who had agreed to take the special test. Then he understood the situation and told himself that he would make the necessary decisions because everything was getting even more interesting for him. On another day, in the higher training center for the Aura class, there were only Zeke and Reina, and the atmosphere was not at all good, until an instructor appeared saying he was sorry for the delay and introduced another instructor who would be responsible for administering the test, a Supreme Class Knight of the Draker family called the Dieback Blade. On seeing him, Zeke immediately remembered the battlefield in his past, when he saw that man right there among the bodies. Because back then, Zeke wondered if it was another Draker on his way and what that Empire dog was doing there, but realized that he was just carefully placing the bodies on the ground, and then digging graves with his bare hands to bury them. He repeated this hundreds of times, because there were so many gravestones around, until Zeke appeared with a shovel in his hands and asked if he could help, even though he said that if the other person refused, he would help anyway. He then introduced himself as Zeke Murray, a member of the Northern Allied Forces, and asked if the other man was a Draker, to which the man replied that he no longer was. Zeke said it was the same for him, then asked what he should call it, and the man said it was the Dieback Blade. Now in the present, Zeke realized that his name was Owl, even if he hadn't known it before, so the two of them bowed respectfully to him, and Zeke thought that he was indeed a superior knight, one of the most important pillars of the Draker family, because superior knights possess enough power, renown, experience, and merit to achieve this kind of title, which represents a position of great honor and dignity. The instructor explained that the test method would be familiar to former Cradle students of fencing battle, where participants can only stop when they faint or give up, and he expected them to give it their all. Reina said she would go first, but Owl replied that they wouldn't do the test separately because they would both be going against him at the same time, which made Reina angry. But Zeke told her to calm down because she knew the difference in skills between them, and above all, the test had already started and that man was watching her behavior. Now Reina had failed to control her emotions, so she took a deep breath, calmed down, and looked at Zeke, who thought that this was to be expected from the quick-witted genius. Then he said that he had a perfect strategy and that together they could land the ideal blow to take down the enemy, and they all silently prepared for combat, with Zeke on one side and Reina on the other. Zeke thought that the man was using a very strange sword, a single-edged blade typical of the Eastern Empire called a rondo, and it seemed that he had mastered this sword for many years. Zeke realized that Reina's pride was hurt by this, but he thought that she would at least put her pride aside and stick to the plan. The moment Zeke advanced, she also rushed into the attack, and together they flanked Owl, but he still managed to block both attacks at the same time, even though he was attacked from the front and the back. His sword was short and agile enough to block in any direction, which made it clear why he had achieved the title of Supreme Knight. Reina realized that this was indeed a superior knight, and thought that he had managed to parry all the blows at once regardless of the direction they came from, which shocked her because his body hadn't even been scratched. So she decided to use the technique of the Dragon Slayers, Chapter 3, Verse 1, The Half Moon Cut. But Owl dodged with a simple step to the side and used his other leg to land a kick straight at her throat, causing Reina to spit up a lot of blood and be thrown away, crashing through the wall violently. Even so, when the staff approached her worriedly asking if she was alright, Reina stood up, saying that she was, and told everyone to get out of the way, because it was dangerous for them to stay there. While thinking that Zeke's plan to open a breach was completely impossible, she wondered if he really believed it could work. Then she remembered the strategy Zeke had passed on to her and became indignant, thinking he couldn't carry out something so pathetic, as if he wanted to tarnish their honor with it. But even so, she remembered that it was she who had asked for his help, so she had to trust, even if she still questioned whether that tactic could really work against a superior knight like Al. And Zeke said that the important thing wasn't to be sure, but to force the situation to happen the right way. Because when he fought her, he knew that Reina could have dodged that blow with ease, and she herself recognized that she just hadn't expected him to use that method. So Zeke explained that that was exactly what they would do now, an unexpected opening based on something Al couldn't predict, and told Reina to just wait for his signal, because a small gap would be more than enough. At that moment, Zeke also activated his dragon-slaying art and used the technique called Shadowless Gale Spaces, which made Al realize that this was a technique of the Duke himself, and even though he was a superior knight, he almost didn't manage to block Zeke's attack. Then Zeke said that from now on he would have to take everything seriously, and as he prepared for his next move, he noticed a flash of lightning coming from the side. It was Reina activating her pureblood trait to interfere with the field's mana, which temporarily distorted his senses. Even so, Al managed to block everything and thought it was child's play, as a simple obstruction of vision wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Only the real blow wasn't that, but the disturbing feeling he got when Zeke stared at him, because he had activated the dragon's eyes, and the intimidation was so intense that it felt like a creature was watching him from within the darkness itself. So Zeke thought it was the right moment and used the draconic claw, and even though he blocked it, Al thought that this was definitely not the blow of a simple cadet. It felt like the attack of a beast, and when he felt the pressure, he understood that Zeke had long since passed the cadet level. At this point, Reina was also using her remaining strength to restrict Owl's movements, which made it even more difficult for him to move. Even so, Owl went for it, thinking that these techniques would only work against people of their level and not against someone like him. So he quickly exchanged blows with Zeke, who wondered if Owl was already starting to get used to the darkness around him, because every time Owl tried to hit him, Zeke disappeared as if he were a shadow, and every time he thought he had hit his opponent, it was only an illusion made with shadow manipulation. It was then that Zeke took the opportunity to cut off all the lights in the room, leaving Owl without any visual reference, and even then, he almost managed to parry the final blow. But now was the right moment, and Zeke gave the signal to Reina, who then threw a kind of magic potion, and Zeke immediately remembered the wizard he had asked for help, a teacher who had said that the item was for single use only, and he had to be absolutely sure when to use it. The wizard asked if Zeke wanted to add an explosion spell to the special potion, but Zeke explained that it wasn't that. What he wanted was basically a light grenade, something that would create an intense explosion of flash and noise at the same time. The moment the potion was activated, Al was completely blinded in both sight and hearing, unable to react immediately, and thought he had been caught in the trap, realizing that he had made an error of judgment by underestimating Zeke. At that instant, the two attacked at the same time, Zeke on one side and Reina on the other, forcing Al to use an emergency technique to defend himself, activating the dragon, slaying arts, chapter 4 verse 1, the full moon cut. Even with his eyes closed, he managed to throw them both away with an immense wave of force, and as he still couldn't see properly, he relied solely on his instinct. Afterwards, Zeke and Reina were carried away on stretchers by Academy staff, and one of the instructors commented that Owl had done an excellent job until a figure approached, saying that he had finished off his own disciple. It was the Knight of the Gale, the Duke, who asked how his disciple had performed in combat. Owl, on hearing this, began to reflect on Zeke, remembering that he was so fast that he simply disappeared in the face of his attacks, and that at one point Zeke had intentionally dropped his sword even though he could have used a counterattack, which showed that his movements were completely calculated. What he had done was force a misread to create the perfect gap, and the most surprising thing was that Zeke, even wounded, was still awake listening to it all from the stretcher, while Al declared that Zeke was beyond his ability to assess him. Sometime later, a meeting was held with the senior knights who had taken part in the tests, along with the Academy's Dean Howard, and everyone came to a decision without any objections, agreeing that Reina should advance 3 classes and Zeke 5 classes. From then on, Zeke's life was more peaceful as he continued to train under the Duke's supervision, and after completing his apprenticeship with him, he began training with Andre, while still maintaining a good relationship with Professor Phenom, until he was selected to take part in Delphoa's Royal Magical Laboratory, which led him to leave the cradle. Zeke thought that he was now out of the direct disputes between the great families, but what struck him most during this period was the fact that Owl had requested a direct duel against Zeke, as if he had awoken from a deep and sudden realization. He then asked for a formal leave of absence and secluded himself inside a training room, where he spent 2 years in complete silence until graduation day arrived, and Decker congratulated Zeke, who had become the youngest person in history to be admitted to Valhalla. Decker commented that the patriarch of the family would be extremely proud of this, because now Zeke Draker was only 15 and had already surpassed all the previous cadets. And the most impressive thing was that the dean himself had written a letter of recommendation personally, something he had never done before. Zeke felt really happy about this, although he knew that being the youngest inductee into Valhalla would bring even more responsibilities, more eyes on him, and inevitably more chaos. So he told Decker that he still had 3 months until his entry week and asked for an atlas. Decker was startled to think that he intended to travel, but Zeke replied that he just wanted to rest and didn't want to be bothered by anyone during that time. Decker, understanding the hidden message, said that he understood perfectly because Zeke's real plan was to go behind Giant Mountain in search of the hero Kaiser's legacy, using the vacation as an excuse to explore important issues without revealing his true destination to anyone. Then Liam knocked on the door and entered, bowing to his leader, Zeke Draker, who was now about to start a new chapter. Zeke said he didn't need that kind of formality and that Decker could treat him informally. When Decker said he was going to leave, Zeke reminded him that he couldn't forget to do the procedure with the card, as he still needed to check Valhalla's documentation. Then Liam asked why he had been called to the Platinum Mansion, and Zeke explained that he had heard that Liam was now in the special class, and as his leader, Zeke couldn't stand idly by. He organized everything that Liam needed to do at the academy, including the semester tests, compulsory questions, training, and even essential items, and also said that from 4th year onwards he would need a personal sword, which he could order from Fafnir's breath, and Zeke assured him that he would pay for everything, as he trusted the person he had chosen to follow him so much. With that, Liam was deeply moved by his leader and bowed to Zeke, saying that he would do everything to meet his expectations. But Zeke then reminded him that he had told him not to do that kind of thing, because it wasn't necessary. So Zeke set off on his journey, and it was explained that the kingdom of Argos was in the far north of the central continent, being one of the 4 central kingdoms, along with Delphi, Thebia, and Alencia, and that dungeons large and small were scattered across the giant mountains that divided the continent from the land of monsters, which attracted adventurers interested in getting rich quick. The first king of Argos realized this early on and chose to make the kingdom's core business a system that united adventurers and dungeons with the support of the royal family. The giant mountains were then divided into hundreds of regions with transportation routes and operational bases, giving rise to the Adventurers Guild, which had now spread across the entire continent. At that moment, Zeke Draker was in one of these guilds, of course in disguise, using his old name Zeke Murray with a wig and magic lenses, because he knew that operating as a Draker would attract too much attention. As he walked through the bustling city, he thought it was time to hunt for some treasure, and later boarded one of the hundreds of carriages that took adventurers to the dungeons. Zeke was relieved to get a last-minute spot, until someone called him asking if he was an adventurer too, commenting that he looked nervous and asking if it was his first time in a dungeon. After that, the group offered to team up with him, saying that they were veterans and knew that if he made any mistakes in a dungeon, he would end up being eaten by a monster. Zeke thought that these kinds of people still existed, people who used novice adventurers as bait for monsters, or even sold the unwary to the slave market. So he didn't answer anything and simply stood up and told everyone to be quiet. This prompted a blonde man to ask if they had offended him in any way, but Zeke only warned the coachman that there were monsters approaching from their direction, about 500 meters away, a platoon of orcs. The coachman was surprised because that route was supposed to be safe, while the group scoffed that the newcomer was too nervous and thought he knew more than the veterans, claiming that it was a safe zone without monsters. Then Zeke pointed and asked what that was behind them, and the group froze as a giant orc smashed the carriage to pieces, revealing a veritable platoon of orcs, exactly as Zeke had predicted. They started killing everyone, taking down the adventurers with ease, while Blondie barely managed to call for help before his head was crushed by one of the orcs. Zeke immediately understood that the presence of orcs in a safe zone meant that the guild's base was not operating as it should, and when he arrived at the base, he saw that it was completely devastated, with all the soldiers massacred, even though they were Argos soldiers. This meant that the monsters couldn't have won that easily, until Zeke noticed something strange, because the cuts on the knights' chests were too clean, made with precision, and this was definitely not the work of a monster, because there were no signs of resistance, and they had all died with just one blow in the same spot, which could only be the work of an extremely skilled human, at least someone with the level of a purple knight. Zeke thought that, fortunately, he wouldn't be there long to find out who was responsible for it. For now, his only priority was to find Kaiser's traces, so he continued on his way until much later, he passed a basket full of bound skulls, which clearly indicated that he had entered barbarian territory, and looking at the mini-map, he realized that he was already very close to his destination. But of course, there would be people in his way, and he soon realized the presence of hidden assassins. They were the so-called Hounds, an elite unit recruited from among the greatest talents, even Knights of the Empire, trained in advanced tracking and assassination techniques acting under direct command of the Emperor himself, so secret that only the most important figures in the Empire knew of their existence, although in the near future they would be revealed to the public as one of the main fighting forces in the Continental War. Zeke knew very well who they were, because they were the ones who had tracked his steps and caused his death in his past life. He recognized those tracking techniques because he could never forget the reason for his previous defeat, and as he hid, he remembered that he had overheard the Duke talking about the Emperor's obsession with immortality. Since before the regression, the Emperor had been scouring the entire continent for rare artifacts, which was why Zeke had been hunted down and killed for carrying the ancient dragon stone. Now the Hounds were probably there for the same reasons. Perhaps they had already discovered the ruins of Kaiser, so he decided to see for himself. At that moment, the Hounds began to move towards them, but when one of them tried to draw his weapon, he was surprised by Zeke, who immediately snatched the man's hand to prevent him from activating the emergency beacon, which made it clear that this was no ordinary group, but an escort or guard team. Normally, a Hound unit would be made up of 20 members, but there were only 3, and even then they were being easily defeated, which left the others in a panic, not understanding how that boy knew so much, while Zeke was already cutting the neck of the first one, and looking at the others, realizing that there were only 2 living witnesses, and if one died, the other could no longer remain silent, so they would have to choose their words very carefully from then on. Soon afterwards, Zeke was led to the Hound's temporary base, where there were many soldiers, and looking at the minimap, he realized that some guards had probably been captured or killed by the Hounds themselves, which meant that perhaps they had actually found the ruins of Kaiser, but he still preferred to confirm it for himself. So he waited for the right moment, while one of the guards at the entrance was absent-mindedly yawning and complaining of boredom at the lack of movement in that barbaric territory, until suddenly he was killed with a single attack. The second guard also fell next, and Zeke passed through them like an invisible arrow, killing with precision while everyone was still distracted, without even realizing that they were already under attack. Zeke cut the neck of one more, and before the next one could scream, he covered its mouth and killed it in silence. All this brought back memories of the old days, when he was still following orders from his former superior, who had had enough of the Hounds and ordered him to eliminate them all. And then the base leader showed up, asking if he was a killer from the south, wondering if Zeke was one of the McCains, but said he wouldn't make it out alive anyway. The leader told Zeke that if he surrendered now, he could die painlessly, and Zeke thought that this man must be in charge of that base, probably someone on the level of a Blue Knight. But even so, he was still very weak compared to the Hounds he had faced and killed in his past life. So Zeke found it ironic to hear those words coming from someone who had seen all his comrades slaughtered, someone who still dared to promise mercy to those who had torn the limbs off his guards with their bare hands. And Zeke wondered mentally if there were any losers in that place, because if there were, he was going to break them all in half as well. When the enemies advanced at the same time, Zeke naturally defended all the blows with ease, and disguised as a member of the McCains, he thought something was strange, wondering if the Hounds had always been so weak, or if it was he who had become stronger after the regression. But it didn't matter what the answer was, because it didn't make any difference. Then he activated the mana reflection ability, causing a power outage throughout the base, which left everything completely dark, favoring his stealthy actions and making it even easier to kill him. The leader tried to understand what was going on and wondered if it was the work of a dragon slayer, since only they have such a powerful mana interference ability. But judging by the lack of aura and the clearly southern fencing, he concluded that Zeke must just be an assassin, never a member of the Draker lineage. So he ordered the the others not to panic, saying that it was still possible to kill that invader. Only when the lights came back on it was too late, as all his men were dead and he was the only one left standing, completely terrified. Zeke remarked to himself that the Emperor was becoming lame, as it was hard to believe that he was really after the hero Kaiser. And when the base leader heard this, he asked what he was talking about. But Zeke only replied that he didn't need to worry because he would soon find out for himself. After all, he was about to die, and then he appeared behind the man and killed him with a precise stab to the throat, ending that mission with coldness and precision. After leaving the scene, Zeke purposely left the McCain knife behind to incriminate the group and take the focus off himself, and it was explained that the McCain cartel was a criminal organization based in the South, of which Zeke had been a member in the past, a group for whom he had shed blood, sweat, and tears, operating on any kind of mission as long as there was payment. After the fall of the Kingdom of Cusco in the South due to the Civil War, this cartel had divided the lawless territory into two dominated regions. Zeke thought he could easily erase their tracks using his draconic abilities, but he decided to intentionally blame the South, using southern fencing and leaving the McCain symbol behind, as he knew the Empire would act on this and turn its attention to that group, which would serve both to eliminate the McCains and to take the pressure off the North. However, Zeke became more apprehensive when he read the letter he found inside the base, realizing that the Emperor knew much more than he had imagined, as he really did have knowledge of the ruins of Kaiser, which became even more evident when he saw the map of the operation. Zeke thought that the central continent being marked was expected, but even the eastern region, which was under ceasefire, and the dark, unexplored seas were also marked on the plan, and the Empire had mobilized hunting dogs to all these places, which indicated that in the past life, the Emperor had probably already found those ruins, only in this life he hasn't located them yet, and so Zeke knew he had to act with great haste. It was at that moment that he saw a red flare light up in the sky, a classic sign of disaster, and Zeke already started running, as he understood that he was officially being chased by the hounds, and remembered that a red flare with 5 parts meant a clear order of total elimination, meaning that all the hounds in the area would move until the target was captured or killed, and if they found him, it would practically be a death sentence. Even in his past life, when he stole the artifact from the North, Zeke ended up dying because of the operation known as the Absolute Lasso, but now he had the system on his side, so when he was attacked by surprise, he managed to dodge at the last moment and drew his sword quickly. And even when all the hounds went after him at once, Zeke realized that he could still handle the situation. So, with agile movements and precise blows, he dodged all the attacks. Although he knew that these enemies were different from the ones he had defeated in the cave, these were experts in killing, real executioners trained to hunt high-risk targets. More hounds followed, completely encircling Zeke in the forest, and he thought it was going to be hard work, but looking at the level of the soldier's skills, he knew he could get away with it. But that would destroy the whole plan he had put together to frame the McCains, so even though he didn't want to, he realized that he needed to use a special resource. He picked up a small whistle and blew it, the sound echoing throughout the forest and attracting the attention of all the enemies, creating the distraction Zeke needed to pick up smoke bombs, throw them at himself, and disappear from sight with a slight smile on his face. The platoon leader ordered them to continue the chase, saying that he couldn't have gone very far, but when he tried to track Zeke down, he realized that there was no trace of his presence in the vicinity, which seemed impossible until one of the hounds was thrown away with its body shattered. The leader was shocked to see that they were being attacked by barbarians, without understanding the reason for such fury, as he was sure that they had not provoked any tribe in that region, and even using aura in their attacks, the hounds were unable to cause any damage to the barbarians, while the barbarians, with just one punch, were able to crush the heads of their enemies. The leader realized that he had never seen the barbarians so enraged and that now their strength was at risk, so he activated another beacon, ordering an immediate retreat and the end of Operation Absolute Loop. As the barbarians ran after them, the hounds began to flee desperately, while Zeke remained hidden underground, waiting for the right moment to come out. And when he returned to the surface, he commented to himself that the item had worked better than he had expected, for that was the barbarian's horn, a tool created specifically for communication and efficiency amid the chaos of battle, a sacred instrument of the tribes. In his past life, Zeke managed to develop a friendly relationship with the Mema King tribe, who taught him how to make and use that horn, and the signal he used was basically a sacred warning, indicating that intruders had invaded their land. Even though most of the world saw barbarians as savages and uncivilized, Zeke knew that they had their own culture, traditions, and codes, living to protect their territory. But unfortunately, the replica horn he used broke after just one use. So now he had to continue his mission and find the ruins as soon as possible. Later, in the ruins themselves, Zeke was amazed at the number of challenges coming up one after the other, until the system warned him that he had discovered a fallen dragon race, completely corrupted by contaminated contaminated energy. Seeing that monstrous creature in front of him, he wondered what exactly it was because, according to the mini-map, there was a door behind the creature. So Zeke asked the system how to open that passage, and the system connected directly with the administrator of the ruins, who in turn connected with the system of the house of the hero King Kaiser, and so the door opened automatically, which made the creature even more enraged. The dragon, which also had the characteristics of a hydra, went into a frenzy at the opening of the door, and Zeke knew he couldn't just run through, so he activated his dragon-slaying art and used Wuthering Heights' Shadowless Spaces skill, a technique that distorts the enemy's visual perception, allowing him to cross the battlefield unseen. Even though he was very close to crossing completely, he was almost swallowed up by the creature, which in the end swallowed him whole. But inside the monster's throat, Zeke used the Chapter 7 Verse 1 dragon-slaying art, known as Dragonhead Decapitator, and although the creature's blood was acidic and extremely corrosive, Zeke's healing factor was activated immediately, regenerating his wounds quickly. He then realized that the creature had 9 heads, and that its blood was corrosive, and by analyzing its features, Zeke knew exactly what kind of monster he was facing. In his past life, it had been extremely difficult to face that kind of creature, and the next moment Zeke was already feeling sick as he tried to block the brutal blow of the Hydra's fangs, which easily flung him away, making Zeke wonder how that could be called a dragon-killing technique if it wasn't even capable of killing a descendant of them. For in that era when true dragons were extinct, the so-called fallen dragons were the closest beings to the original form of dragons, and yet his attacks were having no effect because every time he cut that Hydra, it regenerated immediately, completely nullifying the damage it had received. Zeke understood that with the current level of his skills, facing that monster was extremely difficult, and when he realized that he was approximately 30 meters from the door, he decided to think of a more strategic solution. So he opened the system and ordered it to close the door, drove his sword into the ground with full force, and activated the 5th form of the Gale Dragon Slayer technique, the Windbreaker, allowing him to advance at extremely high speed, breaking a few heads on the way, but his main focus was not on killing, but on getting past the creature and reaching the door as quickly as possible. The Hydra, sensing Zeke's intention to flee, threw 3 of its heads in his direction, and just as he was about to reach the door, he was surprised by one of the mouths that managed to bite and grab his arm, pulling him back with brutal force. This made Zeke think that he hadn't expected the creature to pursue him with such ferocity, and in that instant, he decided that not even his own arm was worth the risk of being captured. So he cut off his own limb next to the Hydra's head, breaking them both in half without hesitation. And soon afterwards, his arm began to regenerate itself, bone by bone, muscle by muscle, thanks to his healing factor. But in the air, while he was still recovering, he was hit by a direct blast of poison. The system reported that he had been poisoned by the Hydra, so Zeke activated his soul manifestation combined with the laceration technique, vertically slicing through the Hydra's body in one clean, destructive movement, decapitating more than one head at the same time. Although the creature was still standing, as was he, who was still resisting despite being seriously injured. Realizing that there was only one last active head left, Zeke saw the creature preparing yet another attack, but instead of retreating, he activated his dragon's dignity ability, which forced the creature to retreat in the face of the intimidating aura released. And for the first time, the Hydra was so frightened that it fled from him immediately. The door opened in front of him, and Zeke thought that he hadn't expected dragon dignity to work on such a monster, and even regretted not having used it before. But he soon felt the weight of the battle and wondered why he was so tired if his infinite stamina ability was active, until the system explained that the reason was the poison, and also confirmed that the creature had been corrupted by the contaminated energy, which generated a deep fear that allowed the draconic control authority to be activated, giving him the possibility of subduing that being. Zeke wondered if the creature had felt so afraid because of the dragon's dignity, and even though he wasn't sure why, he decided that he would try to subdue it. But when he tried to activate the domination command, the system informed him that he didn't have enough administrator permission to use this authority, which resulted in a failure, and Zeke thought that the system itself had gotten his hopes up too high. But he understood that it would be strange if there were no limitations on an ability as powerful as this. Suddenly, Zeke felt a strong impact on his body. The poison had exceeded the danger level, and his healing factor was no longer able to regenerate the damage, yet he believed there must be a way out. So he thought of the skill Gluttony, which might be able to save him at that moment, as it was a blood skill that could involve resistance to poison. So he activated Gluttony and consumed the Hydra's body, causing the carcass to be absorbed by the shadows while the skill evolved in the level. By absorbing the monster's life, Zeke recovered his energy, gained resistance to the poison, and was healed in the same instant. The poison was completely neutralized thanks to the evolution of Gluttony, which was now at expert rank, And in addition to his physical constitution having already been improved with the divine body, he now also possessed resistance to poisons. But he understood that this resistance wasn't absolute and that it wouldn't protect him against all types of poison, only the majority. So he knew he still had to remain cautious. At least now the gluttony had finally evolved, probably because it had absorbed a powerful monster. And the system explained that if he eliminated a life form and then consumed it with the gluttony, he could receive additional rewards, which Zeke considered extremely useful information. So he decided it was time to move, since the Hydra was no longer preventing him from advancing. Then the hero King Kaiser is explained. He was a legendary figure, half human and half fairy, born to the fairy monarch and a sage, and like any other hero, his life was difficult from the start, as he was separated from his parents because of the evil plans of a dark wizard and ended up being abandoned in a forest. But the sacred wolf who lived in the forest found the baby and raised Kaiser, and thanks to this, he managed to survive, grew strong and brave, saved humans from oppression, founded the Central Kingdom, and started the continent for humans called Kronos. Zeke thought that everyone on the Central Continent knows this story because the legend of Kaiser is very famous, even if it is currently difficult to find any documents that prove it or evidence that it really happened, since it has been left only as a legend. However, Zeke is now in exactly the place that proves that Kronos and Kaiser really existed, because right in front of him is what is mentioned in the books, and he thought it was even better than what was described. But he realizes that the ruins of Kaiser aren't exactly the kingdom of Kronos, it's probably a replica created later. He then came across large adorned doors and used his system authorization to open them. As he entered, he saw a pedestal and a floating crystal, and Zeke wondered if that was the secret technique of the hero King Kaiser. Then at that moment a new mission began, connected to another mission he already had related to the hero Kaiser, and now he could no longer leave that area until the mission was completed, as he was automatically locked inside that room. The mission was called the Knowledge of the Hero King Kaiser, and he needed to acquire this knowledge through the evidence left in the ruins, with no time limit for completion, and a reward called Tears of the Fairy Monarch. Of course, Zeke was completely shocked by this, because the mother of the hero King Kaiser is an existence that can grant knowledge and fulfill wishes to men, and these tears are exactly the magic item that grants such wishes, being the reward of the mission. Zeke thought that, even without knowing how to use it yet, it was something extremely stolen. So he asked the system how he could obtain this knowledge, and the system explained that he needed to extract the files and information that were inside the magical video recording apparatus, which had more than 546 recorded videos. And among all these, 12 were videos that had been magically preserved in perfect condition. The system started playing these 12 videos so that Zeke could acquire the necessary knowledge, and as the language used in the recordings was ancient Chronosian, the system automatically translated it for Zeke. Soon he saw the hero King Kaiser himself saying that swords are all the same, and that old man who can barely wield a sword doesn't understand anything, and he also told them to film it properly, as the recording was shaking. He drew the attention of Sheltern, who according to legend was King Kaiser's most loyal knight, and Zeke thought that none of these people really existed, but now he was seeing with his own eyes that they did. Then Sheltern asked what they needed to do to wield a sword perfectly, and Kaiser replied that there was nothing to it, that it was just a matter of swinging the sword very vigorously. The important thing was to know how many times they needed to do it, and so he would give them that goal now. When Kaiser made a single cut in the video, Zeke felt as if his soul had been cut in half by an extremely powerful spirit, and he understood that this was the knowledge of the hero King Kaiser. He thought he loved it and ordered the system to restart the video from the beginning. So 4 days passed, and Zeke was still there, locked in that place, training non-stop. And in that time, he discovered that in addition to the main door, there were 3 other doors, one of which led to a storeroom with endless food, another was a room with a bed and bath to rest in, and the third led to a library and an armory full of weapons. He thought that all this had been prepared especially for the successor to the hero King Kaiser, and that thanks to it he could focus completely on learning his sword technique. Zeke had been imitating what he had seen the hero King Kaiser do in the videos for a long time, but even though he repeated everything carefully, he still hadn't really felt that power, until the system told him that he had finally managed to absorb some of Kaiser's knowledge. Now he had acquired the basic form of the elemental sword, and was ready to advance to the applied level that goes beyond the basics, and it was at this moment that the soul or spirit of the hero King Kaiser himself was summoned from the crystal. Suddenly, the ancient king of Kronos was standing right in front of him, and Zeke thought he could hardly believe it. The legendary King Kaiser was there in person in front of him. But before he could say anything, Kaiser had already drawn his sword and launched an attack, and Zeke barely managed to block the blow and was brutally thrown. Kaiser ordered him to get up, and Zeke thought that he had felt something similar in his past life when he was training with his old master. Then, Kaiser asked him if he intended to learn real fencing with those pathetic skills, and said that even the most basic knights of the ancient kingdom of Kronos would have regretted seeing that scene. Zeke wondered if this was some kind of test or challenge to prove his worth, because the next second Kaiser was right in front of him again. But this time, Zeke managed to block the blow in time. Even so, he wondered if he could really fight the Hero King, because Kaiser was like an unreachable monster, and Zeke thought that there was no point in wondering so much. All he had to do was give it his all. So he drew his Bahamut sword and asked the king to go all out, at which point Kaiser asked if he was Sheltern's disciple, and also asked curiously about that strange thing around the sword, trying to remember its name and calling it Aurora or Aura. But before he could answer, Zeke had already launched an attack, and Kaiser, with a simple swing of his sword, completely blocked the blow. Zeke thought that no matter what he did, Kaiser was strong anyway. But then Kaiser approached him and said that none of that mattered. What really mattered was that it was getting fun. Then the two started exchanging blows at an absurd speed for a long time, and Zeke thought that, as expected, he looked like a little ant dancing in the palm of the Hero King's hand. Maybe Kaiser was just trying to show why he was called that, but Zeke still had faith in his own perseverance and determination. He then activated all his draconic abilities and went in with his claw. Yet Kaiser remained completely intact, and then commented that even though Zeke wasn't a dragonoid, he seemed to have donic powers, and said that this was really interesting. When Zeke appeared behind him, trying to surprise him with a technique, Kaiser asked if he also possessed elemental energy, and then Zeke used the soul manifestation laceration, and this blow collided with the Hero King's attack. And later Zeke woke up, as he had been unconscious for some time, and the first thing he heard was Kaiser saying that the weakling had finally woken up, but also recognizing that Zeke had talent, Sheltern's talent, as well as possessing draconic powers and elemental strength. Then Kaiser revealed that part of Zeke's soul was trapped in the spirit realm, and Zeke was confused because he didn't know what this spirit realm was. Kaiser explained that even though he was human, Zeke had already passed through death. Then everything began to make more sense to Zeke in relation to the elemental ability he possessed, and yet he was already tired of listening to the Hero King Kaiser talking about Sheltern's talent, spiritual strength, and a lot of concepts that didn't make any sense to him, and he wondered if it couldn't be explained in a way that he could actually understand. Kaiser paused for a moment to reflect and said that it was better to forget about the subject now because that wasn't the focus, and then explained that, in short, Zeke's body can't directly learn the knowledge he is imparting because his body is too young, and that the knowledge he wants to teach is the elemental sword, a technique that uses elemental force. Elemental force is the energy of nature that makes up all things, such as water, fire, earth, and air, and the elemental sword is the use of these four basic elements channeled into a blade. At that moment, Kaiser used his wind sword called Storm and created a large tornado in that training ground to demonstrate, explaining that of the four elements, wind was the one. And he also explained that the core behind the elemental force is ether, which is a special energy that Zeke already possesses. Zeke thought that this explanation was more like magic than a fencing technique, but Kaiser went on to say that now it was Zeke's turn to try. And Zeke thought that if the elemental force is focused in the ether, he could barely feel the ether coming from Kaiser. So maybe there was some secret that converted the ether into elemental power, some hidden technique or process. And so he asked directly what the conversion method was that the king was using. But Kaiser simply used his flaming sword and replied that he just does it, without being able to explain how. Zeke got angry inside, wondering how anyone could want to be a master if they could barely explain it. But even so, he began to notice something different, something he hadn't felt before. The ether that Kaiser used was perfectly controlled and focused on a single point, and he understood that he needed to use all his senses at the same time to focus in this way. Then Zeke said he would try it himself, and thought that he couldn't just stick to what he could see, because that elemental force Kaiser was showing must be the manifestation of the soul in its pure form, so the manifestation of the soul was probably the first step needed to use elemental power. As soon as Zeke used his ether with this new understanding, Kaiser was really impressed, and Zeke activated the Vendaval soul manifestation. But at that moment, he was hit hard on the head by Kaiser, which served as a correction, and Kaiser told him that what he had used was not elemental force, and ordered ordered him to stop using that kind of incantation, which was clearly the domain of dragons. Even though he didn't know much about dragonoids, he knew that humans couldn't use these incantations freely, and he said that whenever Zeke used this kind of power, he reached his limit, and that this was because a dragon's soul was much larger than a human's. And although Zeke could imitate that power, he could never reproduce it perfectly, so the effect was incomplete and inefficient. Kaiser said he didn't know who had created that technique, but he thought it was pathetic, just a fifth-rate incantation. So he told Zeke to repeat everything from the beginning. At that moment, Zeke remembered that he had heard the term incantation before. When he absorbed Bahamut's heart, he saw some magic words, and one of them was precisely incantation. So he thought that if soul manifestation is a technique based on enchantment, perhaps he could become even stronger if he unlocked his own enchantment. And this could allow him to freely use soul manifestation without relying so much on draconic heritage. With that, he gained a new motive and a new reason to get stronger. But Kaiser interrupted his thoughts by asking why he was sitting down and told him to get up. As they trained together throughout this time, it was explained that applied training naturally takes much longer than basic training. But with the effects of Zeke's divine body, Kaiser's practical demonstrations, and the countless duels they had in that spiritual field, he finally understood the concept and principles behind elemental force. Zeke thought that just as magic uses mana as fuel, the elemental sword uses the principle of using the ether as a source to generate spiritual power and channel the force of the elements. And since Zeke understood the principles of elemental force and the method of using them correctly, the act of wielding the elemental sword itself was no longer so difficult. So he used the wind sword and created a huge storm that spread across the field, and Kaiser, observing this, said that he could finally look at Zeke as a real person, recognizing his progress, but he also warned that getting to the next level would be much more difficult, so he recommended that he rest for the time being. But Zeke still wanted to ask a question before resting, so Kaiser lay down calmly in the wind created by the technique and said he could ask, and Zeke thought he understood better now that even the way Kaiser floated in this wind had a meaning. He then asked why Kaiser referred to him as Sheltern's disciple when he used his aura, and what that meant exactly. And Kaiser replied by saying that that's how humans call it an aura, and explained that Sheltern had claimed that humans couldn't use the elemental sword. So he created his own soul-based technique, which deeply surprised Kaiser, who could hardly believe that his disciple had completely ignored the original technique that he himself had taught, and called Sheltern Draker with a certain pride. At that moment, Zeke wondered if Sheltern really was a Draker, and if the hero King Kaiser's right-hand man and most faithful knight was actually a direct ancestor of his lineage, the true founder of aura use and the true progenitor of the Draker family, and not a Terracan or an ancient dragon, as had always been told. Then Zeke was amazed, wondering how no one had known about this until now, and at the same time he wanted to understand more about the spiritual realm in which the spirits live, because now that he had understood how the elemental sword worked, he could also feel the presence of the spirits, but he still didn't understand their concept very well. Just then, Kaiser created a wall of wind between him and Zeke wondered if elemental power could also be used in this way, as a spiritual barrier, and then Kaiser explained that it wasn't exactly the right way to describe it, but that the concept was simple to understand. He could imagine that this current realm was life, and that once you left your body and entered the spiritual realm, there was no going back, because it was as if you were blocked by an invisible wall, impossible to cross. Zeke questioned that Kaiser had said his soul was in the spirit world, and yet he was standing there facing him, which didn't make sense. So Kaiser opened a passage in the wind wall and said sincerely that it was the first time he had seen a case like Zeke's, as if every part of his body and soul were in a different realm at the same time. In Kaiser's case, it was a dragon that helped him reach that state, and Zeke was astonished, asking how a dragon could help a human, why a dragon would do that. But Kaiser asked what he was talking about, because for him, dragons had always been kind to humans. Then Zeke became even more confused, wondering how dragons valued humans. He had always heard that dragons were evil monsters that destroyed everything. So he began to wonder if in ancient times, humans and dragons had a respectful relationship, and now he no longer understood anything. But Kaiser said that Zeke himself was living proof of this ancient alliance, since the draconic heart he possesses and the tusk he used to forge his sword were given to him directly by Bahamut, the king of dragons himself. Kaiser commented that Bahamut's character was a little questionable, but that he also had a cute side, and Zeke wondered if the two were friends, so he decided to keep the fact that he had taken part in the subjugation a secret for the time being, and only replied that Lord Bahamut had given that gift to his clan. Perhaps he had misunderstood. But Kaiser said that Bahamut was still as careful with his own as ever, and also commented that poor Zeke must have been through a lot with that old man. Then, Kaiser explained that Bahamut had fought Kronos many times because of his hot temper, and when Zeke heard that name, he thought of the kingdom and remembered that he had heard a lot about Kronos from Bahamut himself, so he reflected that the name of the kingdom had been taken. Kaiser confirmed it, saying that he was Kronos' hired hand, and that while people racked their brains trying to choose a name for the kingdom, the dragon was quietly drinking tea and ended up naming the place after himself. Zeke was confused when he imagined a dragon drinking tea and wondered if this was some kind of polymorphy, and then Kaiser said that the name fit well, as he wanted something that would be remembered for eternity. It was explained that thousands of years ago, during the era when dragons and humans lived in harmony, there was the kingdom of Kronos. But when an extremely powerful dragon granted his power to a human without a contract, the balance of the world was broken and the kingdom was destroyed. As a result, the dragons began to be suppressed by their own strength and began to use polymorphia to become human and help humanity through contracts, just as happened with Kaiser, which is why the dragons began to call their humans contractors. Then Zeke thought that perhaps his ancestors were so powerful because they received direct help from dragons, and he wondered when exactly this rift between humans and dragons was created, and thought that he would like to hear the whole story later, because now wasn't the time, and reflected that Kaiser had waited 2,000 years for a successor, so he might as well wait a little longer. But Kaiser said that his disciple was very arrogant, and he wanted to see how long he could keep up this attitude, because the final lesson would be a duel against him. And even though that in itself would be difficult, Kaiser announced a new rule, saying that eating and sleeping were forbidden from that moment on, and that they would fight until he himself said it was over, and the only weapon allowed would be the elemental sword. When Zeke asked what would happen if he broke the rules, Kaiser advanced with the elemental dance of fire, and the blow was so powerful that even with difficulty Zeke managed to block it, but he was still badly burned. And then Kaiser said that if he didn't value his life so much, he could try to disobey. It was explained that the elemental sword is divided into 4 fields, each representing an element, the first being the element of fire, and this flaming field spreads an enormous amount of heat and flames over the battle area, being the most destructive element of all. Despite his injuries, Zeke's healing factor kept him alive. Then the next field was activated, the earth field, better known as the steel field, which is focused on defense and control, causing Zeke to feel so much pressure that he could barely move. And at the same time, Kaiser jumped and created a huge crater in the ground, showing that the steel field specializes in subduing the opponent and controlling the mass and solidity of the terrain at will. When Zeke managed to dodge the impact, his face was cut by not realizing the next blow, and then the next field came into play, the wind field, which unlike the flaming field, doesn't have as much destructive power, but in compensation offers more attack and movement speed, as well as increasing the sword's aura. Finally, there was the last field. The water field was used for both attack and defense. It was perfect for supporting and suppressing the enemy, and because it was as variable as water, it was the most versatile field of all, with infinite forms that adapted to the user. Even so, Kaiser managed to cut through the wall of water created by Zeke. The cut on his chest was very painful, and Zeke thought he must be stronger than that, but even so, he realized that his power compared to Kaiser's was just a crumb. He remembered the first time he tried to practice the water field, when he created a large waterfall and was proud of it, but was soon hit hard on the head by Kaiser, who explained that it wasn't just water, it was the power of a waterfall, and that with the other fields, it was enough to manifest the right attribute and control it with force. But the water field was different. It was based entirely on fluidity, and it was this fluidity that should become Zeke's strength. So Kaiser made him repeat the exercise many times until Zeke began to wonder how fluidity could overcome brute force. He thought that in the past everything went wrong because he lacked strength. He lost everything precious because he didn't have the strength to protect, survive, or prove his convictions. All he needed was power. So it was hard to understand now that Kaiser said fluidity was superior. It was only when he exchanged blows with Kaiser and faced all that water before him that he finally woke up in the middle of the duel, realized that he had been asleep while fighting, and was hit by a current that threw him away. Then Zeke decided to stop trying to follow the movements and concentrated. They were already on the 195th day of training, and even though more than 30 days had passed since the start of that insane duel, he was still on his feet, without food or rest. Thanks to this, he realized that infinite stamina wasn't that powerful when facing a monster like Kaiser. And when Kaiser advanced once more, Zeke could barely get his arms around him, and the the wet ground made him stumble and fall. It was there that he was beaten by yet another heavy blow, but he felt that at least he had managed to defend himself, and it was at that moment that he understood what fluidity was. He understood the strength that came from gripping the sword and the persistence to keep standing even without strength. Letting go of everything, he finally began to understand Kaiser's words. Monster, realizing that the methods and techniques he used were like chains that bound him to the fate of always being weak. So he decided that he would cut those chains and let everything flow like water, creating his own path. Zeke thought that he had felt something similar in his past life, when he could no longer distinguish the line between himself and his sword. Back then, he felt everything around him as if it were an extension of himself, sometimes violently, sometimes with a refined softness. And now that feeling came back strongly as he faced Kaiser's attacks. Kaiser was pleased with Zeke's performance and launched another powerful current at him. Only this time, Zeke managed to dodge lightly and accumulated water in Bahamut, his sword, and in that instant, they both moved at the same time, each activating their elemental sword with the edge of the water. The impact was so intense that it exploded violently and shattered everything in the surrounding space. And in the midst of that unstable energy, Kaiser realized something and recognized that this was magnificent, and finally declared that Zeke Draker was officially his successor. Zeke woke up sometime later, still confused, trying to remember at what point he had fainted. It was the second time he had lost consciousness since all of this had started. The first had been during his duel against Duke, when the system itself had forced him to black out to prevent him from getting seriously injured. This time, however, was different. His body had simply reached its physical limit, and he had no choice but to pass out. Looking around, Zeke realized that Kaiser was nowhere to be seen. He had probably returned to the spiritual realm. Still confused, Zeke wondered about the mission, as he remembered being able to use the water field reasonably well at the end of the battle. Right after that, the system confirmed that he had indeed completed the mission, rewarding him with a bonus for both his performance and the time taken. As the main reward, he received the Tears of the Fairy Monarch, 500 karma points, and 3 random skill cards. In addition, he also completed the Conquest mission, which earned him another 500 karma points, 3 random boxes, and an upgrade to his administrator privileges. With his new system privileges, he could now access several additional functions, such as the shortcut bar, an enhanced quest log, the option to teleport via portal on the minimap, and he also noticed that the Seal of Bahamut had leveled up. Even though he was surprised by so many new features, Zeke knew that reading through all the detailed explanations would be quite a lot of work for later. He also noticed that the Seal of Bahamut was now at 90%, whereas before it had been at 95%. This indicated that the unlocking of its powers was happening gradually. At the moment, he could only withstand 10% of Bahamut's power, which suggested it was a special skill, probably impossible to unlock solely through points or draconic control. It seemed to be directly tied to the seal's percentage, so he decided to keep a closer eye on it in the future. For now, he would focus on the rewards. Opening the 3 random boxes, Zeke obtained pieces of the meteor metal armor and earrings made of delicate crystals, which increased the wearer's mana regeneration by 15%. He thought those earrings could be sold for a good price, perhaps to a mage. With these new items, he already had the boots and pants of the meteor armor set, and it seemed it wouldn't be long before he completed the whole set. Next, he used the random skill cards. The first granted him the static discharge skill, which generated electricity to deliver shocks through touch. The second was Flashbang, capable of releasing condensed energy to blind the enemy. Finally, the third skill was Disson, which emitted a high-pitched sound capable of affecting the hearing of all nearby enemies. Even though they were C-rank skills, Zeke decided to test them. Static Discharge surprised him, as it was quite versatile for a lower-ranked skill. He realized that by combining Disson with Flashbang, he could create an effect similar to certain artifacts he had seen before. Excited, Zeke also took a look at his new administrator functions. He now had a shortcut bar where he could place items for quick access. At first, he thought of not placing healing potions, since he had a healing factor and infinite stamina, but he quickly reconsidered. He remembered that he might end up facing someone like Kaiser again, someone capable of countering that kind of resistance. Moreover, he had never truly confirmed the limits of his healing factor. He knew all too well that with the infamous Murphy's Law, the worst could always happen, so he decided to put a salvation potion in the shortcut bar, just in case. Despite all these new features, the reward that caught Zeke's attention the most was the Tears of the Fairy Monarch. According to the system, these tears had been shed by the fairy after the death of the hero King Kaiser, and they could be used only once to summon the the fairy monarch herself from the spiritual realm. This revelation left Zeke in shock. The existence of this fairy had never been officially confirmed, being known only through legends, just like Kaiser himself. But now, after having met the hero king in person, there was no longer any room for doubt. The only problem was that the tears of the fairy monarch could be used only once, so he couldn't just test them out of curiosity. He would have to think very carefully before using them. For now, Zeke decided to store the tears of the fairy monarch. He was certain they would be useful one day. Then, he decided to test his new system function, portal teleportation. Using the minimap, he returned to the adventurer's base. He also used the same feature to plot his next route. He noticed that the cost of each teleport depended on the distance, but apart from that, there were no limitations. As long as he had points, he could move freely across the entire continent, which would be extremely useful for his plans from then on. Along the way, he noticed some flowers and was surprised, as he thought it was still winter. That was when he realized the season had changed. Meanwhile, in Valhalla, the Knights Training Center, Principal Flaubert Borges was commenting to other members of the academy that, in 10 years of service, he had never seen a case like Zeke's, someone who had simply disappeared for an entire month right after the entrance ceremony. Zeke, for his part, knew he hadn't done it of his own will. Along with his entry guide, he had also received a letter of recommendation, and that letter included a special clause. If he didn't attend the ceremony, King Thor would have the authority to decide on his admission. Postponing his enrollment to the following year would be harmful, especially since he needed to get into the academy's secret library as soon as possible. That's why he was willing to do whatever he could to convince the principal. He explained that he had completely lost himself in a state of mental unity during training, as he tried to make up for his shortcomings. That state had caused him to lose consciousness for a long period of time. Principal Flaubert, however, questioned whether that was the only excuse he had managed to come up with to justify his absence. Flaubert Borges himself was a well-known figure across the continent. Coming from the kingdom of Thebia, he had served in the royal guard and was a member of a long tradition of knights. The story of how the current patriarch of the academy, Arthur Draker, had personally sought him out 3 times to invite him to take the position of principal was still told, even 10 years later. Zeke knew that this man valued honor and order above all else. Any emotional appeal could backfire, so he chose to be direct. Acknowledging that he had no more excuses for his absence, Zeke fell silent. The principal admitted that achieving a state of unity was rare. If it had been any other cadet, he would have been expelled immediately. However, since Zeke had a letter of recommendation, the principal decided to give him a chance. He said he would arrange a place for him, and if it could be proven that the training he had done outside of Valhalla had been more valuable than a month of official training, he would allow his enrollment. Zeke thanked him for the decision, but felt a bit uncomfortable. He knew that all of this was only working out because of that damned Howard. Soon after, the principal called someone to accommodate another student, Zeke Draker. Later, in a private training room, Zeke reflected on the environment he was in. He knew that most of Valhalla's instructors were renowned knights, famous throughout the continent. He was in front of people who would analyze every detail of his performance with extreme precision. The principal then asked Zeke to demonstrate his power to prove that his training had been worthwhile. Zeke hesitated about what to show, since he couldn't simply use his elemental sword there, and on top of that, he was feeling enormous pressure coming from the panel. These knights were the most powerful on the continent, and their eyes evaluated his every move with precision. Determined, Zeke chose to display a bit of his draconic power. He channeled his energy and coated his massive sword in an intense aura. The reaction was immediate. One of the knights commented that he had already reached the level of a blue knight at 15 years old, which was impressive. Another replied that the previous record was 19 years old, and they wondered if Zeke had set a new record. But at that moment, Zeke realized he had made a mistake. He had shown too much power. During his long training with Kaiser, he had been told repeatedly that aura was just a trick used by the weak. Because of that, he had completely forgotten how to suppress his energy. Even so, he was relieved. At least he had proven his worth. He remembered that, even before meeting Kaiser, his aura had already been worthy of a blue knight. However, after learning to master the elemental sword, including the use of the water field, Zeke's aura had advanced to a new level. He had surpassed the rank of a red knight, becoming even more powerful than before. Still, he knew there was a clear difference between the types of techniques involving aura. The aura blade, for example, was a thin layer of energy that surrounded the knight's weapon, making it sharper and more lethal. That was the domain of a blue knight, someone capable only of manifesting and maintaining that layer around the weapon. A red knight, on the other hand, had the ability to modify the shape of their aura, molding it according to the type of attack or defense desired. This required far more control and power. That was why Zeke felt relieved that he had only managed to demonstrate the power of a blue knight during during his presentation. If, by accident, he had altered the form of the aura in front of the evaluators, things would have become far more complicated. Principal Flaubert Borges then declared that Zeke was truly remarkable. Compared to the training offered within Valhalla, the boy's results were superior. He even said that if necessary, he would be willing to forgive not just a month of absence, but even years. The principal's attitude surprised Zeke, who found such a receptive stance strange. Even so, he took the opportunity to apologize once again for not having attended the beginning of classes. The principal then turned to the other instructors present and asked if any of them objected to Zeke Draker's admission to the academy. Although they thought the principal was being overly lenient, none spoke out against it. They acknowledged that what they had witnessed was indeed a clear manifestation of an extremely powerful aura blade. With that, the principal concluded that the decision had been made unanimously and congratulated Zeke Draker on his official enrollment in Valhalla. Next, the narration shifts to a panorama of Atlas, a colossal city located in the center of Middleland, so vast it could be compared to a kingdom. There were facilities there that trained the greatest knights of the continent, such as the Valhalla Academy, as well as the imposing Four Seasons Fortress, home of the Draker clan. In that fortress resided the family patriarch and several figures of great influence. It was considered the true main castle of the Draker lineage. At that moment, Zeke was standing before the personal mansion he owned in Atlas. As soon as he opened the doors, he was surprised by a party. It was a celebration organized to congratulate him for having gained admission to Valhalla. To his surprise, Duke and Andre were dressed as clowns, which only heightened the lighthearted atmosphere. Duke joked that it was the first time he had seen someone be accepted into the academy despite missing the entrance ceremony entirely. Now that the guest of honor had arrived, the party could truly begin. There was cake, confetti, and sweets everywhere. Zeke wondered why people who should be at the academy were in Atlas, but he quickly understood the situation. Duke had been summoned back to the Four Seasons Fortress by the patriarch himself, and for the past month, he had, of his own choice, been acting as a sort of housekeeper in Zeke's mansion. Andre, on the other hand, had become an assistant instructor in Valhalla. He apologized for now holding a higher position than Zeke, but Zeke knew that his friend had gone to the academy with the clear purpose of staying by his side. Later, when Duke and Andre had drunk too much and passed out on the table, Zeke once again found himself in a tavern, drinking alone. But this time, he was there for a specific reason. He was going to meet Kai. The mention of that name drew attention from everyone around, especially since he bore the Draker surname. As soon as Berman, one of the attendants, realized he was a Draker, he immediately apologized and led him to the branch manager, taking him through a secret passage hidden behind the tavern. During the walk, Zeke reflected on the world before his regression. At that time, two organizations were recognized as the greatest intelligence forces on the continent: the Draker's Order of Black Knights and the Roman Empire's Intelligence Service. However, there was a third force, little known to the common public: the Syndicate. At first, the Syndicate was nothing more than a simple smuggling group. However, everything began to change when Kai rose to leadership. Using the existing smuggling network as a foundation, she began building a true intelligence network. In Zeke's previous life, around this same time, Kai had already taken the first steps to turn the group into something much greater. In that past, Zeke had been expelled from the academy and had spiraled downward, eventually assuming the identity of McCain, a false name he used to survive as an assassin. It was in that dark period that Kai, still the Syndicate's manager, appeared in his life with a mission: to clear a transport route. It was part of her plan to expand the Syndicate's influence, turning it into an intelligence organization capable of rivaling both the Draker's Order of Black Knights and the Roman Empire's intelligence department. Thanks to her determination and talent, Kai truly managed to transform the Syndicate into a powerful underground information network. Later, after Zeke had lost everything he owned to the Empire, it was she who helped him. She provided the information about the artifact the Emperor was seeking. Her cooperation wasn't driven solely by strategy. She said it was her way of repaying everything Zeke, as McCain, had done for her organization in the past. Without Kai's help, Zeke would never have gotten his hands on the artifact, much less gained his second chance at life. He knew that, in that world, information was a powerful weapon, something that could completely change the future. For that reason, even with his excellent abilities, he needed to maintain good relations with the right people. When he finally arrived at Kai's office, he noticed that her tastes were still the same as before. She, in turn, wasted no time and greeted him with a sarcastic remark, wondering why the rising star of the Draker family was in her office. Then she told him to get straight to the point. Zeke said he wanted to open a trade exchange with the Syndicate. Naturally, Kai was curious. She wanted to understand why a prodigy who had reached the level of Blue Knight at just 15 years old, and who came from such a noble and pure family as the Drakers, would want to do business with a criminal organization like hers. It was then that Zeke realized how well-informed Kai was about what happened inside Valhalla. He concluded that she wasn't taking him seriously, so he decided to present his proposal in a practical philosophical way. He placed a pair of delicately crystal-carved earrings on the table, explaining that they weren't ordinary jewelry but rather a magical artifact. He said that if she tried them on, she might be surprised by the effects. When Kai put the earrings on, she was indeed impressed. Her mana regeneration increased considerably, reaching 10% or even 15%. She knew that most artifacts only offered a 3% increase, with the best reaching 4%. These earrings were something extremely rare, certainly not found in ordinary black markets. Zeke then asked if she was now willing to talk. At that moment, Kai began to wonder who this boy really was. Later, Zeke explained that she could open a new sealed personal account, something he had already arranged for her. As he had also requested a representative, all she would have to do was go to Atlas Bank to manage the items. That would be her only responsibility within the proposal. Kai then began to understand Zeke's plans. He wanted to use the syndicate to sell unknown artifacts in his name, offering a 10% commission for each item sold, plus an additional bonus for every 10,000 units sold. She was surprised by the proposal. It went far beyond what she expected for an initial business deal. Moreover, she noticed something important. Zeke already knew she was a mage, which meant he had access to confidential information. This fact made her reassess the boy before her. He wasn't just strong, he was also a strategist and dangerous. Kai accepted the terms of the contract and wished Zeke good luck with his business. However, he still had one last question before she left. He wanted to know if her ghost ship was doing well. Upon hearing this, Kai gave him a deadly glare, intrigued by how he knew about that. Zeke said he was just asking, not understanding why she reacted with such tension. He thought it was fine to provoke her up to a point, but wondered if she could handle the consequences. Then Zeke used the dragon's gaze, causing everyone around them to freeze in fear. Kai thought it wasn't accurate to say that this young man was just a blue knight. He was much stronger than that. She imagined that Zeke could destroy everyone there by himself if he wanted to. He then suggested they move to a more private place for their conversation. In the official office of the Atlas Syndicate, Zeke brought up the topic of the Oath Contract, a common item among mages. This type of contract served to ensure the integrity of agreements, using one's own blood as ink. Though simple, its effects were undeniable. Upon signing, each party received a seal on their arm, and if one harmed the other, the offending party would lose their life. Even though the seal would disappear in cases of murder or betrayal, breaking the contract resulted in a permanent restriction, making life difficult for the violator. Kai was relieved to see he was familiar with this type of agreement, and asked him to sign quickly, as she couldn't predict whether he might change his mind and try to kill her later. Zeke agreed, saying that if this could earn her trust, he would sign as many contracts as needed. Without hesitation, he signed his name. Immediately, the seals appeared on both of their arms. Zeke declared that now that they were officially partners, they could continue the conversation. He wanted to know who was using the ghost ship to transport Soma to Markan. Kai admitted she didn't know how he had learned about her ship, but confirmed it was being used for that purpose. It was explained that Soma was a forbidden drug in the kingdom. After the kingdom's fall during the Civil War, the southern continent became the main producer of the substance. Zeke concluded that it must be related to messages from the Transcendent House, and Kai confirmed it. Even being from Markan, she was certain they wanted to avoid conflict with the powerful family. The only route connecting the central and southern regions passed through the desert controlled by the Transcendent House Ishtar, which currently prohibited the entry of outsiders, restricting trade with the south. With most land routes closed and the sea routes dominated by Pabella, the only option left was to take advantage of the sea routes controlled by the syndicate. Kai was thankful to have clients willing to pay a high price for that. Markan and Pabella were criminal organizations that divided the southern lawless region, using the central forest as a border. Markan dominated the north and Pabella the south. Markan benefited from land routes to distribute Soma, but with the blockade, Pabella was forced to create new sea routes. When Ishtar closed its doors, Markan also needed access to the sea, but Pabella already had full control of the waters. Even so, Kai wanted to know how Zeke had discovered the ghost ship. The vessel had an invisibility spell that hid it from pirates and the Navy, making it an essential part of the Syndicate's profits. The ghost ship was a resource the Syndicate had tried to keep secret until that moment. Zeke knew he couldn't reveal he had turned back time, so he preferred to play it off, simply asking if any information broker had been after that detail. He remarked that Kai should be more concerned about the offer made by Pabella. In short, Pabella had doubled the offered amount to convince the Syndicate to cut ties with Markan. Zeke, however, advised against it. He believed the Syndicate could use this dispute to slow down both Pabella and Markan, forcing them to think more carefully. To him, cutting ties with Markan would mean losing an important client for the Soma trade. Zeke even mentioned he could spread spread rumors that Pabella was nothing more than pirates defeated by the White Silver Knight. But Kai dismissed that as absurd. In her view, Pabella was known for staying true to its own principles, very different from common pirates. He countered, saying it was all just a performance, and that Pabella's true goal was to find the Syndicate's treasure, the secret sea route. Unlike Marcon, which wanted to preserve the Golden Goose, Pabella would destroy the ghost ship if they found it, bombarding it without hesitation. Kai insisted that Pabella and the pirates in the region were different entities and didn't understand how Zeke could claim otherwise. He replied directly, asking if she shouldn't pay for that information first. What he truly wanted was simple, for her to take him to Don Juan, the leader of Marcon. Zeke promised that, if she did, he could even make her the leader of the syndicate. Later that night, while walking through the alleys and side streets of the city, Zeke reflected on Kai's network of contacts and information. Impressive as it still wasn't enough. In the past, the fastest method for him had been to gain direct access to the syndicate's information, which allowed him to level the playing field and absorb any organization in his way. He believed Don Juan would lose nothing by waiting. The first spark lit that day would grow into a flame capable of consuming him completely. Back in Valhalla, Zeke noticed how the place felt different from the cradle and the academy, conveying a sense of freedom. He remembered that, according to the headmaster, a guide would appear if he waited. And indeed, a young man showed up. The newcomer had the typical demeanor of someone seeking attention and immediately tried to greet him flamboyantly. Zeke ignored the gesture and asked if he was the guide sent by the headmaster. The young man found his tone odd and told him he should relax more, then confirmed that he had been personally sent to show him every corner of Valhalla. He introduced himself as Diego, an evangelist of New Age fusion music, which blended traditional Southern percussion with central melodies. More specifically, he was Diego Villa. Zeke was surprised but hid his reaction. He remembered that, in his past life, Diego Villa had been one of the 5 divine knights, prominent warriors in the Continental War and bearers of legendary titles: Bishop Castek, the Silent Knight; Geofric Solma, the Mist Knight; Asta Eladopolo, the Illusory Knight; Reina Draker, the Lightning Knight; and lastly Diego Villa, the Measurement Knight. Thinking it over, Zeke recalled that all 5 had come from Valhalla. Now he wanted to confirm this with his own eyes, because if everything went according to plan, he could quickly strengthen his influence. Later, during a meal, Zeke praised the food, saying it was excellent. Diego replied that it couldn't be otherwise, as Valhalla's cuisine was considered the best on the continent. Zeke admitted it was far better than that of the south. Between bites, they talked at length until Zeke asked how a southern native like Diego had ended up in Valhalla. Diego explained that it was a long story, but revealed that his mother and father were rulers of a small southern kingdom. Zeke wondered if the Measurement Knight could be southern royalty. The southern continent was made up of a coalition of small kingdoms, with the kingdom of Cusco at its center. Much of its population had emigrated to the central continent when Cusco collapsed after a civil war. Diego summed it up by saying that, in other words, he was a prince. At that moment, Zeke didn't care much about that, but he found it hard to believe such unworthy royalty existed. Diego explained that, even so, some older members of the royal family insisted on keeping alive the tradition of the family sword style, which involved twin swords. As he was considered a prodigy in that fighting style, he ended up going to Valhalla. However, he stated that he wasn't truly interested in fencing. His passion was music. To Zeke, it was clear he didn't care about others' opinions. Diego then invited him to join the New Age Music Research Club, but Zeke declined without hesitation. Later, while accompanying him, Zeke asked if it was really acceptable to attend the classes of more advanced students. Diego replied that he needed to abandon the rigid academy mindset, as Valhalla was a place of freedom, where everything was permitted in the name of learning. If there was a class of interest, one only needed to enter. That day, he had brought him especially because there would be a special class. As they walked, Zeke noticed people whispering when they saw him. Diego asked if he was a Draker. Zeke was puzzled and asked why. The young man replied that he had never seen anyone wear those gloves without removing them, not even to eat, and that they were the symbol of a pureblood from the Draker family. He didn't seem to know exactly what that meant, and Zeke concluded that he had probably arrived in Valhalla without knowing this detail. Zeke thought that would make Diego quiet down, but he continued, saying that now he understood Zeke's personality, and joking that, since he was rich, he should treat him to dinner someday. Shortly after, the headmaster appeared to begin the class. Zeke realized why there were so many people present. Everyone was waiting for the special guest. As the headmaster started speaking, Diego kept trying to show him song lyrics, but Zeke asked him to at least pretend to pay attention, since it was Diego himself who had suggested they attend the lecture. The headmaster announced that he would skip the formalities and present the main event. He said it had been difficult to bring that person there, but he had managed it. The Black Knight of the Draker family newly returned from the battlefield. Zeke recognized him immediately. It was Duke Draker, who had returned to the Four Seasons fortress to resume his usual duties. Many rumors surrounded the sudden disappearance of the Black Knight. Speaking into the microphone, Duke Draker said it was an honor to meet everyone there and asked them to treasure that class with soul and heart. He then launched into such a long speech that, after 2 uninterrupted hours, many were already asleep. The headmaster had to cut him off to continue with the program. The second guest, according to him, needed no introduction. Even with her extremely busy schedule as a guardian knight, a woman had reserved time to attend that day. Zeke was shocked to discover the newcomer's identity, as he knew that within the Draker family, knights were ranked as normal, intermediate, advanced, and guardians, the latter being at the very top. There weren't even 10 guardians in the family, and he was sure this person would be a figure of great prominence. She appeared with platinum hair and full armor, drawing Zeke's attention, though he had no idea who she was. Soon, murmurs around the room revealed that she was the White Silver Knight, Carly Draker, a direct descendant of the Draker family. The port city of Aeson was a crucial hub for maritime travel in the central continent, with great geographical value due to its trade routes connecting not only to the commercial city of the Republic of Dolta and the southern continent, but also to the eastern continent. However, this reality was very different 10 years earlier, when southern pirates had occupied Aeson, turning it into a lawless land. After becoming a Draker family knight, Carly began a campaign to exterminate the pirates. In 5 years of missions, not a single one remained alive in Aeson. With the Drakers' protection, the city became the largest port in the region, while the few surviving pirates took refuge in the deadly waters south of the Republic of Dolta. This achievement, ensuring the safety of trade routes, was recognized, and Carly became the youngest guardian knight in history, something that even Abel, in his past life, with every advantage in his favor, had failed to achieve. Zeke realized Carly was more important than he had imagined. Moreover, she was directly involved in the succession battle against Abel. He understood that he didn't recognize her face, because before his reincarnation, she had already left. During a meeting, Carly slammed the table and demanded silence, making everyone tremble. She reprimanded those present for their lack of discipline, and reminded them that the peace they enjoyed had been won with the blood, sweat, and tears of their ancestors. Watching, Zeke thought she sounded like a traditionalist veteran, yet still young. After the class, he overheard other students commenting that Carly's speech had been harsh and important, but didn't seem to have much effect. He also noticed that Diego had left the tour early, saying he had ideas for composing songs. Zeke found this positive, as it would keep his companion busy scouting talent and living life in Valhalla, while he himself needed to continue his search for Tarakan's secret library. Later, Carly approached him and asked to talk, but instead of conversation, they ended up in a training room. She drew a sword that Zeke deduced was made of pure mithril, a gift from the Holy Kingdom. This kingdom, which bordered Aeson, also suffered from pirate-related problems, and, in gratitude for the benefits gained from their defeat, had presented Carly with a sword and armor of total mithril purity. In truth, Carly had only earned the title of White Silver Knight, thanks to her fighting style. During training, she asked Zeke to show all his power without holding anything back. He thought there might be some deeper meaning behind the request, but realized it was simply an invitation to duel. Apparently, she had also heard the rumors that he had become a Blue Knight at the age of 15. Despite her request, Zeke knew he couldn't reveal all his abilities. He understood that Carly wasn't the only one curious to know the limits of his power, and he would never put himself at such a disadvantage. The fundamental principle of the Draker family was the law of the jungle, and reaching the Blue Knight level was already an unprecedented display of growth. If any real details about his strength were revealed, the Zeman family, at the center of the succession battle, would use any method to eliminate him, or worse, the Patriarch would try to put him under total control. Showing all his cards from the start would be like giving up on the succession or any other future advantage. For now, all he needed was to strengthen the reputation of his transcendental family without clinging to it blindly. As soon as their swords clashed, Carly easily knocked his blade aside and counterattacked, lightly cutting his nose. As a reflex, Zeke deactivated his healing factor to prevent her from noticing the ability. He would not repeat the mistake he made in the duel against the Duke. On her next offensive, Carly blocked effortlessly and sent him flying with a gust of wind. Zeke wondered if he should fight at the level of a Red Knight, since keeping himself limited to blue power didn't seem to help him. Carly attacked mercilessly with heavy blows. One of them created a crater in the arena floor. She remarked that most swords would have broken under such an impact, but praised the durability of the one Zeke wielded. Still, he was struck again and thrown back. He already knew that facing a red-level knight using only blue power would be extremely extremely difficult. Carly didn't slow down and question him for keeping his guard low. That was when Zeke remembered that before receiving the title of White Silver Knight, she had another one, the Giant's Blade. This ability greatly increased the size of her sword, and with one strike she hit him head on, slamming him into the wall and making him crash through part of the arena. Zeke believed that this display might convince her of his true level. Carly was surprised that he survived the attack and said she wanted to discuss something with him, but found him lying on the ground, unconscious and injured. Realizing she had gone too far, she gave him a high-grade potion. Meanwhile, Zeke, still pretending to be unconscious, reactivated his healing factor. The entire situation, including the temporary deactivation, had been calculated by him. He controlled his power to the maximum so that he would still appear to be a blue knight. At the moment of the final blow, instead of taking it directly, he managed to defend himself and noticed that, just before striking him, Carly softened her aura, as if deciding to go easy. This made things easier for him. Even though he couldn't produce aura on his own, Zeke absorbed a little of hers, avoiding internal injuries. He only suffered light wounds. Carly would probably think he was capable of generating aura and, not sensing major damage, would conclude that he had been badly hurt and was in terrible shape. Zeke got up pretending to be in great pain but claimed he was already feeling better. Carly then remarked that he could call her sister. Later, in a deserted alley on the outskirts of Atlas, Carly welcomed him inside a closed carriage, offering him a cup of tea. She said she had gotten it from the east and hoped he would enjoy it. Zeke remembered that his father had said the exact same thing in the past and wondered why everyone seemed to think he liked tea so much. Observing the carriage's interior, Zeke was surprised by the spaciousness. Carly explained that it was only concealment magic to avoid drawing attention. He found it curious how, just hours before, this woman had dueled with him in the training center and was now taking him inside a disguised carriage. He asked why they weren't speaking inside the academy, but she simply began talking about the genocidal knight. Carly revealed that she wanted Zeke's help to stop Abel Draker. She explained that Abel was getting involved in conflicts between nations, breaking one of the family's principles, the oath of neutrality. He had allied himself with the Roman Empire against the Kingdom of Valencia. Zeke asked if the leader and the others already knew about it, and Carly confirmed, saying they simply didn't want to get involved. The family was divided, as Abel manipulated both the Empire and the Draker Council. Some members still remained neutral, but not all. Zeke remarked that it would be better to act immediately, as it was only a matter of time before the problem reached the entire family. Carly agreed, saying they were still deciding what to do, but could no longer wait. If things continued as they were, Abel would end up provoking a war. Zeke knew she was right. It had been 3 years since he, Zeke Draker, had gone back in time, and in 7 years, there would be a war between nations caused precisely by Abel's actions. Carly then shared her decision. She would form a force to stop Abel. While he took control of the family council, they would gather those who were still neutral. However, she stressed that knights could not act out of revenge, so she intended to unite knights from several kingdoms. Carly made it clear that she didn't want to force Zeke to join her. He was still young, and as a pureblood, already had a guaranteed future. Zeke then began to understand better who Carly Draker truly was. A woman who knew how to make the right decisions and could put herself in others' shoes, a true knight of honor. He also remembered how, during their duel, she had probably lessened her strength at the last moment to protect him. Carly warned that, in the worst-case scenario, he could be accused of treason. Zeke thanked his sister for her concern but stated that he had already made his decision. Even though he was young, he would do his best to be of use by her side, and Carly thanked him for his cooperation. Back in the Valhalla dormitories, Zeke reflected, in his previous life, he already knew information like what Carly had shared, but he had never had inside access to the family's problems. The reason he had always avoided returning home was the fear of falling into Abel's hands, as Abel was the main cause of the war's outbreak. Now, however, there was someone inside the family with the same goal as him, and that changed everything. He no longer needed to run away. On the contrary, being close would make it easier to track Abel's movements. This way, he could work to improve the Draker family's public image. Even as the first daughter and a renowned knight, Carly had never awakened pure blood. Her mother also did not come from a powerful family, and in Zeke's past life, she had ended up under Abel's influence, unable to do anything against him. Now, however, Zeke, as an awakened pure blood, had the chance to change public opinion. Deceiving others, to him, didn't seem too difficult. Following his map, Zeke drew closer to the true reason he had come to Valhalla, finding Tarakon's legacy. His destination was an isolated room within the library. Upon arrival, he felt a certain disappointment. The space was small and the books there didn't seem special. Since the system had pointed him to that location, he had expected to find something extraordinary, perhaps a rare artifact such as Bahamut's heart or fang. His excitement, however, was in vain. Upon Upon reaching a specific floor, the system detected an update point. The secret files were synchronized with another administrator. This made Zeke conclude that there was someone else, besides him, capable of using the system. Interacting with a bookshelf visible only through the system, he understood why no one had ever discovered it before. Now Zeke Draker could access any Terracan file, no matter where he was. Among the available content, there were operating manuals, combat techniques against dragons, various references, and a guide for personal growth and evolution. At that moment, he wanted something to help him become stronger. The system indicated a book titled The Vision of the Draconic Sword. He had never heard of this work and decided to check the author. He discovered it had been written by Shaitan Draker, the right hand of Kaiser, the King of Heroes, and also an ancestor of his family. At the beginning of the book, Shaitan Draker explained that, before revealing the secret behind the Draconic Sword, he would share the reason for its creation. The relationship between dragons and humans had begun with the King of Heroes himself. Even though he was human, he had managed to form a contract with a dragon. The way dragons helped humans was nothing extraordinary. Unlike other races, humans were so weak that they even stirred pity. Over time, the number of contractors increased, spreading across various kingdoms of the continent. This rapid growth worried Shaitan, for he had always feared dragons. He suspected that their help was not out of compassion, but perhaps part of a plan to sow chaos and destroy the human world. If he were right, humanity would stand no chance and could be wiped out overnight. Faced with this possibility, Shaitan began searching for ways to kill a dragon. His first thought was magic, but magic itself had been given to humans by dragons. Through magic circles placed in human hearts, they had granted the ability to sense mana and cast spells. Using that gift against them would be illogical. The next possibility was the King of Heroes' elemental sword, but only someone with the same bloodline could wield it. That was why Shaitan focused his efforts on finding a power that any human could use, strong enough to kill a dragon, something that transcended human limits. His search led him from northern sword styles to mystical techniques from the east. Surprisingly, the one who helped him most was Kronos, Kaiser's contracted dragon. He claimed to be doing it just for fun, but Shaitan could see determination in his eyes. Working together, they continued their research until they finally discovered something called aura, a power that only humans could possess, without mana, without elements. After finishing his previous work, Zeke continued his search for the perfect technique. He recorded in detail the concepts of aura and the sword style he had created, gathering all this knowledge into a book called The Draconic Sword. This book was sent to all kings, but none showed interest. The reason was simple. In that world, anyone could easily gain power and artifacts thanks to the dragons, and the Draconic Sword required effort and time to master. When Shaitan wrote the book, dragons had not yet betrayed humanity, but he believed the technique might be necessary in the future. In his closing words to the reader, he left a request that whoever found the book would do their utmost to learn the technique. When Zeke finished reading, the system gave him a new mission called Shaitan's Heir. His task was to master the Draconic Sword's secret technique within 3 months. The reward would be the coordinates to Kronos' treasure, which excited him. He imagined it would contain many rare artifacts and items. However, he was concerned about the time limit. If it was harder to learn than the elemental sword, he might not complete the mission. Therefore, he decided to focus on training immediately. Even so, his curiosity about Shaitan grew. He wanted to know what had happened to him after writing the book and how much time had passed since the era of the King of Heroes. He knew that, during that time, a great war had taken place. When he asked the system if there was anything else to see, the answer was a replay of Terracan's diary. The environment around him suddenly changed, just like the day he entered the tutorial. Zeke found himself in the middle of a desert, facing an enormous dragon that nearly froze him in fear. Luckily, he possessed mental defense abilities, otherwise he would have lost his sanity. The creature before him was Bahamut, the evil dragon. He soon realized there was another presence behind him, equally powerful but different from Bahamut. Trapped in the illusion, Zeke could not interact with anything, only observe. This scene was part of the diary, the final battle between Bahamut and Terracan, the founder of the Dragon Slayers. He was about to witness a legendary fight no one had ever seen. However, Terracan hesitated and did not strike Bahamut. The dragon, disappointed, spoke to his contractor. This made Zeke question their relationship, comparing it to that of Kaiser and Kronos. He concluded that the legend was wrong. Terracan had never defeated Bahamut. Suddenly, the scene began to fracture, preventing Zeke from hearing the rest of their conversation. The system could do nothing to stop the illusion from ending. At that moment, he remembered something Kaiser had said. A dragon would never harm a human, and in fact, it was more common for a human to harm a dragon. And that was exactly what happened. Bahamut's body crumbled into ashes and vanished, leaving behind the heart and fang Zeke recognized as the ones he had found in a treasure. He wondered if it was normal for a dragon to leave parts of its body upon death, but then remembered that the gloves he wore were made of dragon hide, which suggested that perhaps Bahamut's case was special. With that, the recording ended, leaving Zeke confused and shaken by what he had seen. Even so, he knew he needed to return to his main objective. After visiting the Valhalla library, Zeke managed to link another Terrakin legacy to the system, which allowed him to access and read the books anytime and anywhere he wished. Therefore, upon returning, he tried to watch the video recorded in the diary again, but as always, static appeared at the same point, preventing him from hearing the full conversation. During his investigation, he discovered that the draconic sword had been the foundation for the creation of the Dragon Slayer's manual. Although Terrakin had written the content in a simple and direct manner, over time the work lost its originality. The difficulty of learning it and the technique's power declined so much that, despite the name, it was no longer truly lethal against dragons. Still, when used in combination with other techniques, it could become more effective. In the end, even weakened, the technique fulfilled its purpose, as it became accessible to many people. The diary also revealed that the legend of the dragons was different from what was known. According to the current story, Terrakin had defeated Bahamut, bringing peace and prosperity. Although this was similar to what Zeke had seen in the video, some details were omitted. No version of the legend mentioned that Terrakin had been Bahamut's contractor. Later, Zeke contacted Kai and asked her to research the Dragon Slayer legend. She managed to gather information, including materials untranslated into his language. The conclusion was clear. There was no record of a contract between a human and a dragon, nor that Terra Draker, the legendary hero, had ever formed a pact with Bahamut. Determined to dig deeper, Kai continued investigating, but received a direct warning from the Draker family. Fearing retaliation, she decided to stop the search. To Zeke, this was confirmation that the family was censoring information about Terrakin. It was strange, since he was supposed to be the great ancestor of the Drakers, and it was precisely his descendants who had maintained the lineage to this day. Controlling information about Terrakin and Bahamut sounded suspicious, and Zeke decided he would return to the library to confirm his suspicions. Upon entering, he found the place lonely, dark, and silent, but he sensed a presence. He knew it was the servants' day off, and that both the Duke and Andre were away on a mission. This meant that someone was in the mansion who didn't live there. Opening the minimap, he located two intruders, one outside and another inside the building. He thought they could be the two men who had followed him on Giant Mountain. He had been careful not to use any Draker family techniques, so if they were indeed hunters sent after him, they shouldn't have been able to track him. More important than knowing who they were was finding out who had sent them. Determined, Zeke locked himself in the bedroom but appeared at the hallway window to surprise the intruder. Upon seeing him, the assassin was startled. Zeke deduced that it was probably Abel who had sent him and charged forward. With a quick movement, he almost struck the man's neck with his dagger, determined to make him talk no matter what. They exchanged fierce blows, blade against blade. Although the opponent hit his face, Zeke recognized the combat style by the way he handled the weapon. The dagger technique used by the intruder was characteristic of the North, specifically of the assassins from the Kingdom of Gorka. These fighters, known as the Northern Guardians, used a peculiar weapon called a kukra, with a distinctive shape. Extremely skilled, they were often hired for special missions in the central continent, and were paid generously for their services. Recognizing this style, Zeke concluded that the assassin had not been sent by Abel. He would never hire a Gorka mercenary. Moreover, he noticed the opponent fought defensively, refusing to attack even when presented with several openings. It was clear they didn't want to kill him, but rather to kidnap him. Suddenly, a smoke grenade was thrown in his direction. Zeke identified the poisonous gas inside his mandrake root. Although he knew it would not affect him, he decided to pretend to be unconscious so he could be captured and discover who was behind the attack. When dawn came, already in the farmland surrounding Atlas, Zeke found himself face-to-face with the mastermind, Cliff Lionheart, founder of the Lionheart Merchants. This organization was one of the 10 largest merchant guilds in the entire kingdom of Valencia. Upon recognizing the man, Zeke recalled his past life and the connection they shared. At that time, the merchants were also opposed to the Empire, and at one point, Cliff had provided him with confidential information to facilitate an attack against them. However, that decision had led him to cross the devastated Valencia and, ultimately, to his own death. Cliff said he regretted using such a rough method to bring him there and remove the shackles binding him. Zeke, without beating around the bush, wanted to know the real reason for the meeting. The merchant realized that his plan to intimidate him had failed. The young Draker remained calm and resolute. Before getting to the main topic, Cliff handed Zeke a document. It was a list of people who had fallen ill due to an epidemic spreading through the southern continent. The first name on the list immediately caught his attention: Helena Stone, mother of Liam Stone. She had fallen gravely ill, but Zeke remembered that, thanks to him, she had received received the cure. Intrigued, he asked what Cliff's connection to the case was. The merchant explained that many had died from the disease, whose mortality rate was almost absolute. The only exception was Helena, who not only survived, but also showed remarkable improvement. Even when questioned repeatedly, she had never revealed how she had recovered. Cliff now wanted to know if Zeke had any involvement in her survival. Zeke realized that by following the trail, it had led straight to Cliff. After all, he was an experienced merchant, and Zeke knew his goal was to monopolize the cure for the scarlet flower disease. Considering the high mortality rate, this made sense. It was something that could be sold for a very high price anywhere. However, Zeke also knew enough about Cliff to understand that he had a certain sense of ethics and wouldn't kidnap someone just out of greed. He confirmed that he had indeed given the cure's recipe to someone, and upon hearing this, Cliff became eager, saying he would pay any amount to obtain it. Zeke, however, remained composed and suggested they could negotiate as merchants. At that moment, he realized Cliff wasn't interested in buying it to resell, but rather to save someone. Cliff asked what the conditions would be to receive the recipe, but Zeke replied that he could not reveal them yet, explaining that he would only request something when necessary. He assured him that he would never demand anything impossible, as that would be counterproductive. Cliff agreed, saying that as long as it was within his ability, he would fulfill any request. With a smile, Zeke began to write down the recipe, but before handing it over, he wanted to know who Cliff intended to save. The merchant replied that he wanted the cure to sell, but Zeke argued that if he had gone so far as to kidnap a member of the Draker family, there had to be an emotional reason behind it. Gradually, Cliff revealed that the person in question was a member of the royal family of Valencia, but that he could not say who it was. This made Zeke recall a conversation he had with him in his past life, when he warned him that returning to the kingdom of Valencia would be suicide. Cliff, however, said he was determined, as he wanted to spend his final moments there. He apologized, just as he had in the past, and stated he could not give any further details. Zeke noticed the look in his eyes had changed, confirming that this person was indeed precious to the merchant. As before, he knew there would be a conflict between kingdoms, worsened by the struggle for control of the border and the weakness of Valencia's monarchy, which was still facing internal strife. There was still time before the war began, and Zeke saw in this an opportunity to establish a connection with the kingdom. He told Cliff there was no problem if he couldn't reveal everything, and thus the deal was sealed. Cliff was deeply moved upon receiving the cure. Zeke then asked to proceed with the first condition, and the merchant assured him he could request anything within his power. Zeke's request was for a job within Cliff's merchant guild. He explained that he needed a false identity to use in the southern continent, and that this identity needed a convincing backstory. Since the merchants of Reinhardt were respected and even conducted business with gangs, Cliff understood what he wanted and suggested that Zeke could pose as his cousin. That way, no one would doubt him. Zeke agreed, but added that he would also need transportation in a large house. Cliff, though thinking Zeke was a wolf in sheep's clothing, accepted the request and said he would be in touch soon. Zeke, for his part, found it impressive to have struck a deal directly with Lionheart himself. The person Cliff wanted to save seemed to be extremely important to him. Before everyone left, Zeke was escorted by one of Reinhardt's mercenaries to a horse that would take him back. Along the way, he spoke in the language of Gorka, asking if the deal could already be considered closed. The assassin was surprised that a member of the Draker family knew the language, and Zeke explained that learning such things was merely a hobby. He then changed the subject and said he wanted to talk about money, as he intended to hire the two assassins. Later, it was explained that Zeke's objective was to rescue someone in McCain. The assassins hesitated, and he asked if the payment wasn't enough. One of them replied that the issue wasn't the amount, but the conditions. They were similar to the job they had received from Reinhardt. The real obstacle was the connection to the Draker family, something that could bring complications. Zeke argued that this shouldn't be a problem, since Cliff had given him a false identity, and they could use that identity to carry out the mission. The assassins agreed, as long as they didn't get caught. At that moment, Zeke decided to make something very clear. He threw two Kukure daggers onto the ground, shocking the assassins, because in the kingdom of Gorka, these blades weren't just weapons. They were symbols of recognition, given only to elite assassins. To their astonishment, these Kukure were their own, taken by Zeke without them realizing it. The gesture served as a warning, payback for kidnapping him. The two realized the vast difference in skill between them, and called Zeke a monster. With the matter settled, he went on his way. After meeting with Reinhardt, Zeke resumed his search at the academy. His goal was to find out what the five-star heroes had done before his regression in time. Building relationships with these knights would be extremely advantageous, and he had already earned the respect of the professors and the headmaster. He discovered that all of them had studied at Valhalla, but the problem was the timeline. The Knight of Silence, Bishop Kastek, had already graduated. The Knight of the Mist was his senior but was away on a training mission. The Knight of Illusion, Asta, was troublesome and often skipped classes. The Queen, now named Draker, would only arrive the following year, which would make it easier to approach her. That left only the complicated hated Diego. Suddenly, Zeke found himself playing drums in Diego's band. Remembering that he had gone to the club to talk to him but ended up being dragged into joining. Without thinking much about it, he decided to have fun and played with enthusiasm, even though he was exhausted afterward. Diego's energy when playing music was unmatched. Later, back at the mansion, Zeke was greeted by Decker and informed him that he would be training, asking not to be disturbed. He devoted himself to reading a book about the draconic sword, trying to understand a special technique. He now understood why the weapon had been completely remade. All dragon-slaying techniques required an absurd amount of aura and energy, as they were designed solely to kill dragons, not for ordinary combat. These powerful strikes concentrated the aura to its absolute maximum, increasing its density to the limit, and then releasing it all at once. Decker watched as Zeke trained, destroying everything around him. The system explained that the sacred body allowed the user to surpass their physical limits, accelerating martial arts mastery and increasing ether production. This allowed Zeke to perceive every movement with precision, correcting and refining his technique quickly. The more he repeated it, the more he felt himself drawing closer to mastering the sword. Until, while performing one last strike, something inside him shifted, as if he had crossed an invisible line and found a new obstacle to overcome. Zeke thought that was only natural. As they say, the further you go, the greater the obstacles. Now he could feel Bahamut's heart resonating along with the technique he was performing. Before he lost that feeling, he decided to take full advantage of it, continuing to swing the sword without stopping. Suddenly, a mark appeared on his chest and completely took control of his body. The system informed him that Bahamut's heart had synchronized with Shaitan Draker's draconic sword, and that the memories recorded in the dragon's heart would be revealed. In an instant, Zeke found himself in a vast expanse. He was inside his own subconscious, feeling the memories draw near. A man addressed Bahamut, calling him the Dragon of the Sun and asking for a favor. It was none other than Shaitan, who requested that Bahamut safeguard the book of the draconic sword he had created. The dragon replied that he knew Shaitan was a repulsive person, but he hadn't imagined he was also insane. He questioned whether Shaitan truly wanted to entrust a dragon with a technique made to kill other dragons. Shaitan affirmed there was no problem, as even Kronos had agreed to it. Bahamut retorted, saying that Kronos was a fool who had allowed himself to be swayed by humans and had lost his vision as a true ruler. Even when attacked directly by the great dragon, Shaitan drew his sword and easily deflected the blow, completely repelling the assault. Zeke concluded that Shaitan was also a true monster. Bahamut ordered him to leave his territory immediately, threatening to attack the kingdom of Kronos if he disobeyed. Shaitan responded by asking if he was sure, warning that he could end up bound by karmic sanction. The dragon laughed, saying humans spoke as if they understood anything, and claimed there was no karmic sanction against him, no matter how many insects he crushed. Shaitan declared that, in the end, things would happen exactly as Kronos had foreseen. At that moment, even Bahamut felt fear, for Shaitan was using the power of Kronos. The dragon reacted by unleashing one of his blades, but Shaitan froze time around Bahamut and his attacks. Zeke deduced that this absurd magical power must be connected to a clock, and that, judging by Bahamut's reaction, the artifact was directly linked to Kronos. Soon after, Shaitan dispelled the magic, allowing Bahamut to break free. The dragon, shocked, asked if what he had just seen was truly that, the prophecy of Kronos. Shaitan confirmed it and said that was why he was entrusting the art of the dragon blade to him. Bahamut declared that allowing a dragon to form a pact with a human had been a mistake. Shaitan agreed that humans should rise with their own strength. The dragon then asked him to show the true art of the dragon blade. After examining all the pages, Bahamut questioned whether Shaitan had really had the audacity to create a technique of that level. Shaitan explained that he hadn't made it with the intent of killing dragons, but to protect the world. Bahamut disagreed, saying he only thought of humans. Even so, he stated that he would safeguard the technique, but if the prophecy did not come to pass, it would never reach anyone's hands. Shaitan replied that it didn't matter, for he believed that sooner or later, humans would awaken their own aura. Bahamut, however, warned that if that truly happened, he would have to destroy all of humanity, for such power could not be wielded by such fleeting creatures. Shaitan said that after facing so many dragons throughout his life, he had ended up creating a special technique for it. The most ironic thing, however, was that he still trusted Bahamut and Kronos despite everything. It was difficult to understand, but according to Shaitan, Kronos always said that one day he would find a contractor with whom he could share the heart. To Bahamut, this sounded like utter nonsense, something he believed would never happen. As Zeke witnessed all of this, he felt like he was watching a historic episode he himself could not fully comprehend. However, one thing became clear in his mind: the deep sense of distrust Bahamut had always carried toward humans. Now, after absorbing the dragon's heart, he could understand that feeling far more clearly. Even so, he still had no idea what had motivated Bahamut to form a pact with Turkan. After experiencing Bahamut's memories, Zeke decided to begin an investigation in search of answers. Over time, he discovered that many stories involving Turkan had been manipulated by the Draker family, and the facts had been so distorted that even the idea of Barotera having formed a pact was considered absurd by anyone. Because of these deeply rooted lies, finding relevant information to answer his questions became almost impossible. Even so, he continued splitting his time between the investigation and training in the art of the Dragon Blade. In the midst of this intense routine, Zeke received a message from Reinhard, informing him that preparations for the first request had been completed. He wondered if Reinhard was referring to the director of the southern unit of the company. Still trying to figure it out, he realized it wasn't just that. Another message was coming right after. At the branch headquarters of the Syndicate, located in Atlas, more precisely in a hotel called the Secret Garden, were Kai and her partner Zeke, who at that moment was in disguise. Zeke reflected on the time he had spent in the city. It was strange to see Atlas so alive, clean and rebuilt, so different from the chaotic image he held from the past. That sight stirred feelings he didn't even know he still had. He commented to Kai that he never imagined there was a place like this in Atlas. Kai agreed and explained that the hotel was usually used by people who wanted a discreet place for important conversations. She offered him a drink, but Zeke refused. He was only 15. Kai teased, asking if he was refusing just because he was underage, finding his attitude unexpectedly cute. Zeke, in turn, replied that wasn't the reason. The problem was that alcohol no longer had any effect on him. To him, it was only bitter and boring. At that party with the Duke and Andre, he had even drunk a little, but the system considered alcohol as a type of poison and immediately neutralized it. In his past life, he used to drink a lot, but now that alcohol had no effect, he preferred tea. Kai remarked that, in the end, Zeke just didn't like alcohol, and suggested they get straight to the point. She explained that, as she had already said, the Pabella group was indeed connected to the pirates, just as Zeke had suspected. When Kai began the investigation, she found all kinds of evidence, which surprised her. It was strange that no one had noticed before. The most revealing point came when she realized that the period in which the Silver Knight had eliminated the pirates coincided exactly with the rapid growth of the Pabella group. In addition, Joaquim Fernandez, also known as El Menco, second in command of the McCain group, was conducting smuggling business with the Pabella group. Kai herself was shaken by this discovery and hadn't even reported it to her superiors yet. It was serious enough to cause massive turmoil even within the syndicate itself. Despite the tension, the member of the Draker family, who was already beginning to intimidate Kai, praised her work. He said she had done an excellent job and that, because of that, she was about to be appointed as the new head of the syndicate, a proposal that would change her fate. Later, in an alley near the railway, Zeke appeared through a portal. That arrival marked the end of the preparation stage. He knew that using the portal required an enormous amount of karma, but at the same time, it eliminated any possibility of someone tracking his movements. For him, it was a steep price, but necessary to ensure his discretion. Even considering the three transcendent families and their most talented magic users, there were still very few people on the continent capable of using any techniques similar to teleportation. In the end, Zeke's plan was nearing perfection, and he was eager to see the reaction of that old bastard when it all happened. That night, something big was about to happen to Don Juan, and later, a large-scale fire was set. While calmly smoking her cigarettes, Kai reflected on that boy. He really seemed bold, as expected from a Draker. But she knew Zeke wasn't just bold, he was crazy, completely insane. His plan was simply to burn down all the Soma warehouses belonging to the McCain group in the central continent. That's right, burn all the merchandise, all the stock, everything. Kai was desperate about it. The information about the warehouses was extremely restricted. Only the syndicate's executives, she and the McCain group, knew about it. If anything happened to those facilities, it would be very easy to trace where the leak came from. And when they found out, she would be the first to pay the price. Even so, Zeke was direct. He had no intention whatsoever of hiding the source of the information. The plan was different. He intended to throw all the blame on Elemento, so the fewer suspicions fell on them, the better. He asked Kai if the syndicate really still didn't know anything about the Pabella group, and at that moment, she understood exactly what he was plotting. Zeke said that if anyone made a wrong move, it would hit not only the McCain group, but also the syndicate's executives and even the Pabella group. And all Kai needed to do was report the incident directly to Don Juan. She became completely nervous, even breaking into a cold sweat. She asked if he had any idea how absurd that plan was. It was insane. But Zeke questioned who would really care about loyalty in the middle of chaos, where everyone would be fighting for themselves. He wanted to know if Kai planned to spend the rest of her life cleaning up the mess of the syndicate's superiors. She hadn't even officially accepted the position of syndicate leader yet. If she really wanted it, she'd have to earn it. Zeke made it clear that from that point on, there was no option to back out of the bet. She either showed her hand or raised the stakes. And Kai, as much as she was trembling, knew he was right. She hadn't joined that organization just to be a pawn working behind the scenes. She acknowledged that Zeke Draker had an extraordinary ability for investigation. He was the one who discovered the true identity of the Pabella group, and based on his information, they had found unknown ruins and managed to recover various high-value artifacts. She had already agreed to join him, so there was no turning back. Still trembling, she grabbed the bottle, downed it all in one go, and said that if they were going to fail, they might as well die trying. She was ready to raise the stakes. She was ready to win. Zeke smiled and said he liked her attitude. He promised she wouldn't regret the decision. Later, Kai still found herself thinking about him. If she had to bet everything she had on someone, it would be him. Zeke Draker had her complete trust. Soon after, newspapers began circulating with news of the massive fires that were devastating the warehouses of the central continent. As expected, Don Juan, the head of the McKen group, was furious about what had happened. A few days later, Zeke found himself worried for another reason. The semester was coming to an end, and it was nearing 6 months since he had been officially recognized as a Blue Knight. Because of that, he already suspected something was coming, and indeed it did. He received an invitation to the promotion bank, a ceremony celebrating when a member of the Draker family surpasses the Yellow Knight level and officially becomes a knight. It's an important event, and it usually happens when young knights are in their 20s. That's why the event is also informally known as the Draker Debutante Ball. It had been 3 years since Zeke had last seen the family patriarch. He didn't know what to expect, but sincerely hoped nothing bad had happened to him. Later, in the banquet hall known as the Garden of Spring, located in the Fortress of the Four Seasons, the guests drank and chatted while waiting. Abel arrived and immediately asked about the patriarch. He commented that it was the first time he had seen so many family members gathered at a promotion banquet. The patriarch then took the floor. He said he was sure everyone was curious to see how the youngest Blue Knight in the entire continent was doing. Abel was bothered by the patriarch's remark, which deliberately emphasized the title of youngest Blue Knight, even knowing Abel had previously held that title. The patriarch, however, simply commented that Zeke was about to arrive. He said it had been a while since he'd seen the boy and apologized to Abel before stepping away to continue the ceremony. Abel replied that it was fine, but as they parted, he was visibly irritated with Velio, the patriarch. Meanwhile, Zeke was approaching the entrance to the hall, feeling a little nervous. He commented that in recent days, even seeing the Duke himself had been difficult. The man also seemed overworked and admitted he had been pulled out of retirement only to take on even more responsibilities. It had been a long time since he'd even been able to go home. With so many accumulated tasks, especially because of the trouble caused by Arto, now he still had to be Zeke's guide for that event. He remarked that it was natural for a maestro to be his student's guide, but Zeke only thought to himself, sarcastically, that this egg of his was no mentor of his at all. When he saw the Duke's tired expression, he felt a little concerned, but realized it was simply the result of so much work. Zeke asked if this was the famous Garden of Spring, and the Duke confirmed, explaining that it was the only area in the Fortress of the Four Seasons where outsiders to the Draker family were allowed to enter. He then tried to recall the layout of the fortress, as it was composed of 4 main areas. The Garden of Spring was intended for public events and was where non-members of the Draker family could circulate. The Rock of Summer was where all the family's official affairs took place, as well as the Patriarch's office. The Hill of Autumn was reserved for internal ceremonies. And finally, there was the Chalice of Winter, where relics and treasures accumulated over the last 1,000 years were kept. Although Zeke had heard about these areas before, it was the first time he was seeing them with his own eyes. Before his regression, around this same time, he had been expelled from the academy, a stark contrast to the present. The Duke then informed him that they had reached their destination. From this point on, Zeke would have to proceed alone, as the entrance was reserved only for those starring in the event. The Duke explained that he had another important mission, and therefore could not stay for the banquet. Even so, he asked Zeke to show everyone why he was there. Zeke remarked that the Duke was always overly concerned, to which he replied that it would already be a good start if the boy didn't cause any trouble. Soon after, the hosts announced the entrance of the night's protagonist, Zeke Draker. Naturally, everyone present began to whisper about him. After all, he was a Blue Knight at only 15 years old, and a pure-blooded awakened at that. Zeke then approached the Patriarch, bowed, and recited the traditional words of the ceremony. Before everyone, the Patriarch declared, in the name of the Draker family, his blessing for Zeke's future as an honorable knight. Furthermore, he officially named him a knight of the Draker family. The declaration was so unexpected that even Zeke himself was shocked. No one had anticipated that. It was the first time in history that someone had received the title of knight directly during the promotion ceremony. Zeke reflected that, within the Draker family, the only criterion truly considered for such a nomination was individual merit. Bureaucracy was never a determining factor, since they were naturally blessed with a high affinity for aura, it was common for Drakers to eventually reach the Blue Knight level. However, what truly mattered were the personal achievements accumulated by each member. Even Abel, who had been the youngest to achieve that level before Zeke, had only received the title of Knight 3 months after his promotion. This simple fact showed that, for the Drakers, individual merit was absolute. Yet the Patriarch's declaration had just contradicted that entire tradition. Even so, Zeke understood that if it happened, it was because the Patriarch himself had wanted it that way. Perhaps someone was scheming something behind all of this, or perhaps not. In any case, during the banquet, Arthur rose to his feet and said he was happy to finally have the opportunity to present his son to everyone present. He stated that Zeke had not only awakened in an unprecedented way within the family, but had also become the youngest in the continent's history to reach the blue level. Arthur proudly declared that he believed his son would soon become an even greater knight than the Draker family's own patriarch. So as not to seem like an overly doting father, he decided to end his speech there and proposed a toast in honor of the family. Seeing this scene, Zeke grew pensive. In his previous life, his father had shown complete indifference, even when Howard had expelled him. And now, here in front of everyone, he wanted to play the role of the loving and proud father. It was a change hard to swallow. Right after the toast, Arthur called his son for a private conversation. He said he wanted a moment alone with Zeke, from father to son. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the hall, one of the family members standing beside Abel remarked that he should take better care of his facial expression. The way he was reacting didn't resemble that of a proud older brother at all. He also warned that the prince was about to arrive, prompting Abel to say that in that case, they'd better hurry. Leaving the conversation with his father, Zeke was holding a special token. With it, he could access the Draker family's secret records simply by presenting it as payment. The problem was that he didn't understand why his father had given it to him. It wasn't a bad thing, but everything was too confusing to make sense. To make matters worse, the banquet didn't last only one night. It was a celebration spanning several days, and he was already wondering how he would endure so much time in that environment. For Zeke, enduring that crowd while maintaining the same controlled expression was a real challenge. Life in high society was definitely not easy. It was at that moment, in the middle of the event, that a woman approached him and introduced herself as the first princess of the Kingdom of Valencia, Melissa Alencia. He knew exactly who she was. Melissa was known for her potential to significantly strengthen Alencia's power once she took the throne. In direct contrast to the current king, a sickly and ineffective man, she promised innovative policies that prioritized the people. This made her a popular figure, while at the same time creating conflicts with the kingdom's more conservative aristocrats. But if she could officially ascend to the throne, it would only be a matter of time before those same nobles began seeking her political favor. Before the regression, Zeke remembered well how promising Melissa had been. But when conflicts with the empire began to escalate, she completely ceased all public appearances. She simply vanished without a trace. At the time, newspapers claimed she had been assassinated by the empire. But with the destruction of the Kingdom of Valencia during the war, it was never possible to confirm anything. Zeke thought she seemed to be acting in a similar way now, with a more reserved demeanor. Still, the mere fact that she had appeared at an official event like this indicated that, for now, things were still under control. Then Zeke remembered Cliff. At some point, he had mentioned someone from the Alencian royal family, and now Zeke began to suspect that Melissa might be that important person to him. With this in mind, he maintained his formal posture and said it was a pleasure to meet her. Considering the princess's reputation, nothing made him feel more honored than having her present at that banquet. Melissa asked Zeke if he had ever heard of her. He replied that he had, explaining that he had always been very interested in the politics of the Central Continent. Many people believed Melissa's political actions were only meant to maintain appearances, without any real substance, but Zeke completely disagreed. He was certain she cared about far more than just financial matters. His observation left Melissa impressed. She thought he was quite different from the other knights she knew. Noticing her expression, Zeke asked if he had said something offensive, but Melissa replied that he hadn't. She just wasn't very good at accepting compliments. Soon after, she excused herself, saying it had been a pleasure to finally meet Sir Zeke. She said she would love to keep talking to him alone, but couldn't monopolize his attention. Zeke thought that was fair, and understood that it was natural to feel overwhelmed by the obvious admiration in people's eyes. Still, Melissa remarked that there was something that continued to trouble her, and that she would like to speak more deeply about it another time, believing that fate would give them another opportunity. Later, while Zeke greeted the last guests, he felt relieved to be closing that chapter and finally able to breathe. He thought that being born into the Draker family had never been easy, not even in childhood. At that moment, the clatter of full armor drew everyone's attention. A man approached and said he had finally found him. That man was the fourth prince of the Roman Empire, known for having started the Continental War together with Abel. He declared that Zeke Draker was the guest of honor at that banquet, being the youngest Blue Knight in history. Zeke replied politely, saying he hadn't expected someone so famous to attend his banquet. Karis stared at him for a moment before returning to his usual expression, saying that there was no need for such formality and that they could drink together. Although Zeke felt uncomfortable, he ended up accepting. During the conversation, the prince said the drink had been served by him personally, so there was no reason to worry. Meanwhile, some guests murmured that Zeke Draker seemed to obey the prince blindly, reminding each other that he was still just a child, and also commenting that Karis seemed a bit arrogant. Suddenly, the prince declared that he liked Zeke very much, and that they would drink until they couldn't stand anymore, as if there were no tomorrow. At that moment, Abel appeared, informing them that he couldn't join the drinking because he had an urgent matter to attend to. Karis asked if it had anything to do with him, and Abel replied that with so many people around, it would be better to talk somewhere else. The prince apologized to Zeke for interrupting the moment, but promised that next time they met, they would drink together under the moonlight until dawn. When the two left, Zeke overheard people praising Abel and the prince. He thought that not everyone knew what was really being plotted, and that the scene had simply looked like an older brother helping the younger one feel comfortable. However, he realized that, unlike in his previous life, contact with the fourth prince had happened much earlier, and from what he could tell from their interaction, the two seemed to be quite close. Perhaps the Continental War was closer than Zeke imagined. Later, he found himself examining again the token he had received. During the previous meeting with the Patriarch, the latter had remarked that things seemed to be going very well for him, especially considering that he had already been honored with the privilege of being the guest of honor at a banquet. When Zeke addressed him as Patriarch, he was told that there was no need to call him that, at least in private. He could simply call him Father. However, that phrase sounded far too familiar. Now he realized it was strikingly similar to something Carly had also said. It was precisely this resemblance that made Zeke understand the source of the unease he had felt earlier. Abel was acting recklessly and boldly. He was even trying to control the family's council of elders, doing so openly that even Carly had noticed and begun preparing to confront him. For that reason, Zeke concluded that it made no sense at all for Arthur Draker, the family's patriarch, not to have noticed such behavior. This could only mean one thing. Arthur was fully aware of what was happening, but by his own choice was pretending not to see it. And the fact that he had used words so similar to Carly's seemed to be his indirect way of saying that he also knew what Zeke was trying to do. Perhaps it didn't matter to him. In the end, there was no shame in admitting that the patriarch was, in some way, on Abel's side. As a form of encouragement for Zeke to keep following his path and achieving his own goals, the patriarch decided to give him a gift, a special token. With it, Zeke could choose any item from the Winter Chalice Hall. However, Arthur warned that while there were artifacts of priceless value there were also items whose shine was deceptive, beautiful on the outside, yet useless in practice. Now Zeke stood before the entrance to the Winter Chalice Hall. He still didn't know the patriarch's true intention in granting him access to that place, but it didn't matter. Whatever choice he made, he was determined to use that gift to the very last drop. The hall's guardian welcomed him calmly, saying she had been expecting him. Before he entered, she briefly explained how the vault worked. The hall stored exactly 17,000 rare relics of the Draker family, all of which could be exchanged according to the number of tokens available. There was no time limit for choosing, but once he left the hall, he could never return. Zeke found it strange that a place with so many treasures had no visible guards, but the guardian clarified that they were unnecessary. The security magic there was more advanced than that of the Patriarch's own office. Furthermore, all relics had been rigorously cataloged and magically protected, making any attempt at theft impossible. She then asked him to insert the token into a specific slot, similar to a coin slot. As soon as he did so, the massive doors of the Winter Chalice Hall slowly opened, revealing a sight that left him stunned. The sheer number of relics inside was overwhelming. What was even more impressive was that the interior space was much larger than it appeared from the outside, truly worthy of the Draker name. The Guardian withdrew, leaving Zeke free inside the Winter Chalice Hall. He knew that if he tried to analyze individually the function and abilities of each relic, it would take decades. So, he asked the system if there was a more practical way to sort the items based on criteria he could set himself. The system replied that yes, there was, provided he captured the data of the desired items using the Dragon Eyes. Zeke immediately understood what he had to do. He began running through all the hall's corridors, activating his ability and cataloging item after item. By the end of the process, he had recorded exactly 17,038 relics. He was surprised by the number. It was much higher than he had expected. Then, he asked the system to remove from the list all common and single single-use items, leaving only the high-value relics. This reduced the number to 9,832. Even so, it was still a large number, so he ordered the system to also exclude all swords with performance inferior to his own black blade. The result was immediate. All other blades vanished from the list. This confirmed that his sword was still the most powerful among them all. It was then that Zeke noticed a relic that intrigued him. It was a bracelet that, curiously, had no information recorded about it. He found it in one of the corridors, and at first glance, the object didn't seem special at all. Its appearance was plain and unremarkable. However, the system warned that the item was reacting to the title of Heir of Tarakan Draker. This caught Zeke's attention, and he quickly thought that the bracelet might be part of Tarakan's ancient treasure. Soon after, the system managed to complete the item's cataloging. It was the Sacred Summoning Stone, a relic capable of summoning a spiritual beast with power equivalent to the user's soul strength. From that moment on, the item had been bound to Zeke because of his heir title and could no longer be removed. Zeke was surprised by this. He hadn't even finished evaluating the rest of the relics and had already unintentionally activated this artifact. This clearly changed his plans, but he tried to see the bright side. Since it belonged to Tarakan's treasure, there was a good chance it was stronger and more useful than most of the other relics there. He then decided to test the bracelet's ability. As soon as he activated the summoning, a massive magic circle formed before him. The system informed him that, thanks to the blessing of the Fairy King, the range of summoning compatibility had been expanded. This would allow him to summon a supreme spiritual beast. The moment the summoning began, a huge beam of light filled the entire hall, blinding him for a few seconds. When the light faded, the creature appeared. It was a draconic horse, whose presence radiated an overwhelming pressure. Zeke was impressed by the creature's power. He thought to himself that, after the heart and fangs of Bahamut, he now also had an artifact capable of summoning supreme spiritual beasts. He wondered how many treasures Tarakan had left behind. It was hard to believe. The creature slowly approached with a surprisingly docile demeanor. Zeke smiled at this and said he liked it too. As he stroked the animal's neck, the system informed him that the user could choose a name for the supreme spiritual beast. Once named, it could be summoned at any time using the sacred stone as an intermediary. Zeke decided to call him Bucephalus. He liked the name quite a lot. To some it might sound strange, but it was a historical reference to the legendary horse of Alexander the Great, a mythical steed that made history, just like the one before him now. It was both a tribute and a symbolic choice. The system completed the information, revealing that Bucephalus had the ability to control thunder through his horn. Zeke reflected that, despite being called the king of draconic horses, he had never interacted with such a creature before. He had no idea of Bucephalus's true power level, nor how impressive his title truly was. While still thinking about all this, he noticed that Bucephalus was tugging at his clothes with his snout, as if wanting to play or show him something. What Zeke didn't expect was that Bucephalus was tugging at his clothes because he wanted Zeke to ride on his back. Realizing this, Zeke concluded that, as a supreme spiritual beast, Bucephalus had read his thoughts and, to demonstrate his strength, decided to act on his own. As soon as Zeke mounted him, the draconic horse bolted. His speed was as absurd as the lightning he controlled, and even at such intensity, he made no sound at all. They soared straight to the top of the Winter Chalice Hall, slicing through the air like a silent arrow. Later, upon leaving the place, Zeke remembered when the Guardian had asked him if he was sure he wanted to take that bracelet. At the time, he hadn't given it much thought, but now he understood that her reaction had been quite unique, unlike that to any other item chosen before. He also recalled the advice his father had given him. Some items should not be judged solely by their appearance. And perhaps the bracelet was exactly the kind of relic Arthur Draker had referred to when he spoke about shiny trash that hides its true value. After all, not even the system had any data about the bracelet until it reacted to the title of Heir of Tarakan. It was understandable that no one else knew its real worth. Zeke was lucky to have found a treasure of Tarakan in such a natural and easy way. In any case, he had achieved something incredible that day and decided it was time to rest, easing the fatigue accumulated since the banquet. That was when Cliff Reinhardt appeared, greeting him and officially congratulating him for his knighthood, the banquet, and everything else. Zeke found the formal tone strange and asked why he was acting like that. Cliff replied that now he was officially a knight of House Draker, so it was only natural to treat him with the proper respect. Zeke accepted that, but asked that next time he not show up so suddenly. He suggested that Cliff knock on the door or leave a note. If anyone discovered his connection to Cliff and the Reinhardts, it could cause problems. Cliff apologized for that, but explained that, regardless of the consequences, the one who wanted to see him was Melissa. Melissa. She was not only the administrator of the Reinhardt Company, but also the first princess of the Kingdom of Valencia. Zeke wasn't surprised by the revelation, which made Melissa remark that it seemed like he already knew. In fact, Zeke had already noticed. Her public appearances had become increasingly rare, but she suddenly showed up at his ceremony. That coincided exactly with the amount of time a patient would take to recover using the healing formula he himself had created. To Zeke, it would be impossible for someone not to notice this, unless they were a complete fool. That's why he confirmed, yes, he already knew. Melissa then decided to get straight to the point. She said she had attended that meeting so recklessly because she needed his help. The material she placed before Zeke contained data on the spread of the scarlet flower disease, which was spreading mainly through Valencia's border regions. The report included a detailed magical analysis, and Zeke was shocked to discover that this disease was not natural. It was a spell. He asked if that was really true. Melissa replied firmly, explaining that the diagnosis had been made by 3 great mages from transcendent families. Therefore, there was no doubt. It was true. Zeke was stunned. That cursed disease had been created by someone, and on top of that, it was spreading much faster than in his past life. He had no doubt it was intentional. Melissa went on, explaining that this was not the only problem. Pointing to a map, she showed the spread pattern. The disease had first appeared in a village near the border between the Roman Empire and the Kingdom of Valencia, but its advance was occurring only toward Valencia, not toward the Empire. This deliberate direction made it clear that it was no accident. It was an attack. Zeke began to suspect what was happening and asked if it was really what he was thinking. Melissa then explained that the disease known as the scarlet flower had been created by the Roman Empire with the deliberate intent of destroying Valencia. This information made perfect sense to Zeke, since in his past life, Valencia's downfall had happened precisely because of this disease. Now, everything fit together, and he finally understood why Melissa sought his help. He thought that perhaps she was interested in the rights to mass-produce the cure for that disease, and he was right. Melissa confirmed that, in their last contract, she had purchased the rights to the cure's formula, but to distribute it on a large scale, she still needed his authorization. That clause had been inserted into the contract precisely as a precaution, and she had no intention of breaking the agreement. She only hoped Zeke would be willing to cooperate. As an experienced merchant, she knew that revealing her weakness was already a risk in negotiations, but she wouldn't let the chance to strike a good deal slip away. Zeke acknowledged that she was indeed worthy of leading the Reinhardt Company. He understood that their connection was not merely a matter of luck. Melissa explained that she intended to include the cure among the supplies provided to the people, ensuring it reached those who needed it most. She also told him not to worry about the formula leaking, as she would keep everything under control. And of course, she offered fair payment. Zeke would receive 20% of the company's profits. Zeke was surprised by the proposal. The Reinhardt Company was among the 10 largest on the entire continent. If they weren't destroyed along with Valencia, they had the potential to grow even further. 20% of the company represented at least 1 million gold coins a year. That was a fortune. He recognized it as an excellent proposal, but he still had some doubts. He wondered why Melissa was sharing so much information and offering such a generous share of the company, without even being sure he wasn't siding with the Empire. But she replied confidently. She already knew Zeke did not support the Empire. Since childhood, she had lived in the business world and developed the ability to observe carefully. After the ceremony, instead of leaving, she had stayed at a distance, watching how he treated the Empire's members with coldness. She also noticed that he refused to shake the hand of Karos, the Empire's 4th prince. That alone was enough for her to be certain of his stance. Zeke admitted to himself that she truly was very observant. When he asked about another doubt, Melissa only replied that she couldn't give more details, but that it didn't matter. With 20% of the company in his hands and the chance to save lives, the money was the least important thing. Those words made Zeke recall a defining moment from his past life. He had tried to convince Alicia to retreat. At the time, he told her it would be pointless for her to sacrifice herself if the Empire remained standing. But Alicia replied that he was right. Strategically, retreating would be wiser to ensure the future, but she couldn't do it. She believed that her life could buy enough time for others to escape, and that trade, to her, was worth it. Zeke tried not to think about that day, but he couldn't avoid it. And at that moment, Melissa had never seemed more like Alicia than she did now. With that in mind, he accepted the proposal, but asked her to be extremely careful not to reveal his true identity. 15 days later, in the underground training center, Zeke was once again focused on his training. He practiced the wide and powerful movements of the draconic sword technique. These strikes demanded more and more energy, but he was learning to master them with effort and consistency. The system informed him that the technique had evolved and was now at beginner rank S. Zeke thought it had taken him a month to reach that level, but he also recognized that he had now fulfilled one of the requirements of the mission related to Shaitan's legacy. Zeke's mission reward was finally delivered. He received the coordinates to Kronos' treasure, the title of successor of the Swordmaster legend, 500 karma points, and 2 random boxes. He was pleased to realize that he had also regained the points he had previously spent, especially those used to destroy everything that belonged to Maken. Determined, Zeke decided to check the coordinates to Kronos' treasure first, but the system informed him that he could not access them yet. To do so, he needed to find specific seals that would activate the reading of those coordinates. The locations of the seals were automatically added to his map. There were 2 seals positioned in the center of the continent, one in the south and another in the north. All of them were very far from each other, which meant the journey to find them would be a long one. While processing this information, the system released a new mission. Now Zeke needed to find the sacred seals of the Kingdom of Kronos and complete the restoration of this ancient mythical kingdom. It was another important step in his path, and he knew that each stage would require patience, effort, and strategy. If you followed along until now, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. That helps a lot in bringing more stories like this one. Comment down below what you thought of Zeke's journey and which part stood out the most to you. See you in the next episode.